All right. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're here. Let's get it popping, folks. How we doing? How we doing? Star Wars Lo-Fi. All right. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Moonstruck. First comment over on Twitch. What's up? Jedi. First comment on YouTube. How y'all doing tonight? What's up? What's up, everybody? Lyric. Noraku. What's up? Welcome, everybody. Cacts and Cocktails. What's up? What's up? Also, thank you for the subscription yesterday, I think. Appreciate that. Just to listen to the previous broadcast. Yeah, roger that. If you're talking, you're muted. What? Can y'all hear me? I can. Oh, okay. Jedi, I think it's you. All right. I have mute on, maybe. Yeah. I'm getting good audio on my side. Looks like a few people can hear me. I'm tired. uh, Let me know if you guys can hear me on this screen too. But sometimes it when I swap scenes, it just like you can stop hearing me. So can y'all hear me now? Am I good for now? Or am I muted? Let me know. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Good shit. Roger that. All right. What's up, Sean? What up, what up, what up, everybody? How y'all doing? We're gonna go live here in just a second. Waiting for people to roll on in here. Got a few people live. We got Parker live. Tommy's live. I'm dying for my brothers. There it is. Alright, I hate this part, so I'm gonna change the song until that shit's over. Alright. Alright, we ready to get started, folks? Again, nose is still stuffy. It's been stuffy for about 5 days or so, so it's getting better every day, though. That's good. I've been to the start of a carbon stream in a long time. What's up, Kermit? Whew. All right, let's get this shit started up. Let's get TikTok fired up. Yes. I feel like doing the lesbian topic, honestly. Okay. Oh, Dan Malik is live too. All right, what's our TikTok goal for tonight? Let's do 3 of these. Those are pretty cool. I like these. Actually, let me download a new background. Hold on, give me a second. What's up, Cal? You doing fantastic, and yourself? All right, let me download our new background. Hold on. The fucking chihuahuas are going at it now. Again. Uh, Wait, where's my... Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna have to update this. Fuck. Helps boost the algorithm to have smaller goals that you reach often. I hear, but it didn't help. I tried that. It didn't seem to help for me. Hold on. I gotta make a new background real quick. I gotta edit my background. What's up, Phoebe? How you doing? Why is being lesbian wrong? Uploads. Should I do Happy Pride Month? Like, say Happy Pride Month or something. Can we change the color of this? I think we can. No? Not gonna do it like that. I'm gonna say, do this and say Happy Pride Month. Down to 70. Change the color to like green or some shit. And then let's get started. All right. Whew. What up, Carbonites? Ducko, what up? All right. I think we're good. All right. I wonder how much traction. We might actually get banned tonight because of the fucking lesbian topic. All right. All right, let's go. Maybe when these chihuahuas start fucking barking on my ear. Dun, 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 dun. What was that song, Carbon? Go to the Star Wars lo-fi Um, YouTube, it's like a live stream closed on Sunday. I think it's called Cantina Band 3 or something like that. It's just a running loop of everything. Atheist for Logic, thank you for the 16 months Prime resub. Let's go. Appreciate that. Thank you. Was that the one that you tried to send yesterday? Or was that like, is it just that late? Or was it the day before yesterday? Sorry. Let's get this. Audio's too loud here. 20%. Tickfinity. Girl J86, thank you for the 9 months you have officially given birth. Let's go. I've been watching on YouTube. Hell yeah. All right, let's get it started, y'all. Let's go. 2 days early, yeah. All right, phone is cooling down. That's good to go. All right. Bouncing baby, so let's go. W Lyric, first comment. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Phoenix with the heart me. Let's go. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. How we doing? Let me make sure I can hear these people. Hello, new guests. How old are you? Oh, it's still loading in. Hello, how old are you?
22.
All right. What's your argument today? Oh, you're off the app, so I won't be able to hear you, buddy.
My thing's kind of delayed.
Oh, okay.
Wait, can you speak again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got. All right.
All right.
I'm 22.
Okay. Do you have an argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Oh yeah, it's definitely abnormal for sure. I don't know why being lesbian is correct.
So you don't. So the reason why it's wrong is because it's not normal.
No, it's just like, why are you lesbian? Like, just
Well,
be
that's not an
straight.
argument for why it's wrong. Just ask a question isn't an argument, right? Do you have an argument for why it's wrong?
You're stopping.
You're muted. Can you unmute?
Sorry, I got a call. So you're stopping the human population of increasing.
How are you doing that?
By not producing.
So you think no gay people reproduce?
With each other, no.
Yeah, but they do reproduce, though, right?
Gay men, no, they don't reproduce.
Yeah, they do. Do gay men not donate sperm?
They're not no, not really.
Gay men don't donate sperm at sperm banks.
Not that I heard of. No, okay. I don't know why men would care about impregnating women.
Well, they make up about 20% of donors inside of sperm banks. Gay men.
Exactly, 20%. It's not even the majority.
So 20%. So they do reproduce. So for the gay men that reproduce, are they doing anything wrong?
No, lesbians are for sure.
Okay, so the lesbians that reproduce, they're not doing anything wrong either, right?
They are doing things wrong. They're not reproducing.
I just said they reproduce. So if they're a lesbian and they reproduce, then they're fine under your book. It's fine for them to date another one.
But if you're a lesbian and you don't reproduce, you're doing something bad.
Oh, well, that'd just be true for anyone, right? Like, if you're a straight person and you don't reproduce, you're doing something bad, right?
Yeah, I think you should reproduce.
Okay, what's the argument that we should reproduce?
I think it's beneficial to our society. I think it's great to be a father or mother, and you should live that in your experience of life, man.
Well, like being a father or mother, like raising a child is different from reproducing, right?
Well, I mean, you should do it just based off society. I mean, you're just helping out society.
So if somebody doesn't want kids because they don't consent to having kids, they don't want their body used for that purpose. I don't understand, like, what's the argument that it's wrong?
Your kid can cure cancer.
They could also, like, give somebody cancer. So what's the argument that it's wrong?
They can give somebody cancer?
Yeah, you can give somebody cancer.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, your kid could be the owner of a nuclear waste facility and then waste a bunch of dump into like society's a water supply and give a bunch of people cancer. So
All
therefore, you
right,
shouldn't
all
have
right,
kids.
all right. You know what, dude?
That's
That's
actually
all
more likely than
right.
curing cancer, right?
I don't think some random chick in China is doing that shit. All
Do you
right,
think
I'll
it's
tell you
more
what.
likely that a child is going to harm the environment or cure cancer?
Cure cancer.
Oh, really? How many
Yeah,
people?
I have
How many
faith in
people do we
humanity.
know cured cancer versus how many people do we know harm the environment?
That try to cure cancer, there's a lot.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of people that harm the environment. Every country at all points in time, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Anyway, this is
because
not
they
like I don't know
harm
why
the
this is.
environment, they
I don't
shouldn't
know
be
why we're
born.
going down this dialectic. It's not really like that relevant. Like,
So
so
because they
if a
harm the
woman, let's say a woman does not consent to having kids, right? You're gonna have to, for some reason, give her a motivated reason for why she should sleep with a man that she's not attracted to have kids. I don't understand the argument for that.
well, I mean, you're already lesbian, so you're already doing that to, not be with men. But on top of that,
They're not
because they
attracted to
do
men, of course.
something, so because they do something bad in the environment, they shouldn't be born.
No, that was your argument, but that's just like completely. It's
That's
like
not my
completely.
argument. I
Yeah,
think
your
everybody
argument
should
was
be
that you could have a kid and that cure cancer, but that's not
Yeah.
going to be relevant. Like, if somebody does not want to have kids, like you're saying that it's wrong for a woman to choose not to be impregnated by a man. Like that just seems like a fucking grapey worldview. Like it seems like you're just saying that women are entitled to be raped by men.
Well, I mean, you need a father figure in the home.
That didn't
I
answer any
think
question that I
lesbians
just
are not.
that did not respond to anything I just said.
I mean, imagine two lesbian mothers having a kid.
Yeah, that
Like, there's
happens
no
all the
father
time.
figure.
And
Where's the
guess
father
what?
figure?
Well, I don't know why you need a male there, but like when lesbians raise children, the child turns out fine. So what's the argument why it's wrong?
So,
Like
do you think the girl's going to be called
wait, so like
father? I mean,
you
what are
think
you
it's
on about?
wrong? You think it's wrong for you think lesbians are doing something wrong for not having kids, but then when they do have kids, you still think they're doing something wrong. Like pick a side, my
I
guy.
mean, well, that the part I said is not their doing, but the fact is that them having kids is not going to have a father in the home.
Yeah, why did when you say
I
father,
think
you just mean a male, right? That's raising.
yes.
Yeah,
What
why do
else
you
would
need a
I be
male?
talking about?
Why do you need a male?
What else would I be talking
Why do
about?
you need a male?
I think every child should have a father
Yeah,
figure.
you're just restating the claim. I'm asking you why.
Because I think a father figure helps you through life that mothers don't really talk to you about,
Like what?
especially if you're a
What is
boy.
something that by virtue of the fact that
Um,
you're male, you can teach a child that somebody who is female cannot teach a child?
like, dude, just having a father figure, it means a
Okay,
lot. Like,
you're just
look,
gonna
look,
restate
okay,
the claim over and over again.
perfect example. Black families usually don't have a father in the home. It's like,
No,
they're
we're not talking about single parent households, right? We're talking about two parent households, right? Where both are either born like both are women or both are men, right? And they're doing fine, they're making money, like they're not neglecting their children. I'm trying to figure out why that's wrong.
I already told you there's no father figure in the
Yeah,
home, dude.
you're just saying all you're saying. Okay, when I say, hey, these two women are raising a child, you're saying why that's wrong is because there's not a man there raising a child,
Yeah.
right? But I'm asking you why that's wrong. Do you have an argument for why that's wrong?
Because there's things a father teaches their son or daughter that the woman does not teach,
Okay, I
like
remember when I
protecting
asked you what those things
themselves,
were.
protecting themselves,
What do
standing
you
up
mean
for
protecting
yourself.
your child? Okay, so women can't stand up for themselves?
I don't think the mother usually teaches that to their
I didn't
child.
ask. I asked whether they can teach that to their child. I'm not asking whether they do.
Anybody can scuba dive. I mean, anybody can fly off
Yeah,
a
so anybody
plane.
can learn
I
to
mean,
scuba dive. So what's the argument that women like? Do you
I'm
have
just
like any
saying, usually
empirical
the
data?
mother.
I'm sorry. Do you have any empirical data that like two lesbians raising a child can't teach their child like proper values?
It's a fact, and then they're gonna like
When you
indoctrinate
say
their
it's a
child
fact, you looked
like
at like
gender
studies and
fluid.
stuff like that, right?
Well, do you know over 60% of lesbian or gay children from a gay family or a
I'm
lesbian
not talking
family
about
is
gay children.
indoctrinated
I'm not
into
talking.
their community,
I'm not
whether
talking
they're
about
being
like
gay, bisexual, lesbian,
bro.
transgender,
Okay,
trans, fluid.
you're all over the place. I'm sticking you to one
Yeah,
topic.
bad.
Okay.
Bad
Tommy,
things,
thank you for the
man.
20 Ray, appreciate you. So what is it like? Okay, so what is a child going to be missing and what they're supposed to be learning if they were taught, if they were raised by two men or raised by two women? What are they going to miss?
They're gonna miss a mother figure or a father figure.
Okay, what are they? Why is that bad?
It's bad because you get to know how to treat either a man or a woman. I think when you have a father figure, you have to understand how to treat a man. When you don't have a mother figure, you don't really know how to treat a woman properly.
So
And I
you
think
think, wait, I'm sorry.
that's
So only men know how to treat women? Women don't know how to treat women?
what?
You're saying, okay, so we have a lesbian couple, right? And you're saying they're not going to be able to teach their child how to treat a woman. Only a man knows how to treat a woman. That's your position, right?
No, I said a lesbian couple. I said a lesbian couple doesn't know how to treat a man.
Okay, so a lesbian couple does not know how to treat a man. What's the argument for that?
What's because I don't think they properly know how to treat a man.
Yeah, you're just restating the claim. Can you justify that claim?
Because they're lesbian and they're women.
Yeah, why does that matter with respect to whether they know how to treat a man?
Because they don't do anything with men, whether it's sexual orientation or not.
That doesn't follow. That
They
doesn't follow
don't.
that they don't know how to treat a man. Like
Okay,
I know a
so
lot of
let's
lesbians,
say.
and they interact with men
Okay,
just
let me
fine.
put this in perspective. Okay, let's say a little girl, okay,
So
got a
bad.
boyfriend.
Photo nerd, thank you
Okay,
for the
the
31 months. I
lesbian
appreciate
couple
you.
doesn't know jack shit because all
What
they
would they
talk
have to?
about
What would
is
they have to teach? What would they have to teach the little girl on
how
how
to
to treat a man?
treat the
Yeah, like
boyfriend
give
with
me an
respect.
example. Give me an example of how to treat a man. Go ahead.
How would they know? How would they know
That's a
anything about it?
question. I need you to tell me. What would the lesbian couple or a man? What would he teach the little girl how to treat a man? What would he teach her specifically?
They wouldn't teach her jack shit
No,
because they're
I'm
lesbian.
asking you. What would a man teach this child on how to treat a man? What are some specific
He
things that
would
they would
teach.
teach?
He would teach her how to treat a man properly.
Okay, give me an example, my guy. Stop running
Dude,
away from the
like I
question.
don't fucking know.
You don't know anything, do you?
Like like certain like gestures of fucking decency, dude. I
Okay,
mean,
so okay, so lesbians don't know how to be decent. That's your argument.
no, towards
Okay,
man,
yeah,
yes, 100%.
lesbians know how to be decent towards men, right?
Like, I mean, especially when it comes to the conversation of like sex,
Bro.
dude. Yeah, lesbians don't know jack
Wait, why are
shit.
you teaching your child about sex? Listen, like when you're
Why
a
would it be?
lesbian, when you're a
Wait,
lesbian.
why would it
Wait, I'm
be?
sorry. You're
Hold
teaching.
on.
Wait, you're saying that a
Why
lesbian.
would
I'm
it
sorry.
be?
You're saying that a lesbian should be
Okay, see,
teaching
we're
their.
pivoting.
Wait,
We're
what age?
pivoting.
What age are
We're
we teaching
pivoting.
here? What age are we teaching here?
Sex like 16, dude. 15.
Okay, so you're saying that a lesbian.
Safe
I'm trying to
sex.
figure out. I'm trying to figure out what it is that. So you're saying that the man, the father, right, would be teaching his 16-year-old girl how to please a man sexually.
No.
You are fucking
You know
like I
what
don't know what the
safe
fuck is
sex
your argument then.
means?
You
That is
just you
so
brought up
creepy.
sex. Yeah,
That
you're the
is
one
the
that brought it up.
creepiest thing I have ever heard in my
Then why
life.
did you say it?
Safe sex is not anything to do
Oh,
with
wait.
pleasuring a man.
So lesbians don't know how to have safe sex?
With a dude?
Yeah.
Not really.
So
No,
lesbians
I
don't
wouldn't
know about
imagine that.
so wait, so lesbians don't know about condoms.
I don't know if they know how to put it on.
Wait, so is
So
the
yeah,
ma-
red
wait, I'm sorry,
flag.
is the father going to teach the daughter how to put one on?
Hey, dude, you know what? When I
That's
was
a
a
yes or
kid,
no question.
okay.
Answer the question.
No,
Is the
listen,
father
listen,
going to
listen to me,
teach?
dude.
Do you
Listen
want
to me.
fathers to
I'm
teach
the
their
good
daughters
guy
how to
here,
put one on?
right? Listen, I'm your
This
guest,
is why
right? Let me
this is why
speak.
nobody has an argument for why
Let
being
me speak,
lesbian is
dude.
wrong. You guys are
Right? When I was a
completely
kid,
incoherent.
when I was a kid, my dad showed me a demonstration on a cucumber on how to put a condom on. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
All right, thank you for joining, my guy. I appreciate you. Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking weird. Hello, do you have an argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of just as simple as the Bible says, get rid of them.
So it's being wrong because it's wrong because a book says so. What's the argument?
Yeah, the Bible says kill them.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Literally does not.
Wait, the Bible also
Leviticus
wait.
20:13,
The
yes,
Bible
it
also says do that to babies. Do you want to unallow babies? Are you pro-choice?
Yeah,
You do?
Yeah,
You
you're
want to
talking about
unalive babies?
1 Samuel
It also
15:3?
said, wait, it also says that grape is permissible. Do you want to grape little girls?
Of course.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's get that face up here.
Leviticus 20:13.
No,
though,
let's
says-
get your
says,
camera on so we
says
know who
kill
you
the
are.
gays.
Yep, let's get that camera on so we know who you are. You say you want to grape little girls. That's crazy work. The fuck out of here, little guy. Fucking degenerate.
He can't turn his camera on. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
the
clip.
fuck? Christians, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see.
Also, hello, Carbon. Hello, Kenzie.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? We just got started. That was the beginning of the live stream. How you doing, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Tommy, for the raid. I appreciate you, Photo G Nerd. Thank you for the 31 months. If you have an argument for why being gay is wrong, I would love to talk to you. Go ahead and hop on in the guest request. If you don't have an argument, then don't hop in the guest request to see if this guy wants to join. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Hi, Logic.
Hey, did they start putting fucking like lead paint in the water? Like, what happened?
It's the asbestos. Glow. Hello. How old are you?
Mother and daddy together.
Good, how are you? Whoops.
How old are you?
I'm good, how are you? How old?
Yeah.
I'm 44.
You think being lesbian is wrong?
No, I don't. At all.
Okay.
My
I'm looking
neighbors
for
are
somebody who
lesbian,
think
but-
it's wrong, if you don't mind.
Okay. All right, cool.
All right. You
Peace.
have a good one. Thank you.
Bye.
Hippie. Hello. How old are you?
Going out. Yeah, I'm 28.
All right. You think being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Can you give that argument?
Yeah, because it's kind of just unnatural and it's against the the rules of God. That's my personal belief. You don't have to agree with me, but
When you say
It's-
what you mean by unnatural is just it goes against the rules of God, or were those two different claims that it's unnatural and it goes against the rules of God?
it's kind of like they kind of corroborate with each other. Like
What do you think natural means?
that shit's a choice.
We'll get to
In
that. What do you think
accordance
natural
with
means?
in accordance with nature.
In accordance with nature. So if it's part of your nature to be lesbian, then you would say it's not wrong. But because you think it's not,
You're not
oh,
born that way, so I
okay.
mean, what are you talking
So
about here?
yeah, so there's a couple ways we can attack this. One, it is natural. Two, you're gonna have to give an argument for like why being unnatural is wrong. But I'll just do the first one. It is natural. The reason why people have the sexuality that they have, right, is just by virtue of the fact that multiple genes expressed in the way the hormone washing occurs in the brain. It's going to be determined on
That's
which,
not
like,
true, actually. I have a friend who used to be, homosexual, and he stopped. So
Yeah, it sounds like they're bi.
I mean,
but
I
like
kinda have
regardless,
legal
like
practice.
regardless, like I can give you multiple different studies. There was a large study that sampled about 500,000 people and showed 5 loci, which is like the location on a chromosome of genes that are implicated in
whatever
who
the
you're gonna
hell
be
that means.
attracted
All
to.
right, I think we should.
Do you want
I
that
think we should
study
just
or no?
agree to disagree here.
Well,
Not
like
really. I think we should just agree to disagree for the sake of this conversation, and I
So
think
you
we
don't
should
wanna
go
have
on
the
to the
debate?
God part.
Okay, so
No,
you
I'm
wanna
not
do
talking
the
about
God?
that. I'm talking about
Okay,
yeah.
why would
So
I?
let's
So
go
you're a
with the
Christian?
God part. Yeah.
Well, why would anything be wrong in a
No,
Christianity?
actually, but I'm. Huh?
Why would anything be wrong if you're a Christian?
What are you talking about?
Like, how can anything be wrong if you have like an omnipotent, all perfectly good God? I don't understand.
What are you saying right now? What?
Like,
It's all
okay.
free will.
Well, okay, so you say free will. I mean, God just wants people to have the freedom to do whatever they want, right?
What happened? Sorry, got a call real quick.
You say like you want like God wants people. When you say free will, you just mean God wants people to be able to do within what's in their power to do, right? With no intervention.
What the hell are you saying? I mean, like, God knows what you're gonna do, but I mean,
He's saying if
your free
creation is
will.
divine, how can imperfect and unclean things exist if creation is divine?
Who said creation was divine? What?
Bro.
What are
Your
you
Bible did.
I'm gonna drop the motherfucker.
Yeah,
All right. Well, the
He
Bible
knows
says
how to
kill the
troll.
gay, so I don't even know what we're
It
talking about.
actually does it.
Literally
Oh my
no.
God.
nowhere.
It literally does.
It
Have you
does
ever
not.
read Leviticus?
I've read the Bible
Well, let me-
12 times. I
Let
was
me ask him
adopted
this:
in that
the
fucking-
Bible also says, let's just claim that, let's just grant that for the sake of argument. The Bible also says that it's morally permissible to rape a captive woman. Do you think that that's morally permissible?
Absolutely.
That's the same
Oh,
guy.
here we go.
No, not normally. I mean, in
All
the
right, get out of here, bro.
Yeah, that's literally
Bro,
the
I
same
just
guy.
started the fucking stream, bro.
Yeah, I called that. I clocked that immediately.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I'll be right back. I gotta update my app.
Remember
My
and
shit
Daddy
isn't working.
together.
I tried to block that motherfucker 6 times and it didn't work. So I'm gonna be right back.
Jesus.
Yes, Kenzie, it's wonderful when mother and daddy are together. It's the perfect combo.
I wanted two on.
Apparently.
Y'all want the next one?
I don't know. Not at the rate that they've been going.
Not Bradley asking why is being a lesbian wrong, and then having a heteronormative couple on the panel.
I'm far from hetero. Sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm far from hetero.
Let me up, bud. Do you think being lesbian is wrong, Greg?
Hi, Athena.
All right, let's see. What's up, Athena? All right, Greg. How old are you?
Yo, hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
22.
Okay. Do you have an argument?
Yeah, I think lesbians portray feminism, and I don't like feminism.
When you say portray feminism, I don't know what you mean.
I think the feminist movement definitely made lesbians more popped out in society. So yeah.
That doesn't tell me why being gay
Well,
is wrong.
Same guy.
Well, I think feminism is wrong. So everything's wrong.
Why is feminism wrong?
Wait, so anything that... Yeah, there you go, Kenzie.
It portrays misandry,
What is misandry?
sexism.
You mean misogyny?
What is misandry?
No, sir. Misogyny is against women. Yeah, it's a hard word to grasp around.
Misogyny is against anyone.
No, it's not.
You don't think misogyny applies to you?
No, I'm not a woman. Thanks for asking for my pronouns, though. Appreciate it.
I think misogyny can very much apply to femininity and the disgust of it. So that could apply to men.
Misogyny is the hatred of women, and that's the definition of it. So I don't think
not.
it has to do with men.
I don't
Misandry
like
is the
how do you
hatred of
determine that someone hates women?
I don't know, says sexist things about women. They're probably misogynist. I mean,
So if you say one sexist thing about a woman, does that make you a misogynist?
no, it would be a misogynist thing to do.
How many sexist things do you have to say to be a misogynist?
I don't think
I
it's the
don't
same
know,
guy.
pretty,
'Cause this guy's been in
be
the
pretty
request for a minute.
consistent, you know? Feminists
pretty
are
consistent?
pretty consistent in being misandrous, so you guys are...
What's pretty consistent?
Sorry?
What's pretty consistent?
I don't know. Pretty consistent. Like, every word out of your mouth is misandrous. Yeah,
Wait,
you're a
wait,
feminist.
wait.
makes you
So
a feminist.
So I'm gonna swap
one
you out
second,
with,
one second.
say-
Great. So I just want to acknowledge that we went through this exercise to show that there really is not an effective way to measure how someone hates women. So that's why I think that this definition of misogyny just isn't effective. What I would say misogyny is that it is the police force of the patriarchy. It's the hate and hostility that women and girls experience for stepping outside of their patriarchal prescribed gender role. Because that is something we can actually measure. And I would argue that it is the objective of misogyny, is to try and condition women and girls to submit to their patriarchal gender role.
Well, I think they should. I think the nuclear family is very important.
Wait, that's skipping ahead of the argument. Do you accept my definition?
No, I don't, because that's not what misogyny means, but okay. whatever, dude.
Are you familiar with the difference between descriptive and prescriptive
This is
definitions?
like, you know, the definition of women. It's like you guys always have a different definition of this stuff.
Greg, calm down, calm down. Are you aware of what descriptive and prescriptive definitions are?
No.
So descriptive is what the dictionary uses. It just describes how people use it in language. Prescriptive is a claim on how we ought to use the word. So I'm making a claim on how we ought to use the word, because what you're defining as misogyny, I don't think's effective.
Well, it's kind of the gist to it. I mean, I don't know what else you want from it.
Greg, we just went through the exercise where you admitted you can't measure misogyny. You can't determine when someone's a misogynist.
Okay,
That's
so
what he says it
how
says.
do you determine? How do you determine it by your definition?
Again, it is the hate and hostility that women and girls receive for stepping outside of their patriarchal prescribed role.
Okay, so how do you determine if somebody's a misogynist then? By your definition.
By them showing the hate and hostility towards women and girls for stepping outside of the
It's the same
patriarchal
thing I
prescribed role.
said. So
No, that's not the
how
hatred.
much
Wait a
time do they
second.
have to do it to be misogynist?
We have to do it once. We have to do it once.
Oh my god. Okay, I could say the same thing for my definition.
Well, you didn't, though.
Okay, so I say the same thing for my definition. So what's wrong with my definition?
Well, your definition didn't,
Didn't like
how
what?
are you linking that saying sexist things means you hate women? Couldn't a misogynist just say, well, I love my mother, so I don't hate all women?
Right, but for you, it's not that for whatever reason. And to you, that person hates their mother, which I completely disagree with.
Hello, everybody.
Greg, you're not engaging. I just said that someone could counter, and I'm like, wow, that was really sexist. That would make you a misogynist.
So
They'd be
would they
like,
hate
I don't
their
hate
mother?
women. I like my mother. I love my sister.
Okay, so would they hate their mother under your definition?
Would they hate their mother? No. But hating women is not how I define misogyny. Do you have to hate all women? Do you have to hate a couple women? Like, what is it, Greg?
I love all women.
No, I think you have to hate the idea of women succeeding. I think that's what misogyny is.
Well, that's not what you defined it as. You just said it's the hatred of women, not women
Well,
succeeding.
that's the book definition of it, yeah.
That's a descriptive definition. We're talking
Yeah, the book
prescriptive.
definition.
Greg.
Yeah, the definition you made up in your head.
All definitions are made up, Greg.
Well, the definition you made up in your head is not in a book, so
It's
not.
not. Wait, I'm actually quoting theory from Kate Mann. Actually did not make up this definition. It's
So
from
where can I
Down.
find it?
It's from Down Girl. Kate Mann is a feminist philosopher.
Down Girl?
Actually,
Who the
yeah,
fuck
Down
is
Girl
Down
is the
Girl?
book, so it actually is a book, Greg.
Down Girl?
Yes, that is the name of the
That's not a
book.
credible source. That's like some weird
You
feminist.
just told me it
Anybody
wasn't
can
in
write
a
a
book,
book,
and
yeah.
it is in a book, Greg.
Okay, so I take my stuff from the Oxford Dictionary. I don't know if you do.
I love
The
Greg,
Oxford
dude. He's
Dictionary
hilarious.
actually says things that are correct, and I
Wait,
actually get my
Greg,
definitions from there.
Oxford Dictionary acknowledges themselves that they're not making prescriptive definitions.
Right, because
What,
they're
Greg?
not
What?
making shit up. They're
do you
making
think that,
descriptive
Greg? Do you think that definition should be circular?
No.
What's the definition of permission?
Permission is to allow.
What's the definition of allow?
To allow is to.
To give permission?
You can probably use a different word.
Wow, looks like the dictionary's circular, Greg. What now?
There's probably a different word that I don't know
What
of.
different word, Greg?
I don't know.
Well, why aren't we looking it up?
You can look it up. This is not
What's
my
the
thing. I don't give
definition?
a shit.
What's the definition of dust, Greg?
I don't even know another word for dust. Like fucking.
Well, what's the definition of dust? Wouldn't it remove particles from a surface? Or would it be to add particles to a surface?
I thought you were talking
Is
about.
that a contradiction, Greg?
or a verb?
I don't really give a shit if it is or not. I don't know
If
what's
it's
the
a
point. of it.
contradiction? Wait, you just said you don't like if it's circular. Why wouldn't you like if it's a contradiction?
If you're describing a word, I wouldn't use circular definitions. No.
But the dictionary does, Greg, and that's what you want to reference.
What dictionary?
Oxford. I just asked you to look up what permission is. You said to give access to, and I said, well, how do you define access? Is it to give permission? That's circular. The dictionary has a lot of circular definitions. Dust is a contradictory definition. That's why I think we should live in the land of prescriptive definitions, Greg, especially if we're talking about concepts.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about any circulation in the Oxford Dictionary.
Circularation? That's a good word. What does circularation mean?
Is that word?
It's describing feminism.
That's a condition.
Really? So if I look that up, that's in Oxford?
That's a circular.
Yep.
Can you spell that for me, Greg?
Circulation.
FEMISM.
This guy's an idiot.
Oh, so Greg can't spell either. So we're gonna act all high and mighty, citing the dictionary as evidence, and then not spell words. Gotcha.
Greg, you are the worst.
So do you just be misandrist as a feminist, or what's going on here?
Misandry isn't real.
Of course it's real.
No, it's not.
Greg,
So you don't
Greg, would you
expect
say that?
things from
Greg,
men?
would you say that Schnazis were anti-Semitic?
Annie, just letting you know, you're gonna have to
Yes.
mute people. My shit ain't working.
I got it.
I'm sorry, you said yes. Schnazis are anti-Semitic.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so if Jewish people hate Schnazis, what does that make them?
Anti-Schnazis.
Anti-Schnazi. Are you
Yeah.
anti-Schnazi?
Sure am.
Is that okay? So it's okay to hate oppressors.
Certain oppressors, yeah, 100%.
So
People that
why
actually
would it be
oppress
wrong
people.
for women to hate men if men are oppressing them?
When men are being oppressed.
Men aren't oppressed.
Men are
I can give you so many expectations that are held by feminists onto men.
Greg,
I want to step in on
asked
this
me a
one real
question.
quick.
Are we going to talk about the draft? We're being a
Is that women oppressing you?
Men set that up. Women did not set that up. That was set up by men.
Okay, so do you think you should be in the draft?
Themselves.
Do you think you should be in the draft?
I don't think the
I think the draft should be done away with.
Oh, now you don't think the draft should be a thing?
I've never thought it should be a thing.
Well, wait, Greg. When was the last time a man was drafted in the U.S.?
Are you for compelled taxation?
When was the last time? No, I'm anti-capitalist. Of course not.
Of course you are. All these feminists are communists and everything. It's like you guys.
I mean, I fucking wish they were. I wish more feminists were communists. What do you mean?
Jesus Christ.
Wait, I need to ask this. Greg, what's a communist?
When the government has means of production.
When the government?
No, that's not right.
I'm pretty sure that's fascism, dumbass.
Yeah. Opposite.
I think it's the same shindig.
No, they're not.
So you're just reiterating how much,
Fascism. What
how
are
much
you
you
on
don't
about?
know.
That's
Reiterating
not
how much you
fascism.
don't know.
Indy
That is-
Wells, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you for the $1 Venmo. Also, Zach AP, thank you so much for the raid over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much.
Do you also think socialist is the same?
It's literally a government that has means of production.
These people who
It's a
keep joining
classless
and
society.
not
Like, what is
opposition,
wrong with my
That,
definition?
that,
No state communism, Greg.
It's a stateless, classless society. There
Oh,
is no
so was I
organized
wrong?
government.
No. What do you want about?
You were wrong. There is no government set up
You-
in
you-
a communist society, in a
So
socialist
the
society.
government does not have means of
The
production.
means of production would be in the hands of us, the people,
That's not
not
true.
the government. Yes,
That's not true.
that is the.
That's literally Marx. Yeah, the means of production are owned by the workers or the proletariat. What do you mean?
That's not true, dude.
That is true. What is the
No,
proletariat,
the
Greg?
definition.
Dude, you guys are communists, dude. You can't tell me what's.
Yes, and so we know what we're talking about. I
This is-
fully am a communist, 1,000%. I'm a socialist communist, 100%.
You're just
So I do know what I'm
you're
talking
just
about.
poor.
Greg, why do I feel like you're the type of person that thinks strippers like you when you walk into the club?
Rippers?
They're
A stripper-
paid.
strippers
They're
love
paid to
the
like
sucker
you.
daddy.
Well, usually those are feminists, like Bonnie Blue. She's a feminist. You know, perfect.
No, she's not.
Blue is like
Yeah.
liberal feminism at best.
He literally calls
Bonnie
himself a
Blue
feminist.
is harmful to the feminist movement
How?
by praising the harm of women and girls, by fetishizing
Well,
the
he-
harm of women.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
everything
see,
she
He's
promotes.
for the
Kind of
sex work
racist.
industry, which I would say is like
She
another.
promotes a high. She promotes.
Can we? Why? What?
Promotes.
How did lesbians get to this?
Oh,
No idea.
fucking hell.
Because he thinks lesbians are feminist.
Of course they are.
Wait, so
And
you
by the way,
don't
she
think?
promotes
Wait,
the
I'm sorry.
exile,
You don't
the
think?
nuclear.
You don't think
She
that there are
promotes
like?
high body.
Hello, Greg. Wait, so you don't think there are like conservative, anti-feminist lesbians? Wow, thank you for the butterfly.
Majority of them are not, dude.
Hello, what was that?
Majority of them are not.
Oh, okay. So those lesbians are fine then.
It's not
Conservative,
about being fine.
conservative,
It's just about-
conservative lesbians who are not feminists are fine to you, and they're not doing anything wrong.
Well, being non-feminist and anti-feminist, yeah, they're fine.
Then they're fine being in a relationship with another woman. And then men, conservative men who are gay, they're fine being in a relationship with another man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not. So it seems like it's just weird. Like you're doing like an association fallacy. You're saying like most lesbians are feminists, therefore being a lesbian is wrong. I don't see why. That's just a non sequitur.
It's a dude. 70% of
It's like it's like
lesbians
if I
are
say
feminist.
like it's like if I say like most white people are Nazis, therefore it's wrong to be a white person, or something like that. If I was in like Nazi Germany, like that's just like an association fallacy. You know what association fallacy
Okay,
is?
well, would you say a lesbian is most likely a Democrat?
What the
Yeah, they're
fuck?
more likely to be a
What does that
Democrat.
have
Why
to
would that
do
have
with
to do
anything?
with whether it's
So,
wrong
Okay,
to be a
okay,
lesbian?
whatever that guy's name is. So
Yo, say my
usually
name.
when you're a
Say my name.
Democrat,
Say my name. Say my name. Say it slowly.
the Mr. Satan dude,
Oh no, it's not Mister. Say my name.
you're demonic, dude. That's like,
Oh, I know, and I want you to say it slower.
Yeah, so like,
can you?
I'm sorry. Do you know what the association fallacy is?
No, I don't. But
Okay.
can this guy bench?
So
the
I
bar?
don't know why. Like, hello. So the association
I saw
fallacy.
your mother last night.
So the association fallacy
Sounds
is
like
just.
you're 90 pounds,
Bro, what
buddy.
the fuck? Can I talk or no? So the association fallacy is basically when you pick out a property of like some entity or whatever. In this case, like being a lesbian, that's the property, right? And then you're saying they hold this other property, I guess, being a feminist or being a Democrat or something like that. And you said by virtue of the fact that they hold that other property, it follows that being a lesbian is wrong because that other property that they have is wrong. Like I don't that's just a non sequitur. In fact, it's a formal fallacy because it just doesn't follow. Right? So you're gonna have to
Usually when
give.
you're
So you're gonna have to give an argument for
usually
why,
when
by
you're a
virtue of the
lesbian
fact.
and you're a Democrat, you're most likely going to hold feminist values. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just
but
how
you're
it
not
is.
giving me an argument for why being a lesbian is wrong.
I just told you.
Wait, so is it wrong to be a woman because women are more likely to be feminists?
Actually, women are not more likely to become feminists. I don't know what you're on about.
Wait, you think men are more likely to be feminists than women?
No, I just don't think women are the majority of feminists. Like they're,
Men are the majority of
out
feminists.
out of all women, they're not the majority. Like,
Wait, so
no.
wait, so majority of feminists. Your view is majority of feminists are men.
No, I don't think women as a whole, the majority of women are feminists. I don't think
I didn't ask that. I said women are more likely to be feminists, and of the people who are feminists, most are going to be women.
out of men and women, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a property that is held. I would argue by most women, right? And most women are. So most feminists are going to be women.
Can
So why wouldn't
trans
you?
women be
If
feminists or
hello,
no?
hello. So why wouldn't you hold the view that being a woman is wrong, by virtue of the fact that women are more likely to be feminists?
What do you want about?
I guess he's not tracking.
Robert, can I get big screen real quick?
Sure. There you go. Oh, my bad.
What the fuck?
That's really zoomed in.
Well, yeah, you gotta like zoom out in your photo.
Wait, I don't-
What does it say though?
Oh, it says 60. Shit, hold on. In the United States, according to a Pew Research Center, 61% of women identify as feminists.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. That surprises me.
Yeah.
So
It's one part of the Western
61%.
civilization.
So is being a woman wrong, Greg?
Being a woman,
Being a woman.
you keep on muting me. So,
I just need a yes. I just need a yes or no, right? So it
you guys are
follows.
strong women.
It
You
follows.
keep
Wait,
on
hold on.
muting
Just to
me.
be clear. Just to be clear. I'm just gonna get the proposition. I just need a yes or no. Okay. Women
I'm talking
are.
about the entire
Hello.
world.
Hi. Mouth is moving. That means your mouth
I'm
stops.
talking about the
Okay.
entire world.
Hello. Hi. Mouth is moving. Your mouth stops. Okay. So women are 60% of women are gonna be feminists.
United.
Therefore, it follows that being a woman is wrong. Is this your view? Is that true or false?
You're talking about in the United States. I'm talking about the entire world.
Dude, you're the one who's been bringing in the Democrats the entire time. That's
No,
what you've been,
there's
you've
no
using, you've been
Democrats in
using United
England,
States terms in order to
Yeah.
have this conversation, you stupid
Only
fuck.
Democrats? There's only Democrats in the United States now? All right, Mr. 90 pounds.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait. Is
There we
Democrat
go.
not a particular term used in the United States to describe a political party
You
of
could
the
be a
United States?
conservative or a Republican in England. Am I mistaken?
Conservative, yes. Republican is an
You
American
can
group,
definitely be
you
whatever
dumb
the
shit.
fuck you want, dude.
God,
Dude,
it's
you can
talking to
identify
somebody
as
who got
as
hit in the head
attack
way too many
helicopter
times as a
tomorrow.
kid. Way too many times as a kid.
All right, you can't bench the bar. Who gives a fuck? I mean, like, what are you on about right now?
I benched your mother last night, and
No, you
trust
can't.
me, she was
All right,
heavier
you know
than the
what?
bar.
Because of that, I'm not even gonna give you the bar. I'll give you two.
Well, I think most mothers are heavier than the bar. The bar's only like 45 pounds.
Yeah.
Wait, guy up top. Hello. How old are you? Bruh,
Kid.
drop
That's a
immediately.
A fetus.
I was just talking about you in an abortion debate last night, bro. It's crazy. Back
Also,
to this guy.
for the record, folks, 58% of women worldwide identify as feminist. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Women are wrong. Women are bad.
It's so incorrect. It's not even funny.
Oh, what's
Sorry.
what's your problem with the methodology? Since you know
So
what the
you don't
methodology
think
is.
Middle Eastern countries?
But that's a question. I need you to give me like the problem. I need you to give me the problem. Hello, I'm gonna need you to give me. Yeah, that would be the other 40%.
80% my ass.
Wait, what are you talking about? Like, there's sects of feminism that relate to ethnicity and race.
Literally, feminism started in.
There's like indigenous feminism.
What does that shit even mean? Indigenous feminism. You guys are just making shit up.
Wait, $25 to get rid of this dumb fuck.
What do you mean? What do you mean when
That's
you
the
say
bar, buddy.
we're making definitions up and like all those are made up? Like, what do you mean when you say that?
You think
What
like
the fuck is
definition?
indigenous
Do you think? I'm
feminism?
sorry. Do you think definitions just come floating out of the sky? Like they come on a meteorite and like, oh, now we know what this word means because it came from a. It didn't come from a mind. I don't understand. Can you elaborate
Yes,
on
just
that?
value.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Yes, just like low valued women. They came from the fucking sky. Like these people down here, low
What's a
valued.
low value woman? I mean, men will fuck
Anyone that
food and
rejects
like moist holes in the wall.
Hey, Carter,
Somebody
check.
who's obese.
I know. I see it. I see
Somebody who's broke.
Anyways, feminism was actually
High
started
body
by a
count.
French philosopher. So, thank you. Not
Oh,
United
yeah,
States.
All right, Miss
let's
Obese.
talk about
Nobody's
body
talking
count.
about
What's
that.
a high body count, Greg?
And what do you consider obese there, bud? So I'm pretty sure 120
I don't
pounds.
know, probably around the 250s. You're a woman, so you're around like what, 5'6", maybe 5'5".
4'11", 120.
260s, kind of, pushing it.
I love how you just like think you know, but I'm 4'11", 120.
Hold on, real
Nice
quick.
try.
I gotta-
120,
I gotta ask-
4'11"?
Hold on, wait. Hold on, everyone shut up. Kenzie, I need to ask you a question.
Okay,
What's the shape of Italy?
a boot. Aw, we're gonna Greg in the dirt.
it. Yeah. Grandmaster, thank you for the 25 to kick. He wasn't.
I should have said a dildo.
Love you, Kenzie.
Somebody said, Greg, you can talk when you can find it.
Can I ask one thing? And this is the only thing I ask of conservatives. Just think of better insults. Just think of it. Just
Well, if they
hit
can
me
think
with
better,
something that
if they can
absolutely
think of
fucking
better
hurts.
insults, they'd be comedians. But conservatives don't know how to be comedians. It's just pretty.
Also, just to be fair, that was the same dude that you dropped twice before. Just so you're aware.
Know that.
Yeah, but now Carvin got paid.
Which is fine. Which is fine. You're live. You're whatever. I just want to make sure that you know that that was the same guy who said that it was okay to rape little girls, and then whatever he said on the second account. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know what he means by saying Bonnie Blue's smooth. Like people are sending me shit, like her taking pictures with Andrew Tate.
Yeah, and she said she's not feminist. She's anti-feminist as well. She's publicly said that. She promotes the harm of women. And
Isn't
like,
that the
the
porn
harmful
star
side
that's
of-
in a lot of hot water right now?
Yeah, because she's promoting a very unhealthy side of Schmeck's work that puts women in really bad lights and like is like harmful to women. Like we're all for Schmeck's work. Great work, we love it. It's very valid. But there is an unsafe side to these things, and she's promoting that, and that's not okay.
Shout out to Amazon,
Wait, I don't
Robinhood,
know,
Bounce House,
like,
and
what do you mean
Snickerdoodle.
by
Thank you for
sex
the follow.
What do you mean by sex work? Just wanted to jump in.
Wait, we'll
Me?
get to you in a second.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I just asked that question. That's literally the question I just asked.
Work within Schmeck's, pornography.
Defining just work like within labor, are we talking about like a capitalist industry?
I just wanted to chime in here.
Oh my god.
I'm thinking now, Kenzie.
How old are you up top?
Me, I'm 22.
Okay. Why is being a lesbian wrong?
Well, I actually wanted Kenzie to elaborate on her point on the sex work. Wanted to let her
Say
speak.
some
I
instance for
could. I
that.
could.
I didn't make a
Oh,
position on
sorry,
sex.
sorry. Do you want me to give the point or let Kenzie finish?
Background.
Just give your point and then
I
we'll move on
didn't
to the
give a
lesbian.
position on sex.
I personally, I think it's reprehensible, and
Oh, sorry, that was preemptive.
I think sex work under capitalism is exploitative.
Okay, I understand now what you
The
mean.
furtherance of patriarchy.
Yes, 1000% agree.
wait. I had a question on that point about the patriarchy and
Background.
that kind of work.
Background.
Why
Yeah.
is being a lesbian wrong, V?
I already said why, and I got muted.
Yeah, I was
Oh, why?
preemptive.
We didn't hear
Sorry,
you.
Carmen.
Oh. Well, then I'll go again. I said I think it's morally reprehensible and disgusting.
Well,
Why?
when that's just synonymous with the term wrong. Do you have like a reason why?
Yeah, I was just about to elaborate actually.
Oh, what?
You know, for one, I think it's unnatural. I don't think we need to live for pleasure. I think we need to live in the way that we were created. It's a whole for a reason. You
Oh,
don't put
Bible.
holes together.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so what do you mean
It's
by
no, it's not
wait, hold
Bible.
on.
It's natural.
Okay, what do you mean by natural? What does natural mean?
Natural, by natural, I mean it's the way we were created, the way we were designed. The reason dogs don't have sex with dogs, the schmecks with
It
dogs,
indicates a
the way
creator.
cats,
All right, so
lesbian cats.
there's a
don't
lot of
scissor
presuppositions here.
cats.
There's a lot of presuppositions here. First of all, like you're gonna
Well,
have to
my
give,
main
wait,
point
hold on,
is
just like I'm
me
talking,
too.
my guy. Like there's a lot of like just don't overtalk me, we won't overtalk you, okay? All right, so there's a lot of presuppositions here. Like you said that we're designed and we're created by presumably some sort of agent. You're gonna have to give some sort of argument for that. Then you're gonna have to give an argument for that agent somehow intended for lesbians to not be together. And then you're gonna have to give an argument for even if there's a designer and they did intend for that, why it's somehow wrong to go against those intentions, right? But like, but we can cut past all of that and just say like, yeah, it's natural for somebody to be like attracted to somebody of the same sex because that's what their nature is. Their nature is like their genetics determine them to be that way, just like my genetics determine me to be straight. And that's true for lesbians and gay men too. So
Well, to go to your first point, I think your entire premise, all three questions are void because my point was not about a creator or God or anything like that.
That designed.
It's
yeah, you said you
organ-
used intentional language like
Design,
design.
yeah, design indicates
that's why
a
I said
creator.
that.
No, I mean, I am a Christian, but I won't even go to.
Okay, so
I
you
won't
want to use a
even go
secular
to-
argument. So you want to use a secular
Yeah,
argument
yeah.
Okay, so when
And
you
I'm
said
saying,
design, that's the reason why, because designed and usually the way that most people use that term is intentional in nature. So if that's not what you meant, then what do you mean by designed?
I mean, okay, we can go through, the evolutionary route instead and take a secular path. We evolved into a certain way through thousands and thousands of years of evolution. There's a hole in a woman for a reason. It's not for pleasure.
What is the purpose of a clitoris?
To encourage sexual reproduction.
How does the clitoris encourage sexual reproduction?
Because it's pleasurable and people chase pleasure.
All right, wait.
And
So
how
we
is pleasure
ought
not a part of sex?
we ought chase pleasure then?
Well, hold on. Who's point first?
Also, I don't know if
Well,
you know
we're like, wait, hold on, wait. Like, I just like,
I get
there's like
lost
so
in
many
that.
questions being. Wait, okay. So I just want to make sure I understand the view. So evolution, yielded this outcome, which is that some people want to reproduce with each other, right? And then therefore we're jumping from that to being a lesbian is wrong because lesbians don't reproduce with each other. Is that the steel man?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, well, because I was first going to Kenzie's point because she had asked, well, then why is there a clitoris if it's not meant to be? And I said, to the entire reproductive organ was not designed through evolution simply for your personal pleasure. The pleasure comes to encourage us to continue to reproduce. And that's the reason the clit is there. But then to go to the next point, or you can go then.
Yeah, so like I'm trying to get from like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get like because this is you're familiar with the appeal to nature fallacy, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you know that's the fallacy you're committing right now, right?
No, because
Rapture, thank you for the solstice. Go ahead.
No, and I'll go into this. I think this is where I think this is where a lot of debaters who fall on strictly logic tend to fall apart because you're gonna logically reduce everything to these logical patterns and logical thought processes and really really break it down. And when you do that, you can just reorganize everything in another logical way. But
I don't know what you're saying at all.
Listen, there's a natural design. Yeah, it's how it's
the fuck right now.
Yeah, like
You do
listen,
not
like
have an
if it were the case that people like the evolutionary process were such that the optimal way to reproduce would be to grape people, would you say we ought to grape people?
No,
Why not?
because there's especially within humans, I think humans are, and this goes into a whole nother thing. We won't get into it, but I think humans are one, they're the top. We were designed to be the top, and I think we have a conscious.
Dude,
we have a higher level of consciousness.
Hold on.
than other animals.
This conversation needs to stop. Stop. Your entire fucking secular argument that you made, you do not believe. You do not believe whatsoever. You do not believe in evolution. You believe in a fucking non-secular source, which is your holy book. Use that. Stop trying to pretend that you understand the argumentation from a secular point of view. You don't.
I was
You fail
actually
every fucking time. You're using the appeal to fucking nature fallacy, and you're saying it's not a fallacy because somehow logic is incoherent and you can make logic in any fucking way. It doesn't make any sense. Just use your book. Stop pretending that you actually have a secular reason for this. Use your book.
Can
So-
I ask one question?
Well, hold on. I actually was being respectful to stop to walk into the secular arena with all of you
You
guys.
don't know what
Simply-
you're talking about.
Simply because
That's the reason why I'm telling you to not
my
use it. You
worldview
don't
relies
know
on
it.
faith, and it would become a stalemate of
Yes.
just faith.
So use
Okay,
that. So
Kenzie, you
stop.
said you wanted to
No,
ask
stop this.
Yeah. So if you do think that like there are aspects of anatomy that have to do with pleasure when engaging in sex, do you think that men have a G-spot?
No, like in their like I don't know its terms of service, but in the dirt road, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's in their booty hole. Why would God put the male G-spot in their booty hole?
I don't know about that. I don't know if that's some sort of like perversion of natural
Oh no,
male
it's
anatomy.
there. It's there.
Yeah,
It's a thing.
there.
Is it the same one as a female?
Well, no, women don't have women typically don't have prostates, so no.
I'm talking about the G spot within a.
Right, the G
the
spot
front.
for a man is his prostate, which is stimulated through his rectum.
And a woman's G spot is an internal part of the clitori inside the vagina.
Well, so that's what I was kind of drawing the parallel. I thought she meant that men have that same G spot, but it's actually just seems to be like
No, it's
like a weird perversion of like just being next to a sensitive area within your body. I don't think that was
I don't know
designed
what you mean by
to.
if what you mean by perversion is that it wasn't designed, right? And what you mean by designed is that it was developed through the evolutionary process. That's just false
Well, then I
because
got
it
it.
was developed through the evolutionary process.
Yes, for one purpose and one purpose
What
only.
was the purpose?
Did you just hear him? Did no one just catch that?
What?
Did no one catch that? We were designed, but that part wasn't designed.
Which is
Did no one catch that?
yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then why is that there? Why is that located there?
I really don't know. I really don't know what
God
you're
created us
referring to.
and had a purpose. for
Nobody
all
talks
beings.
about this ever. I feel like this is a very weird. I'd have to pull up
We
a
talk
source.
about it all the time. You haven't come around enough.
Ducko, thank you for the
I mention it
199
often
YouTube, by the
when we
way.
have this conversation.
No, I'm talking about in the general, the general health field. This is not
I
something
agree.
that's,
This should
or
be
this
addressed
isn't
more for
something
men.
that's
I
does.
agree.
Well, I
I
think
agree because prostate health is really important for men. So I do agree that we should talk about this.
Yeah, and in general, like the argument, just like you wouldn't. I don't think you would hold. You're off the app, by the way. I guess while he's off, I'll say thank you to Encrypted. Thank you for the $15 super chat. Over on YouTube, the core reason they can never make a great point is because they don't actually believe in
Can you hear
anything.
me?
This is why they can never answer a yes or no question. They can only repeat what they hear. Thank you so much for that. For the 15 over on YouTube, I appreciate you. Yeah, I can hear you. So, I mean, what's the natural design purpose of our legs?
To stand, walk, run.
Okay, so are we perverting the use of our legs by driving?
Or by kicking?
No, these are natural functions, not weird
You think
ways.
cars
to
are
stand.
natural?
No, I think the use of your legs in that motion is natural.
Wait, you're not using your wait, so like if we have a
Nothing bad
car,
comes out of it.
wait, oh, okay, so you're saying that if it's the case
Yeah, that was going to be my next. That was going to be my next point because
wait,
you hear
you didn't
a
add
lot of
this conjunct
stories.
because now originally you said you're
Well, I
doing
got
it against its
interrupted.
purpose, and then you're saying, well, it has to be against its purpose and it has to be bad. But the argument in question is that doing it against the argument that you presented at first was doing it against its purpose is the bad thing. But now you don't hold that view. Now you're goalpost shifting.
Well, because she had asked me about the male G spot, and so I was moving
Well,
to
like
that.
no,
because
like
that's why
is
I
it
was
wrong
she
to
moved the
use?
goalpost
I'm
herself.
sorry, is it wrong to use your body parts for something other than their quote unquote purpose that they were quote unquote designed to do?
Yeah, what could you
Okay.
possibly do?
So
Like,
it
you
follows from that,
bent your
given
knee
that
right away.
were our legs designed to transport us, like were we designed to transport ourselves through via cars and like airplanes? Is that what our design was?
You're not understanding.
That was a
Just
question.
because I know I'm gonna answer, but I need to get back to the original point.
This is core to the point.
Our legs can do those things, so therefore we are doing the function that car is not.
No.
Some sort of
Our leg.
external-
No, you
Maybe
want to
we
make the
won't get
strongest.
into orgasm. What
Yeah,
do you
you want to
mean?
make the
That's what I'm
stronger claim. You're trying to weaken your claim now. Your claim was
That's what
our
I
no.
need
You're
to
saying
respond to
that
her.
is what our legs are designed to do. Therefore, we ought use them in that manner. That is a normative position that you're taking. So, if we ought transport ourselves with our legs, then it's just wrong for us to go in an airplane. It's wrong for us to go inside of a car or ride a bicycle, because that's not what our legs were designed to do. They were designed to use this walking motion to go like this, not to sit here and then move this way, right? That would be a wrong thing under your view.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to. Our legs, by design, can move in a certain motion, and just because you put them on certain pedals or certain objects that can move something else, doesn't mean it's unnatural. Now, this is the point I need to get to. To that.
Hold on, Jonah.
here's the next thing, and that goes back to Kenzie's point about the booty hole. Is instead of it being used as its natural function, which is to shit, a lot of the times, and you hear these stories, gay people have to open it up through drugs. A lot of them are on diapers. So the point I'm saying is that to move it.
Wait. One second. Like, people have to open their cervix through drugs in order to give birth.
Let's say rugs. Let's say rugs for the TikTok. By the way,
I could say that's an assistance to like a natural occurrence as well. Like, my whole point is that you're just prescribing what you think the function ought to be, not through any actual rhyme or reason. Would you say the purpose of the stomach is for digestion?
Yeah.
Is it immoral to induce vomiting?
It can do that.
Is it
It's a
right?
natural
that was the
process.
question.
Oh my god.
It's a
Wait,
natural
so
process.
okay, so a lesbian can use her tongue on a clitoris, can she?
Yeah, isn't
Yes,
that
but it's
maybe
not
that's
a
why it's
natural
external.
process.
Maybe that's why it's external, is so that it can be accessed.
It's not so
In
that the
fact-
pelvis.
in fact,
It's so that the
women-
pelvis can-
In fact, women who are in relationships with other women have more orgasms than they do with men.
No.
You repeat the last sentence. The kid's screaming.
Oh, hello, my friend.
Why were you keeping
Bunch
them
of
up
trolls.
there? Women who are in relationships with other women have more orgasms than women who are in relationships with men.
Yeah, because they target it. But men can do the
And so if
same
you're
thing.
saying that, like,
What's the point?
if you're saying that orgasms are an incentive for reproduction, then wouldn't orgasms, like, if we're following that, wouldn't we lead ourselves to women?
No, the whole point is that it's a hole. There's one function for that, which is to put something inside of it to
Really?
inseminate
Where does the baby come out?
the vagina.
Which is the same hole.
Same
So the
hole, right?
so the purpose of the vagina
Yes.
is not for a baby to come out of?
It's only for PPs, guys. It's only for PPs.
There's a natural reason why it gets so big at the time of childbirth.
Again,
There's only
This
one
is
reason it
this
does
is
that.
why this
That
is why I
means it's a
stated
natural
earlier.
process.
This is why I stated earlier. This is why I stated earlier. Your argument, you are not qualified to have this conversation
Yeah, just
with a
contradictory.
non-secular argument. You do not know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't. Just get to your book, man. Just get to the book. That's
don't
the
know why
only
this
reason to
bothers
hold
you
this
so
view.
much.
Wait, okay, so V, if God did not exist, could anything be wrong?
I think God is good, and
I didn't answer
God
my
describes
question.
him.
If God did not exist, could any action be wrong?
No, probably
Okay.
not. No.
So this is kind of what Satan's talking about. If you're using a secular argument, definitionally it can't be wrong because it's not rooted in God, correct?
True. I'd agree
Okay,
to
so you should be using your argument where actual morals come from, right?
that. Again, I was trying to explain my morals in a more
Those aren't
logical
your
arena than
morals.
just backing it. That then
You
is
didn't
instead
invoke
not
you
backed by
if everything that you said up to now did not invoke God at all, which necessarily means under your worldview that it's not wrong, correct?
Yeah, in my
Okay.
in my world.
So what's your actual argument for why being a lesbian is wrong?
Well, if we want to go on the words of good, wrong,
Hello.
evil, whatever it might
I
be.
got you, Lost. Hold
of
on, give me a
course
second.
Of course it's God. Of course it's
Okay.
God at the end of the day. That's
So,
my
okay.
stance on it. And of
Well-
course it's, and even if we go into, sorry, continue.
No, go. You're good.
Well, no, I was gonna jump into another, like a segue into it, but I'd rather not just run through points.
Yeah, so you believe in the Christian God, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so just to like make sure we're consistent, God was good for commanding the unaliving and the genocide of the Amalekites and their children, correct?
Look, God said yes. God said it's good. Then it was good. It serves. There's the same reason why, at the beginning of any big or any rising nation, in order to form a market, slavery unfortunately must happen first.
Okay.
It's the same type of birth pains for growth.
And second question, he was also good for saying that the Israelites were allowed to grape captive women, force them into marriage and grape them, correct? In Deuteronomy 21.
Is that God or the Jesus Christ God? Is that from the Old Testament?
God from the Old Testament. The God that you serve explicitly stated that you're allowed to take a captive woman from a land that you've conquered, force her into marriage, and grape her.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're getting that, and I don't know if that's
in
in
Deuteronomy 21:12.
I'm not sure if that's a.
Why would that be any
Jewish
worse than the
interpretation.
genocide one? You said Jewish interpretation?
Yep.
That's
Wait,
where it originally comes from, though.
Do
Brian.
you
know that,
like?
right?
Do you think that the Bible is the true word of God?
I do.
Okay, so
But
here
we
it's
have to discern between the Old Testament. There's differences between the two.
is the God of the Old Testament different from the God in the New Testament?
No, the people of the Old Testament before Jesus Christ came down are different.
Jesus was Jewish and held to the Torah.
But the God was the
also
same. It
believe
says, "When you go to war
God-
against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take captives. If you notice among the captives a beautiful woman, and you are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. Bring her into your home. You have her shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside clothes that she was wearing when she was captive. After she has lived in your house and mourned her mother and her father for a full month, then you may go into her, and you may be her husband, and she shall be your wife." All right, that's great, right? We do agree.
Yeah, again, very different people.
But it
Not
was
to
the same
mention-
God, right? I'm evaluating God's command right now. That was God's command. Do we agree?
I need to see who the authors of that were. I get
Deuteronomy.
and if it's
Who's the
Old
author?
Testament, it's
Who lays
different-
down the law in Deuteronomy?
different times.
Moses.
Who lays down the law in Deuteronomy?
Do we follow Moses?
No.
Was
Who
that the
laid
word of
down the
God?
law? Who
Jesus
gave
Christ is the word
who
of
gave Moses the law?
Moses was man.
Who
This was a
gave
fallen
Moses
time.
the law? Where did Moses say that he got the law from?
Again, this is a.
I'm gonna keep asking the question until you answer the question. It
Not
says where does it say? Where does the Bible say, which is the true word of God? Where does the Bible say that Moses got his laws from?
Moses wrote in the Old Testament that he got his laws from God.
Right. Now, is the Bible true when it expresses a proposition?
When God extended himself.
That's a
in
yes or no
human form,
question. When you read a verse
that's
in the Bible and it establishes that that's what happened, is that true?
Yes.
Not if it came from man. It did not come from the Son of
So,
God.
okay, so the Bible is not a reliable source of information under your view, correct?
The Bible is, especially in the Old Testament, as a historical time.
Oh, okay.
of
So
how the
it is
people were.
reliable. So when the Bible says that God, the God that you serve, handed down this law that I'm reading to Moses, that is reliable, correct?
It all came through Christ first.
I'm going to ask the question again. The law that God laid down explicitly
Moses
through
is
Moses.
the Son of God.
I didn't ask who Moses
follow
is.
Moses. Talking
I
about the
asked
enemy?
you, was God good when he issued this command? Was that a good command? Yes or no?
We don't know if Moses' interpretation is that of God's word.
Okay, so
It's
the
not
Old
reliable.
Testament. Okay, so then say the Old Testament's unreliable as a
The Old
source of
Testament,
information.
again, like I've said,
You're
is more
contradicting
of a.
yourself.
I'm not. This is more
Okay,
of
when
a.
Moses said that there was an exodus of Israelites out of Egypt under slavery, is that a reliable source of information?
We can assume so based because it's not him saying God told me that.
Yeah,
there
he
was
did.
a Israel.
Yes, he did.
Who
Where?
talked to the burning bush?
In Deuteronomy.
Who talked to the burning bush?
That would be Moses.
Okay, and what did the burning bush said? Who was the burning bush, by the way? That was God, right?
I am that I am.
We can assume so. Yes.
Yeah.
Again,
okay, so like I don't understand what your
follow
view
the
is.
law
When the
and the
when
morals of the New Testament.
okay, in the first 5 books of the Bible, right? If it says the Lord said X, is it your position that the Lord said X? Is that true or false?
Again, we do not follow the Old Testament.
I didn't
don't
ask
know
if
how
you
to-
follow the Old Testament. I'm asking you if they represent true propositions.
We can assume so.
Okay, so if the Old Testament represents true propositions and the Old Testament expresses a proposition that God handed down this law and the law says that you can take a woman captive and marry her and grape her, do you hold to the view that God commanded a good thing? Yes or no? In that circumstance.
I mean, we can one run through the context of that verse again, and two, if God said it, and that's it, and that was the command at the time.
Okay, I'm hopping in. I gotta hop in.
All right.
And we have to follow it.
Annie, can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Yes.
Is Jesus God?
Are you asking me or someone else?
I'm asking you. Yes. Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Okay. So Jesus did say these things in the Old Testament. Thank you. Annie, your turn.
Yeah, so really quick, do you discredit when Jesus backs up Mosaic law and he says that you are to follow Mosaic law, that he affirms Moses and what he said? Are you like discrediting that? Are you discrediting the fact that Jesus held to Mosaic law and held to what Moses said and told his people to also do so? Are you discrediting that in the New Testament?
No, and that's what I said at the end of my statement is at the end of the day, if God is if that is God's command at the timing, given the contextual clues and the time, then yeah, absolutely.
Because Jesus does say in Matthew 5:17, you are still required to follow old law in the Old Testament, because Jesus would have been a Torah observant Jewish man. He followed what it said in the first 5 books. The verses that Carbon has given you are within these things. The words that Moses said in these books were divine word of God according to Jesus. That these words, Moses was one of God's most important prophets. He was the voice and the power of God on earth far before Jesus was. He had the power of God. That is how he was able to go up against Ramses' prophets and to split the sea. That he was able to do this through the power of God. So like you trying to discredit Moses and what he said because he's just a man. Sure, he was just a man, but he had the power of God on his side and anime.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said,
can I get just real quick before you respond? Dell and Lost, can I get you guys' ages?
I'm 54.
54 and Lost
31.
31. Are you guys both in opposition? You think being lesbian is wrong?
I mean, I just you know, it depends on how you view it.
What about you, Dell?
That's a yes question. What are we doing?
I think it. I mean,
Okay,
from a
Dell, I'm
moral
gonna drop you because I'm looking for opposition right now.
From a moral standpoint, I do think that you know, it depends on how you view it. You know, if you're a Christian, absolutely.
Well, that's why I'm not asking other people. I'm asking you.
I'm a Christian. You know.
Okay, so under your view, it's wrong to be a lesbian. Where'd the other guy go? What the fuck?
You know,
you didn't like me.
You can be a murderer. You can be a lesbian. You know, at the end of the day, yeah, it's wrong.
Okay.
It's a sin. It's a
You can
sin.
be a murderer, you can be a lesbian.
It ends up being a sin.
Why can't I be both? Like,
You can be whatever you want.
Murder that. All right, so Lost.
You know, it's all just part of the same thing.
So Lost. Okay, can you give me your best argument for why you think being a lesbian is wrong?
I mean, just like I said, it's a sin. At the end of the day, it's.
When you say sin, you just mean wrong, right?
aren't you a sinner, Lost?
So okay,
Definitely.
so like, I'm trying to figure out what about being a lesbian makes it a sin. Like, I don't understand.
I mean, we can go on and on about it. It's just it's
Yes.
incorrect. It's not morally correct.
Yeah, that you're just
know, it's-
you're just restating the premise, right? Like, we agree, we know what your view is now. You think it's morally incorrect. You think it's wrong. You think it's a sin. We're asking why. Like, do you have justification that
Because
would,
God intended for man. And
Okay.
Yeah, because that's not what God intended.
Okay, so all right, so there's a couple of yeah, like there's the question of how you know what God intended. There's the question like how do you know God exists? And there's also the question like why is it wrong to go against God's intentions, right? Which one did you want to tackle
Why
today?
do you think it's right?
Huh?
Why do you think it's
Well,
correct?
that's a question, but like, I don't think it's correct. I think it's amoral. I have good reasons to say that
I
somebody
think it
should
was correct
be.
because
Well, yeah.
I
there you
think
go.
Jesus was gay.
Kinsey thinks it's morally obligatory to be a lesbian, actually.
That's badass.
And I think because Jesus was gay. And so when I ask myself, what would Jesus do? Jesus would do gay things.
I mean, it's said many times in the New Testament that he did the gay things with the feet and the hands and the mouth.
Jesus was 100% a homie hopper. You cannot convince me otherwise.
I would say the man was bi or pan because he did have Mary around. So, like, you know, I'm not going to throw on that, like, full-on label. I think he was more fluid with it, if anything.
Like, I'm not trolling. I really do believe Jesus was having sex with men.
Absolutely. I mean, we can look at that with the very specific wording that they used of the washing of the feet. This is known.
Yes.
I also think he was trans.
What is the word? Innuendo of the time for the Glug Glug 3000. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. Homie liked the homies, and that's okay. It's okay. We love that for him.
Lost. Did you want to give your best case for God? Would you like to explain why?
I would like a rebuttal
morals,
to Jesus is gay,
God's morals.
personally.
What was the other one, Carbon?
I mean, you gotta. Where in the Bible does it talk about Jesus being gay?
The
I've never read that.
In the Bible, it
What about
talks
the
about...
washing of the feet? It's a tradition.
Yeah, it
that's
was
it.
very much tradition within a very.
It never states that he was a homosexual.
So when he
Well,
said,
it doesn't an innuendo through washing of the
Never
feet.
said he
There
was
was a man
straight.
who slept with. There was a man who slept with another man's wife, and they were afraid that she became pregnant. So he said, "Go home and wash her feet," which was an indication you should go home and have sex with her so that she becomes pregnant as soon as
It was an
she's
indication.
right. And they always say that Jesus was,
If that's
washed
the way
the
you
feet of
interpreted that?
his
No.
12 disciples.
I mean,
it's not our personal interpretation. This is like a known fact that this is what this meant.
Jesus.
give me more context. What verse is that? Where does it say, hey, this is what Jesus meant when he said that? I mean, it makes no
this
sense.
through cultural context of looking at this society in this time, understanding the culture that Jesus lived in. We can look at the innuendos that were used at the time, and this innuendo, this is what it meant to wash of the feet. It meant to do sexual acts.
I mean, I guess I don't see it that way. I mean, if you see it that way, that's
fine. You can
perfectly fine. We can agree, disagree. That's fine.
Three
You know,
all you want.
I
Why
see
are
it a
you
different way.
denying the Bible?
Very heretical of you.
I'm denying the Bible. I'm not denying the Bible.
You are.
I'm clear. No, I'm not. No,
You're denying its context.
you're missing. No,
Well,
you're,
like let me
that's
ask you this:
incorrect.
why would God?
are.
Why would your God create gay people?
My God. Well,
Yeah.
do you believe in God?
No, like this is an internal critique. I think your God is incoherent.
Okay.
I'm just
Well,
okay. Why would he create? Yeah,
why would he create gay people? We can. Well, he didn't create gay people. He didn't create murderers.
So when we look at the
You
empirical
choose
evidence,
to be a murderer.
so
you
when we
know?
look, so
Uh-huh.
when we look at the empirical evidence, right? The scientific consensus, given like our understanding of genetics, human behavior, is that our sexuality is determined by a cluster of genes and loci on chromosomes that influence how hormones interact with your brain in utero, and that influences what kind of morphology you're generally going to be attracted to, right? So there's multiple different studies. Hold on, almost done. There's multiple different studies, and the large majority of the studies do show that the reason why people are attracted to who they're attracted to with respect to sex is by virtue of their genetics. And if it's the case that the Christian God created us via our genetics and he designed that genetic code, then it follows from that he created gay people.
Well, I don't know where you're getting that from. I didn't.
I can give you that study right now.
Please, I mean, how do you determine that? I mean, you can't be. I mean, I just don't know. where you're getting
Yeah,
your-
sure, I can answer that question. It's called a genome-wide association study, right? That's how we determine which genes are associated with behaviors.
Right. So you think that a human being determines what sex they're attracted to from before even
Their
before they were
genetics,
even born?
their genetics determines like let's use you as an example. You're a straight man.
Yes.
Okay. How do you think you became straight?
Well, I wasn't always straight. I've experimented and all that, but you know, and I think that's it's completely normal.
I think we're starting to understand a little bit about your views now. Okay, so you used to be attracted to men.
Back when I was in middle school, yeah.
You were attracted to boys that were.
No, I wasn't specific. No, I wasn't. I just, like I said, it was just.
So you weren't. You were just experimenting, but you weren't actually attracted.
Correct.
Okay, then you weren't gay. You know what it means to be gay is it's a mental state. It's like to be attracted to somebody, right? Like the way that you're attracted to women, is the experience that a lesbian might have to that same woman, generally speaking.
Wait, so let's go back to your original question. You asked me why.
If God is,
let's go back to your original question.
Why would he create the genetics that would determine somebody to be attracted to somebody in the same general morphology as them?
I mean, it all boils down to sin. That's how I see it. You know, and I'm going to use the same example I did a while ago about murderers. You know, everyone's got we're not perfect. You know, you choose whether you want to act upon.
Okay, well, that's a different. Okay, do you think the attraction is wrong, or do you think acting on the attraction is wrong, or both, or neither?
Both. I sincerely think both.
Well, that's a problem, because if you think just having the attraction is wrong, but choosing not to act on it, then God just ordained somebody to be wrong. He just created a sin. Like he just I want you to sin. Like that's all in which I don't even understand what it means for the Christian God to say I want you to sin, because sin is by definition what he doesn't want. Yeah, like I can. It's a genome-wide association.
I just don't believe that it's in our DNA structure. You know, I don't.
Well,
believe that.
Why don't you believe that? You have empirical basis for that, or you're just saying that just because you don't
it's
like
just
it?
Like you know. Yeah, I mean, it's not in my DNA structure to like golf or football. I like both. You know, just to say it's not. It doesn't
because
make
golf
any
is a
sense.
later societal invention.
It makes no sense
attraction
at all.
has occurred. Attraction is a mental state that has been with humans pretty much. Well, I mean, pretty much all mammals, I think, for all of our history, right? Not golf. Golf is a recent human invention. Of course, you're not going to have genetics that determine you to be attracted to certain like golf. I don't understand why you made that point.
Well, it just doesn't make sense. I'd have to look it up. I mean, where did you get that from? What source?
Yeah, the study is called a genome-wide association study. Reveals insights into the genetic architecture of same-sex sexual attraction. Right, and they looked at
also there are.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Well, it looked at 500,000 people, and it identified 5 strongly associated genes that determine same-sex sexual attraction. Go ahead, Charlie.
I was just gonna say, there are cave paintings of people with golf clubs. So I mean, when you say golf hasn't been here for sorry.
Also, I feel like when you came in, you stated that it's not natural. I need to understand what you mean by that, because natural just means it occurs in nature, right? And we do observe this happening in nature across the board in the majority of species of animals across the board. Like, this is not an unnatural thing. This happens very frequently within.
And most interestingly, it happens in one of our closest ancestors, the bonobos. It happens literally all the time. That's how they resolve conflicts. They do it regularly all the time. The only rule is, mothers and sons can't do that, but literally anything else goes. And so I don't know what you mean by natural loss. Like, not natural. What does that even mean?
Also, trying to use the Bible as a backup to it is just wrong. Just shows me you've never read the Bible, because the Bible doesn't go against it ever.
Well, I mean, and also if you all you mean by it not being natural is that it wasn't ordained by God, well, obviously that's trivial. And then we can get into the God existence discussion too.
I mean, I just I'll respect your view. I mean, it's fine.
I want you to challenge the view.
Yeah, and this is also not a view. This is like factually based. This is just
I don't
what it
I don't
is.
see it. I mean, you have
Okay,
it.
well, give a counter argument.
I mean, the only argument I got is the Bible.
I mean,
How do you
that's not.
how do you justify the Bible is true? The Bible gives you true propositions
Yeah.
about
How do you know that?
God specifically.
Well, if you look at Genesis, it talks about how God created Adam and Eve. It never said, "Hey,
You do know that that's not a question right now, right? That's what we're asking you, is how do you understand that that's true? How do you justify?
You know, if you look at Thor comic number 1844, it describes the formation of the universe through Yggdrasil, the world tree. So that must be true too, right?
Also lost. If you read Genesis fully, you would know that Adam sampled the animals before he got to his two wives.
Where does it say that?"
It doesn't matter. Like, what's the argument that the Bible is true?
I just
Specifically
believe in
about
it.
claims of
I just simply don't feel like it's not. I don't think it's as a human. I don't think. How are you supposed to reproduce? I mean, you can't. I mean, what would
that's a
happen
question,
what would happen if, for instance, you said that there's a study that shows that God intended for us to or 5 out of 1,000 people are supposed to like the same sex or whatever. How are we supposed to reproduce? I mean, that makes no sense. I mean,
okay.
it just,
Is the argument that I mean, that first of all, that sounds like a question. It doesn't sound like an argument, but like it
It's a
seems like if
question.
I'm gonna
I'm-
like formulate it, it seems like you're just
I'm
saying,
asking
well,
you a
if
question.
if
How,
you
how,
have
how
this,
does that study make it?
I'm trying to like, right, like so, evolutionary biologists have explained how their theories of why there's these different properties, like people who are of the same sex being of a particular sex being attracted to a particular sex. So far, a good model seems to be posited that like given the fact that at those times a lot of people they had a lot of kids, right? They had like 10, 15, 20, 30 kids. Like it was a lot, right? And so one woman, it takes a village, right? It doesn't one woman can't take care of like 10, 15 kids back at that time, right? So you need other people. You need the elderly, infertile people, and then gay people, right? They help like raise, so people who don't have their own kids to take care of would help you take care of your kids, and those kids would be more likely to survive, and then when they grow up they reproduce. So it makes sense for a certain subset of the population to not have their own kids, or for their kids to have grown out and be able to
Okay,
fend
bro.
for themselves.
All right, I guess we just agreed to disagree, man.
Okay,
I mean,
that
that's-
doesn't sound like you
I'm
want
not
to
sure
debate.
whether there's a secret about. Yeah, but like, okay, you know that there are plenty of kids like up for adoption that need adoption. Number one, but also number two is the claim that if an action isn't conducive to reproduction, then it's wrong. Okay,
Run, baby,
I guess it's wrong to not have
run.
children then,
Never
because
come
how are we
back.
going to reproduce?
Yeah. And they're basically like using some like Kantian maximization of your will. Like they're not even using it correctly, right? Because like that whole thing is like if the reasons for your actions would become unreasonable if maximalized, then it's wrong, right? But like the reason why like two lesbians get into a relationship with each other is not to reproduce with each other, right? So it doesn't even make any sense, right? They get in there to like to be in love with each other. So then you would just maximize and say, well, what if everybody got into a relationship with each other for the purposes of love? Then would people be able to still love each other? Well, clearly, yeah. Right? You got to use the reasons, not just like some random consequence that you pick out of thin air.
Hey, this is completely off topic, but I'm actually worried. Has anyone seen Jacob? Where's Jacob been?
Who?
Jacob, remember the guy we converted to be an atheist?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, it's been 2 weeks since I've been live, so he's probably hasn't hopped in my live in a bit.
He was in my live, one of my call out carbon lives when I was doing them.
Yeah, Carbon.
Actually, it was a call out for myself because I was being pathetic and missed him. But I freaked a lot of people out with that live because they couldn't read the whole background. It said call out live, and then below his picture it said the call out is for me because I'm pathetic and I miss Carbon.
Impeccable. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Could you have sex with someone really stupid more than 5 times? What?
What?
That's a great question.
I can make a really bad joke at someone's expense right now.
Oh?
Yeah, my ex.
From my car, did you see me debate the guy who like ran the argument for motion?
The guy with the dreads?
Were you there for that? Yeah, him.
Yeah, I hopped in for a little bit, but I didn't listen to it most. I think I hopped in on the part where you guys were talking about like, are you talking about infinity? I don't know what you're talking about, but like, I forgot what you guys were talking about. Yeah, but I hopped in for a few seconds. Yeah.
No, it doesn't sound like he, because I was like, I first I gave like a B theory sort of account of time because I think it's logically possible, and he didn't really understand what I was saying. That's fine. It's really got to do it. Rudy, what's going on there?
Rudy, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. Do you have an argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
I think it's just kind of, I don't know.
You think
Never really
it's
had
kind of,
problems.
I don't know?
I don't know, man.
So you don't
I
have an
feel like
argument
if
for
I-
why it's wrong?
Well, so is it just, is it only lesbians?
Yeah,
or is it
just
like
yeah, like just in
LGBTQ?
general, like if you are attracted to somebody of the same sex, do you think that's wrong?
Sure.
Okay.
Why?
Do you have an argument?
Most
gay.
intelligent person we've spoken to tonight.
Yeah. So why is that
Interesting
wrong?
circular argument, yeah.
It's going against my beliefs.
What beliefs do you have?
That shit's gay.
Okay, this guy's a troll.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm convinced.
You got me, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Riveting.
Gay,
yeah.
huh?
All right, Gloria, I'm
What's
gonna
up,
send
man?
you one last invite. If you decline, I'm muting you out the comment sections. You don't get to be in the comment sections. All right, when you have live
Yeah,
access.
come up here. Come up here, man.
People can't spell tonight. There was a guy saying, you guys are not accounting for free wheel, but he spelled it W-A-E-E-L.
Yeah, you get a free cheese wheel if you convert to Christianity.
Fuck, that might convince me.
An endless amount of key lime pies and banana cream pies, then I'd probably convert to Christianity. Be quiet. Don't say shit. I know what y'all are about to say. Don't do it.
This for pie?
All right. All right. Gloria, you're being muted since you didn't accept my request.
Damn. What a shame.
Sunday. They have key lime pie. I don't know what to tell you.
Jesus loves to take banana cream pie. Yeah. I don't know why they named it that. Like, it's crazy. What's a crazy name for it?
Technically, we took the act that we're associating with. We stole from that.
No, yeah.
Don't, Witchy. Don't. It's Pride Month and you're flirting with a man. Don't do it.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my god.
I've been doing plenty of flirting with the she's and the theys, okay? Thank you. I can keep it to one man.
You know, from now on,
Only I can flirt with
I'm gonna start like when they bring up God, I'm gonna start using the she pronouns for their God, just to like see if they get a reaction out of it. And then when they get a reaction, ultimately they'll eventually get offended that I'm calling God she. It's like, wait,
Also, though,
is it not the case that God doesn't have pronouns? Like, they'll say like your pronouns are predicated on your sex or whatever, right? But God doesn't have a sex, so I just want to know.
Yeah, why are we saying he exactly? What is that predicated off of?
Because he's
Really?
masculine. Well, okay.
Really quick though,
Yeah,
Daddy Satan, I really don't appreciate your erasure of my pan and biness. I still count. Bi people still exist. We are still part of Pride. Therefore, my flirting with a man is still acceptable because I am bi. Thank you.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I am also pan. However, it's Pride Month, and I should be flirting with Carbon exclusively. You should be flirting with everyone else in the comments.
No, that's not how this works. You don't get to erase my biness, okay?
Just saying, I don't see you flirting with Void that much anymore. I'm just saying.
I flirt with Void plenty. Don't you worry about that. We're friends on Snap now, so don't worry.
Nice.
All right,
That's awesome.
That's enough
you're
orange
getting those
dino.
thumbs.
Sorry, I don't know why that's been orange for so long. All right, if you disagree, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. If you think being lesbian is wrong, we'll hold this topic for another 1 or 2 debates. Then we'll switch it over to another one. Everybody else keep tapping that screen. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We're at 32.5K. Let's get that up to 50K. Let's get it. Again, if you think it's wrong, go and hop on the guest request. I would love, in a pejorative sense, to listen to your argument. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Next time we do this topic, I'm getting a whiteboard, and I am just going to keep track of how many times they use the same argument over and over again. And I want to split it between it's unnatural or God.
Both of those are just, especially the natural ones, the even worse.
Hello, new guest. How old are you?
I'm 36.
All right. Do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
Are you looking for ops? Because I'm not one.
Yes.
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
We were excited.
Have a good one.
Sorry. I'm not one of them.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. 260 people. Let's go. Raven Queen, thank you so much for the 2 years, 24 months Prime resub. Oh, that's not Prime. Resub at tier 1. Thank you so much, Raven Queen. Thank you. I'm so used to saying Prime resub. It flows much better off the tongue. All right. Okay. Let me. Okay. She's not gonna say anything. All right, we're good.
Hey, Carvin.
Oh my God.
What else does that tongue do?
You know, I don't know many atheistic homophobes, to be honest. I only know like one.
Yeah, they're mainly TERFs now. Like it's the TERFs who like are primarily they're atheists, but they're like strongly against trans people, and because gay people support trans people, they're starting to become homophobic. Like there's a lot of that happening among the TERFs. They're just starting to turn against gay people now.
Yeah, that's how we met, I think. We both on a panel, a TERF panel. I wonder if she'll request. That'd be cool. It'll be a nice reunion.
Let's see. The ops are scared. Well, yeah, I think it's not sending out anymore, so we'll give it a couple minutes. Then we might do a restart. We'll see. Yeah, see, Annie said it first. There you go. Homophobic lesbian TERFs are a trip. Yeah.
Not me, not Annie. Not me, Annie.
There can be only one.
Yeah, they're
you can
really
ask
sad.
the flowers.
I said for
It's so annoying, but so catchy. I think if I had 2 men kissing, I would get more requests.
Probably.
Fuck yeah, it would. Are you kidding me?
Hey, yo, Critically, what is up? W Critically, how you doing?
Oh, Critically.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Critically hasn't been on my stream in a bit.
Critically what?
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 Just critically. Just critically simplicator. Critically based, yeah.
Critically handsome, goddamn.
Hey yo.
Carbon, why are you yelling, B? Critically moist. Did you see the thing in Discord about Brevard County? No, I haven't.
All right, I'm a man now. Hey, Carbon.
Boy, man.
Illegal in Florida, by the way. It's gonna be illegal in Florida within like 2 years.
Really?
I'm telling you,
Being a
like
fuckboy?
this is part of Project 20. Like, was it page 9? So, so you know how they're trying to do like these drag bans, right? So the way that they're phrasing the drag bans, which are being blocked by the courts currently, but the way that they're phrasing the drag bans is male or female impersonator, right?
Okay.
So that they won't say that it's banned for adults. They'll say like children are allowed and where there's male and female impersonators. And the way that they define that is like a man dressing up as a woman dressing up as a man. So it's going to be predicated on your sex, right? And then that will obviously expand, right? Because why would you just do that just for venues? Why wouldn't you do that on like TV, media, movies, television shows, video games, and TikTok, right? So like you want to be like they could just like they already have obscenity laws, but now they're adding new information for what's obscene, and so now it's going to be categorized whether you're if you're a quote unquote male or female impersonator, that's like sexual in its nature, right? That's just obscene for children to see, right? So now you won't be able to walk out in public in like Florida. I think Texas has it too, Tennessee, in public as like a trans woman or a trans man because that's not your sex, right? You're not wearing the appropriate sex clothes, whatever the fuck that means, right? It's just, yeah, it's stupid. Like conservatives are mentally
I
deranged.
feel like this is just a way for them to try to get back to like the fucking 1950s where they just want women in the homes. Because now they're going to give every excuse to be like, well, if you look too mannish today, you might be arrested. You might as well stay inside and take care of the kid.
Yeah, they had something like this, especially like right before like everything in Stonewall. I think it was called 3 articles or 2 articles. It wasn't officially recognized in the law, but police would use it to go after particularly trans people. So the whole thing was like if you have at least I forgot if it was 2 articles or 3 articles, 2 articles of clothing that are more associated with somebody of the opposite sex, then we classify you as dressing as the opposite sex, and then they arrest you because they did have laws like that in some states, but some states didn't have the laws. But the police would come up with these like with like these rules of like clothing and stuff like that. There was also this news report that I saw. It was from like the 1930s, and it was deep like within the paper. They were reporting on what happened inside of a courtroom. And so there was this woman, presumably it was, I don't know, they were probably a cis woman, maybe they were a trans man. We don't know, but they were wearing men's clothing, probably to get work. But they were arrested for wearing men's clothing, and then thrown into the state jail. And then like you can look at like they were transcribing the judge's words towards this woman or trans man, saying any woman who would wear men's clothing is a moral pervert or something like that. But anyway, so
moral pervert.
Yeah,
Okay.
these people were fucking deranged. And this was a judge that said that, like, just right in court. And so they sent them to jail. But in jail, they were also wearing men's clothing. So it leads me to suspect this might have been like a trans man. So they brought them back into court, and then the judge explicitly forced this person to go into a jail where they force you to wear women's clothing. They transfer them to jails. Like, it was like, it's just fucking like delusional at some point. Like,
Dude, that's insane. And it seems like we're reverting to that, and I didn't know anything about these guys. I'm not surprised. I mean, the fact that it's already happening though so quickly is just, yeah, it's fucking scary, dude.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be similar to obscenity expansion, and that it will see this past waves have. Yeah. Yeah.
That would get
like a lot of this is like latched on from like the transphobia. Where's my music? Latched on from like the transphobia, particularly transphobia against trans women. You know, it's mainly, I think it goes as such, like a Christian conservative man does not want to see a trans woman, or generally speaking, does not want to see somebody who's assigned male at birth dressing in what they perceive to be women's clothing, right? So now they have this new principle: people should not wear opposite sex clothing. So now that, like, you know, drag queens are being affected, yeah, and then now, yeah, it's just
Jesus, dude. I think yeah. Is it kind of dead right now in the guest request?
yeah. I'll do a restart in a couple minutes.
Graveyard.
The trans topic would definitely be more like contentious, I think, for people.
The bathroom one. I also had this one. You know, it was the Democrats who fought for slavery while wearing Confederate gear.
Yeah.
Oh my God, please do that one.
Should I restart with that one?
Please do. Oh my God.
My fucking God.
Okay, I get some concern. All right, listen, guys. We got to get this sent out to the For You page. So I have to do a restart. So I will be back in about 20 seconds. So when you see the live end, just count down from 20, and we'll be live again and get some more debates. Okay. All right. So see you guys in about 20. Let's go. Do it. Bet. Let's go. All right. Let me turn my video quality down to 720. There we go. Go live. TikTok face is funny. Yeah, I gotta make a background for that one, Ducko. I gotta make one. I think I got a good one, actually. I got a good idea for one. All right. Get the TikTok comments for you. There we go. All right, let's go. Tap that screen. Let's go. Shimon. Welcome back, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hit that share button. Tap that screen. Let's go. Jesse, thank you for the popular vote. Thank you, thank you. Let's hit them shares up. Let's go. We're back on it. Welcome back. Welcome back. I think about Dolly Parton and I cry sometimes. What? The YouTube comments I see. Fonzie, thank you for the popular. What's up, folks? Nico with the shares. Let's go. If you're a conservative, hop on in that guest request. Come on. What's up, everybody? What's up? Welcome, welcome. How we doing today, guys? Carbonatrix. What's funny is there's a huge Hispanic population just outside of DC, and ICE pays them no attention at all. Yeah, because they're focused on. You said only the Democrat cities, so you're fine if you're an undocumented immigrant and you're in a red state. You're fine. You're safe.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
Must be a coincidence.
What's the topic? Conservatives have a KKK problem, and they won't admit it. They're racist. Words are small. It says, it was the... I could probably make it bigger, honestly. It was the Democrats who fought for slavery. Shannon, thank you for the heart me.
I gotta tell you, those Democrats are fucking... you know what? Slavery's a good thing, but by the way, I want you to keep my grandfather, who was a Confederate statue. I want you to keep that up for all time. It's a part of our history.
It's a part of our history, dude. Every single time. That's the justification.
I couldn't tell you which year or what state he fought in, but I know he was there.
Demon, how did it go? Democrats.
Those damn Democrats.
All right,
Listen, all y'all just jealous. The conservatives are taking over the fucking world right now, and you're scared.
You non-binary? Well, I'm non-binary. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you. Reminds me how the AEA was pervertedly invoked in order to remove people from the country to support Project 2025. It's actually so disgusting. Yeah. Everything that we said would happen is currently happening. All right, let's get our first guest in here. Charles, how old are you?
25.
All right, man, what you got?
If we're going to tear down all the Confederate statues, then let's tear down Lincoln's statue, too.
Let's do it.
You know what? Hell yeah, brother. Let's tear down the man who freed slaves. Let's do that, too.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Fucking stupid bastard.
May I join? Are you opposition or are you conservative?
I see the Christ symbol.
All right, let's see.
Mother is here. You're welcome.
Jose, what you think?
The Confederates, yeah, screw them. Screw every single one. I was about to cuss right now, but mama.
All right, cool, man. Appreciate you for coming up. We
Motherfucker, we don't want you
to
up
the
here.
choir. Preach to the choir.
We agree with you. I'm gonna make another account. It's gonna be just that entire time.
Comparing conservatives to Confederates is wrong. And why do they support? Why is their leader changing the name of bases to conservative terrorist leaders? Like, what's going on there? I want to know what's going on.
Also, why do
y'all
conservatives
support
still wear Confederate stuff and fly Confederate flags and support and say that the Confederacy and what they did is
Imagine like we're in Germany 2025 and a group of a section of the population just starts waving Schnazi flags around saying, oh, it's not, I didn't support the Schnazis, it's just for my heritage, right? And then they just start renaming German bases to like famous SS officers. Like, what? Like, what do you expect me to believe, bro?
Listen. All I'm saying is, if it walks like a Confederate, talks like a Confederate, and thinks black people shouldn't have rights, then goddamn, it's a Confederate.
You know? Oh, yeah, heritage, 4 years of it. Yeah. Like, what? You have a lot of ways that you can express your heritage. All right, you have potato salad. Okay, like just that's a good way of expressing your heritage.
Potato
Eat some
salad.
fucking potato salad. Okay, that came from Germany. Grandmaster, thank you for the 100 bits. The Confederacy had some top tier military leadership, generally speaking. Oh my God, Grandmaster.
Oh my God. The accent's gone.
You literally take a small subset of extreme views. Oh, so you think the president of the United States has a extreme view? Interesting.
That's funny. Coming from a conservative.
Like, bro, what are you talking about?
Motherfuckers think the entire protests were violent. Oh God.
I invited him up. He won't. I was trying to see if he accepts or not. Heritage is where raisins belong in potato salad.
Fucking white people.
Yeah, seriously.
What's the difference between Jesus and the Confederacy? Jesus rose again. Grandmaster types that on Twitch and then joins on TikTok immediately after.
Grimmaster goes over like to the people in the comments like my joke.
Like, let me ask conservatives this. Listen, if Democrats were renaming the names of bases to like Stalin or Mussolini, I just want to know how you would feel. Just let me know.
I'm sure they'd be just fine with it.
Yeah.
Welcome to Indiana, the home of the Karl Marx Military Academy.
Oh, went to the Mao base. Yeah, exactly. Let's go.
I'm sorry. do
Hello,
people
how old are
actually
you?
like potato salad? That's foul.
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Okay, he's just a degenerate. Told you. Hey, this
Good
is
one.
you guys. This is you guys'. Right? They're all Confederates.
Yeah,
At
you
heart.
claim him, right?
Yeah, they all
Hey,
claim him.
hey, Bayou, do not talk trash on the Romanovs. I swear. to
Oh my
Jesus,
God! Enough
we will
with
have
your
problems.
200-year-old
Jesus
history.
Christ.
You shut up.
Hello, how old are you?
Till they've been on.
20 years old.
All right, you're a conservative?
Yeah.
Okay, what was your oh, he's gone. I don't know what the fuck happened. All right.
The slur
Uh,
coming
let
with
me-
that one.
Oh, did he have a
I didn't
baby?
drop him. I
Oh.
didn't drop him. I felt the slur coming.
Oh, that's weird.
There.
Okay, let's get the next person in. Hello, how old are you?
What's up, dude? 30.
What up, man? Are you a conservative?
No.
Okay, I'm looking for conservatives to talk to. Okay, but Jesus Christ.
Wait, Carl, I might have a good background for you. Well, it's not. It doesn't work that well now, considering they kissed and made up. But hold on.
What about kissing? You
Hold
heard
on.
about kiss? Can I watch?
Oh, the Elon Musk and Trump thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I got excited thinking that Carbon and Logic were gonna kiss, and I got
That's
excited.
crazy work.
Didn't he like start backtracking on Twitter?
Yeah, as one
Oh.
does.
Oh my goodness. It's so beautiful.
Oh, I think I saw you. I think I saw you host a live with this. The whole how you feel about your mommy and dad divorcing.
No one came up. No one came up.
It's just an exposure thing. All right, if you're a conservative, hit that request button. Come on. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a little graphic where it's like an arrow, like a curvy arrow pointing at the multi-guest thing. So that way they know exactly what to press in order to send a
Annie,
request.
Jesus Christ. Look at the fucking comment she just left. Holy shit. Going to town. Going to town, thinking about me and Carbon kissing. Is that what's happening right now?
I mean,
They probably think
Oh,
the
look.
pink and blue guest button has to do with transgender people. Yeah, probably. Oh
Look,
my
it's the
god.
person who just fashionably late.
I think anybody's
yeah,
joining
she
for
was
this.
being too good for us.
Let's do this one.
Here we go. I would be shocked if this didn't get some.
Yeah, it usually does.
It will.
Let's tap this screen here.
All right, let's get started, folks. Let's get started. I want to know what your best argument is for why it is the case that trans people ought not use the bathroom that they choose. Go ahead and give me that argument. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Am I being iced out?
Everybody else keep tapping that screen. Tap, tap, tap until we get to 50,000. You guys have not been tapping today. Get the tapping. Use those fingers. If you don't use them for anything else, use them for this, okay? All right, let's go. That helps to get out to the For You page. Hit that share button. That also helps get out to the For You page. Let's go.
Carbon, can I let up Void?
Oh, is she late? Fashionably late.
Yeah, she's
Wow.
very
She
late.
gets a 2-minute timeout for being late.
All right, Void, you heard him.
Get in the chair.
Get in the chair and watch.
Oh,
Oh
You're
my
left
god.
preoccupied? That's crazy.
It's okay, I'll read some,
God, give me a second. Wow.
read some nice stories to you, Void. It's okay.
Indy Wells,
Oh.
I don't know if you heard me say thank you for the Venmo earlier, but thank you. Might have to restart with this topic. I don't know why it does that. It's just like it doesn't send out, and then you have to restart in order to get people like. So stupid. I don't have this problem with like Twitch. I don't have to like wait for my live to get sent out on Twitch. It's just, I get the same, steady numbers every day on Twitch, but it's like this or that on TikTok. It's weird.
Would you debate Asmongold?
The fuck? Oh, the streamer? He's an idiot.
Yeah, he is an idiot.
Of course I would.
It'd be easy.
Like, it'd be abusive at some point. Ew, Asmongold. Yeah, ew, trash. Yeah. Doesn't Asmongold know things? What? Isn't his room like extremely like dirty?
Yeah, he knows things because of his rat. The rat that like. Do you know about that, by the way?
Ew.
Oh my fucking god! So he told this story about how to wake up for a long time. There was a rat that was like rotting beside his bed, and when the sun came up, it would like cook the rat a little bit, and like it starts smelling, so he'd like wake up.
I've seen some of those like hoarder TV shows. I'm like, oh my god, like there'd be like trash stacked to the ceiling of their living room or stuff. It's crazy. Secretly, how old are you?
23.
Roger that, man. What's your take?
I personally don't think they should be able to use the bathroom.
Just in general, like they just can't.
No,
use
sorry. Okay, let me rephrase my statement here. I don't think if you're a trans woman, you should be able to use the women's bathroom, and vice versa.
Why?
Because it's just not right.
Well, thank you for. I'm now convinced.
Thanks for convinced. Yeah, we're convinced.
We're looking for
why?
the why, though.
Yeah. So what's the argument why it's not right?
Well, I have an example for you, and it'll make you think a little bit. Imagine you have a daughter, and she's going to the bathroom.
What if she's trans? Is she trans or is she not trans?
She's normal. She's not trans.
So she's a cisgender girl. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I got a cisgender daughter.
Okay. Going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden she's washing her hands, and this early staged transgender woman walks in.
Early stage?
Well, I don't know.
So you mean so you're saying somebody who has not gone through transition?
Someone who has not gone through that, and they still look like a man.
Okay.
And so pretty much a dude walks into the girl bathroom thinking,
well, is it somebody I know is male or somebody I just think is male?
Some random guy.
Okay, I just think that they're male just based off how they look.
Thank you, Bayou.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, all right, continue.
How would you feel about that?
Well, I don't know, like, how would it feel? Like if you're saying, like, this person might potentially harm my daughter? Because what if that's like somebody who is biologically, like, who's assigned female at birth and that just appears to be male? How would I know that? But like, and also how old is, and also depends on how old my daughter. How old is my daughter here?
Yeah, we'll say your daughter's 8.
Okay, she's not going to any bathroom by herself.
Nope.
Okay. Hypothetically, she did. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't be comfortable. I wouldn't be comfortable with her in that bathroom, no matter
13.
who walks in
We'll
there.
say 13. We'll say 13. Okay. So she's comfortable walking in the bathroom alone.
Okay.
And the person who still looks like a man walks in, who is
okay,
early on in the whatever stage. And they walk in, and your daughter feels very, very uncomfortable. How would you feel?
I would tell my daughter to, if my daughter feels uncomfortable, there's a couple of things. One, why do you feel uncomfortable? Give a good reason. Two, if you don't feel comfortable going in the bathroom, don't go in there.
Yeah, like what if okay, well then by that logic, if a trans man then walked inside, right, like expressing like a man, then all of a sudden you'd be totally cool, like, oh yeah, it's so much better.
So
it's still an uncomfortable thing to look at.
Yeah, and by the way, if she's my daughter, she'd be smart, so she wouldn't say shit like that. But like that's just a side comment. But like,
but it's not about
presumably that would be true, irrespective of the sex of the individual who's walking in there, because all that is really making my hypothetical daughter uncomfortable is the fact that this person appears to be male, not whether they're actually male, right?
Okay, but the appearance is what we define a male as, right? So
No, because
No.
do you think
Okay,
a
the
trans
appearance
man?
is what we.
Do you think a trans man is male?
So a woman who's trying to be a man?
Somebody who's assigned female at birth who identifies as a man. Do you think that they're male?
No, I don't.
But they like many of them appear to be male, correct?
They're trying to be a man, yes.
That's not
Well,
the question. The question was whether or not they appeared like a male.
Yeah, they appear to be male, and then they go into a woman's restroom, and my daughter's in there and says, "I feel uncomfortable." Right? Would she be justified?
Yeah.
So she would be justified with okay. So all the principle is not whether trans women shouldn't use the restroom. You're saying people who appear to be male should not use the women's restroom. It doesn't matter whether they're actually male or not, right?
Well, I guess it depends on.
So if
Yeah,
a
you know,
woman if a woman
you
appears
guys
to be
fucking-
male, should not use the women's restroom. Can I get you to say
I'm
that?
low key just gonna flip out now. Goodbye.
What?
Oh, we tore apart your argument. You're gonna run.
Yeah, by your logic, this woman should be in the male restroom.
Oh, here we go.
Run, baby, run! Don't ever come back.
I thought I was gonna get yelled at. Logic said he was gonna yell at me, and I thought that was what was happening.
Go to sleep.
I'm fine.
Yeah. My hypothetical daughter would like, hop onto the live and like cuss you out. Honestly, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, my children are raised to be like accepting, but like this is what I've taught my son as we've slowly been introducing him because he's been very adamant about going into bathrooms alone. And so I always like peek my head in and I check out the situation first. And then I tell him, if a stranger comes up to you, regardless of who they are, if they try to interact with you in any way, you scream. And then you kick if they try to touch you. And then you run away. Like, I'm sorry. Like, what? I don't know. I don't know.
Hello. How old are you?
It was good. I'm 21.
What's your argument?
I think people should just go into the bathrooms of their assigned birth sex.
Why?
I think that's just the best solution for all
Really?
parties
You believe
involved.
that? Like, I'm asking you why. Why is that best?
Because it's just the safest option for everyone.
Do you think it's safer for trans women to go into men's restroom versus the women's restroom?
Yeah, I think
Do
it's
you have, like,
I think it's equal.
Okay, that sounds like an empirical claim. Do you have anything to back that up?
No, but do you have anything to disprove that?
No.
Yeah, I do.
All right, let's see that.
So there's a study called, I can pull it up real quick, Gender Identity Non-Discrimination Laws and Public Accommodations, a review of evidence regarding safety and privacy in public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms. The conclusion is that the reports of privacy and safety concerns in restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms are exceedingly rare. And they find that evidence that fears of increased safety and privacy violations as a result of non-discrimination laws that allow trans women to use women's restroom are not empirically grounded. There is no increase in privacy or safety violations. However, you can look at other studies that do show when trans women use men's restrooms, there is an increase in harassment, assault, things like that.
So you just said there's no increase?
Yeah, if
You just said barely.
trans women use women's restrooms, there's no increase in privacy or safety violations.
Nah, bro, that shit just weird.
So you have no
Changing the argument. So the argument is now that it's weird. So it's
W
is
fucking
that the wrong
argument.
maker
is
that it's
though,
weird?
bro, it is.
Wait, is that the wrong maker, Danny? That it's weird?
Bro, like imagine, like, bro, I'm
answer the
trying to
question?
think through a scenario like
Is that what
Like,
makes
what's the
it wrong
question?
that it's weird?
Yeah.
So okay, so things that are weird. Okay, anything that's weird then is wrong. So then if I pick my nose in public, you think that's weird?
Nah, that's cool. I picked my nose too.
Oh, it's cool. Okay. I'm just really curious then. What's the argument that if something is weird, then therefore it's wrong? Do you have any convincing arguments?
It's not necessarily because it's weird.
Okay,
It's
then
just
what's
like,
the reason?
I think
What's the
it's
necessarily?
morally. I don't know, bro. I think it's just.
Don't bring fucking
not
morals. You don't know anything about morality.
Like the restroom is like a private place, bro. And
No, it's a public place.
The
That's why it's called a public
stalls
restroom. The stalls are the private place.
You
Still-
going into the bathroom and shitting in someone
still,
else's
the
stall while they're
bathrooms
in
are
there?
still the
What are you
proximity.
talking about?
Hey, move your leg
The
over to the left,
stalls,
bro.
the private stalls. It's.
Let me
I don't
straddle
think
you
there
so
should
we
be a
can shit
man
them all
in
at the
there.
same
Hey,
time.
can I hold it for you?
Yes.
I mean, Carbon, can I?
That's crazy.
That is crazy. But Danny,
That's
so
pretty good.
the stalls are close together. Continue.
Yeah, I think when there's just, I don't think there should be a space where there should just be young women and then trans men. I just don't think they should be in the same spaces.
What was the question we initially asked? Wait, what was the question we initially asked you, Danny?
What was it?
We literally asked you why it is the case that shouldn't happen, right? Like why they should be segregated, right? Or why trans women shouldn't be in that space. And your reason is because trans women shouldn't be in that space. Do you think that's a convincing
They
argument?
should just have their own spaces.
Why?
Oh, sort of like separate but equal?
Sure.
Bro.
It sounds like
You're
why
saying
should we
people don't
segregate
act-
them, Danny?
down for that.
You honestly just use the same argument that they used for black people in the 1960s. You understand that, right?
Segregation.
Yeah, but that wasn't like that wasn't
Feel kinda
equal, though,
stupid
right?
now, don't you?
Like shit was fucked up.
Even if they were, like, would that be
Fucked up
okay?
now.
Give trans people good bathrooms, and I'm down for that.
That's a
No,
separate
because
but
it's
equal.
setting them up to be targeted.
Maybe
Yeah.
get out of your fucking fifis for a second and stop giving a shit where people shit.
You also know how
No,
much
no.
money that would
No, but-
make,
no, but
take,
seriously though,
Danny?
like-
You know how much money that would take? Like
A lot.
to like rebuild a separate bathroom every single like location. Are you serious?
Yes,
Like
I
this is
give
not
you
In reality,
one. This is not pragmatically, like
Right.
There's no reason to do it, right? It costs more money,
There is.
and it makes people feel bad.
Oh,
so
but
what's
there's
the
more comfortable? Like
what's
the
the
last dude was
and it might
saying.
increase. I don't know. But like, what's the argument that they shouldn't do it already? That's what I'm wondering. Like, why should we segregate them? You still haven't given that.
He says it's weird. I'm gonna kick him.
He said it's weird, and because trans women shouldn't be in the bathroom with this woman, which is the question we asked.
What was the question?
oh my god. When in reality, though, it would cost much less to just like take the labels off both sides of the bathrooms, right? Reinforce the stalls to be a little safer and to make them floor to ceiling, and then anyone can go anywhere.
I say we
Nah, bro.
segregate based
Yeah.
off of
Safer.
John Lennon
Honestly, I like
fans
urinals,
and
bro.
non-John Lennon fans. That's what we should segregate it based off of.
Yes.
Nobody wants an all-stall bathroom.
Yes, they do. A lot of people do.
Why
We
wouldn't
fuck with
you?
urinals.
Wait, why?
Because we fuck with urinals.
Yeah,
They
you
can
can have a
have urinals
urinal
inside.
in a stall.
Nah, bro.
You
no,
wanna be
bro,
in the
is your
big
counter
one.
argument?
No, you
Men
want
and women.
you want to piss
Happy
that?
tried,
That's
Danny.
cool.
Happy
You like
tried.
it's like you want to piss out where everybody can see you. You want that? You want people to see
Nah.
the cheeks? I don't understand. Like,
That's
when
why
do
we
you,
would
do you
put
pull your
urinals
pants
in
all the way
Somebody
down?
that pulls their pants. Yeah,
Here's
you
one
seem
of
like
those.
somebody that
Around
pulls their
the
pants
ankles.
all the way down.
Nah, bro. Nah. You tripping.
Hey, Danny.
And you
Hey,
hold
Danny, I
your
think it
shirt
should be
up like a
yeah, I think it should be
toddler,
segregated
just,
into. I think it should be segregated into John Lennon fans and non-John Lennon fans. You want to ask me why?
It's gonna be one long line and one.
Wait, do you want to ask me why, Danny?
Nah,
Ask me
we
why.
good. Fuck.
Oh, okay, well, it's because you don't want John Lennon fans and non-John Lennon fans in the same.
Right.
thing.
Danny, I have a question. Wait,
bad.
pertaining to not wanting like urinals and stalls, right? Are you one of those motherfuckers that when like you're standing like you go next to somebody in the urinal and then you just look over? Is that you?
Yes.
No, I go all the way to the end.
Don't believe you.
No, he's one of those guys. When the movie theater's empty and you're sitting, he sits right in front of you. Right?
Yeah.
He's one of those fucking
Yep.
guys, bro.
You do that. I be sitting in
Yeah, I
the
know you.
So,
I know what kind
so
of man you
Danny,
are. I know what you
like,
are.
what would be the issue with the urinal being inside a stall? Kind of like, you know, the porta potties have got the toilet and the urinal. We could have that set up in each individual stall so that it's accessible to all. And then we'd have like a wheelchair accessible or a family accessible couple of
You're
those.
doing too fucking much, bro. Like, there's too many people in the bathroom.
These are just
The normal
people that exist in
capacity.
society.
People.
So stupid.
We're making it easier. You're asking to literally put extra bathrooms in.
We're just
Yeah, bro,
making the
divide and
bathrooms that
conquer.
already exist
The
to
trans
be
people, they own bathroom.
better.
Trans people what?
Give them their own bathroom.
Why?
No.
Do you have a reason, Danny?
Just have a gender fluid bathroom that anybody can go in there.
Hey, Danny, do you have a
That's where the
reason?
trans people can go.
Hey, Danny.
Big gender fluid. What's up, Carbon?
Heyo.
Speaking of fluids,
You want to give me that gender fluid there, Carbon?
Oh my god.
I regret my statement.
you should have known. I don't know why you acted brand new to this.
Yeah, I know. Go to sleep.
Oh, I'm not.
It would be quite simple, though, to take the labels off each bathroom. You would make it so that they're floor to ceiling, urinals in each stalls, make 2 or 3 of them accessible for wheelchairs or families, and making sure that, please, for the love of God, add what Walmart has in the women's restroom to a lot of them. It's this little chair that you can put your baby in, and it buckles them in, and they can sit there while you go potty. Logic, you know what I'm talking about. I sent you a picture of that shit. It's the best thing that's ever been invented.
Y'all Walmart got that? Mine doesn't.
Yeah,
Mine
no,
doesn't.
it's so
West
nice.
Virginia.
It's my
What?
feral last child trying to climb out of the stall.
First of all, the Walmart that I go to is in Kentucky, so.
Well, it's easily explained why you
That's
don't have
even
that.
worse.
You don't live in an advanced society. Boy. Like,
Bad. My bad. Y'all fucking bad.
First of all, my Walmart still has like taper wagons for the horses.
Jesus.
As they should.
That's cool.
Damn, you got your people who still fill up your gas tank for you over there too.
Yeah, I'm the only state that still has it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So get on Logic, not me.
Hey,
Bro
it's
still
great.
uses-
I don't have to get out of my car. It's fantastic.
Seems
Bro uses
amazing.
steam power for his cars.
Chugga, 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 chugga.
Yeah.
I just hire somebody to sit in the back and just work the crank as I'm driving.
Bro cranks the car.
Speaking of working a crank,
Let me crank that.
Oh my god. Hey, Danny, do you know what begging the question is?
speaking of cooking,
Yeah, I do.
Well,
What is
oh,
it?
really? Yeah.
I'm curious if you actually know. What is begging?
Speaking
the
of
question?
Jacob, hi
It's
Jacob.
when like the answer to your reasoning is just answering with the same question. It's like saying something is true because
I'm
something
actually
is true.
surprised.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of
Generally,
close.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say like the more formal setting of it is like if the conclusion is hidden in one of the premises, like
All right,
either
bro,
is either
just ignore
implicit
that,
or explicit
bro.
premise in the
Ask
premise.
me the question, bro.
But yeah, so like, if you say if I ask you like why is it wrong to have trans people or trans women, we'll say, in the same restroom with cis women, and then you tell me, well, it's wrong because trans women are in the same restroom as cis women. Do you understand the problem with that argument?
Yeah.
so why are
So
you
then why
making
did you
it?
give it?
No, that wasn't my argument.
Yes, it was.
Oh, wait, I must have missed your argument. Oh, let's hear the argument.
Well, you didn't hear it? It's weird.
All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, so a
It's
trans,
fine.
like, we'll start from the top, okay? A trans woman should not use the woman's restroom because fill in the blank.
Because they just make cis women uncomfortable.
Okay,
No, they
now we
don't.
finally got an
There
argument.
you go.
Okay,
There's something.
Okay.
now, so you're saying if it didn't so presumably if it makes them uncomfortable, they should not use the woman's restroom. Okay, so just to be clear, if a black person goes into a whites only restroom and that made a whole bunch of white people uncomfortable, your position in that it would be immoral for the black person to use that bathroom, correct?
Nah, that's racist.
Oh,
Okay, so what's the symmetry breaker? Do you know what that is, Danny?
What?
the
If
symmetry
you
breaker.
say X is wrong because Y, and then we say, okay, so then therefore A must be wrong because Y, right? And then you say no, what's the distinction between the two? Why is one wrong but the other one isn't? For some reason, magically, one is wrong because it's racist?
Because I don't think we have to hold that sort of standard for bathrooms for, you know.
Do you have...
Okay, like I presumably I can pick any trait, right? Like a straight person doesn't want is uncomfortable with a gay person being in the bathroom? Is it wrong for the gay person to be in that bathroom?
Nah, bro.
Okay, so if a
Yeah,
short people are not comfortable with tall people using the restroom, would it be wrong for the tall person to use the restroom?
Nah.
Okay, you see how I could just keep doing this over and over for any trait. How come when I get to the trait of whether they're a trans woman goes into the women's restroom, if women are uncomfortable with them, then therefore it's wrong? How do we get from there? Why is that one wrong and the others not?
Because I think how should I say this? I think like gender, just completely gender ambiguous bathrooms like that, like just letting anyone in the bathroom. I don't know. I think that just goes against like societal norms and societal precedent, and I think that society still isn't completely. How should I say this?
Yeah,
just
but
ready
like
for that.
that's true for the race concept. And if you went to the Jim Crow South, the societal standard was segregated bathrooms based off of race, correct?
Yeah, we've been working on race for a minute though.
Yeah, okay. So if that was the societal standard and the societal norm that black people ought not use white only restrooms, then your view would just be one of those racist people on the side of the road saying, "Hey, don't go in there," and then you probably would yell a slur too. You'd probably be one of those people, right?
Nah.
Why not? Sounds like you're doing that for trans people. Why wouldn't you do that for black people?
Cause bro, race ain't real, bro. I don't believe in race.
Well, like skin color is real, right? Like people have actual skin colors, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're saying like if you have this skin color, you can't go into this bathroom, which is a trait, presumably a trait that you're born with. That's also the case for your sex, presumably a trait that you're born with, right? So why should we discriminate based off one and not the other?
Cause bro, discriminating off race is dumb.
Okay, so discriminating on the basis of sex is good.
Discriminating off people like cross-dressing and shit. Oh, yeah, I'm cool, bro.
Cross-dressing is not the same as being trans.
If you were physically appear as a man, and I see you in woman's clothing, I don't know.
There's a difference between cross-dressing, being trans, and a drag queen.
So wait,
These are all three distinct different categories.
So it doesn't matter if you're actually a male. All that matters is that if you appear to be male and you're wearing women's clothing, then you're doing something wrong.
No, I think if you're male in general, it's wrong. But if you appear as a male, then
so if a woman appears to be male and is wearing women's clothing, then you would have a problem with her.
I mean, no, if it's a woman, then
how would you know?
They appear to be
You perceive
male.
them as male.
I mean, I feel like a male and a woman is pretty distinguishable.
Do you know how many like
conservatives
butch
are
women have been attacked because of this?
Yeah, conservatives still think Michelle Obama is like a trans woman. Like they're like no, they don't they're not able to like distinguish it. Like many people are delusional about what they see just because like they think that if you have a certain features, it follows from that you're a male, right? Like and under their view, especially a lot of conservatives, you're not allowed to have these like you're not allowed to have like a strong jaw if you're a woman or something like that, because then they'll just think that you're a man.
Broad shoulders or bigger hands or a deeper voice.
Have fun with this one. I'm heading to bed. I'll talk to y'all later.
Logic.
Also, I want to propose something to you, Danny. So you're really stuck on this whole clothing has gender kind of stuff. Would you be upset with men wearing high heels?
I think it's weird, but I wouldn't really like care.
Do you know that high heels were originally like made and exclusive for men?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Did you know that makeup was also made originally and exclusively for men?
That's fine, but
Men
that
also
doesn't
used
mean
to
anything today.
We wear dresses and wigs and the color pink and purple.
Yeah.
These were all like men exclusive things. So like, do you not understand that as time goes on, clothing is like fluid and they don't have gendered?
That doesn't really address my argument though.
I'm asking a line of questioning because you're stuck on this whole clothing has gender thing because you're bothered by men, quote unquote, or males wearing predominantly what you consider to be female coded things. So like,
Okay, continue.
so what's the issue with
what
a
is
man?
women's clothing, Danny?
I don't know. That's kind of arbitrary.
Exactly. Clothing, as long as it's covering your bits,
It doesn't have a gender.
it doesn't have gender.
Yeah, but I think there's definitely a kind of, I don't know what's the word, but there's kind of like an expectation for like men.
Because we as
how-
a society
Gender
have
norms?
built up- because we as a society have built up these gender norms and have like labeled this. That's weird. Like clothing's only purpose is to protect us from the outside, like
and privacy.
yeah, to keep us protected. It's an evolutionary thing we've done to protect ourselves from weather and the sun and these things.
By the way, is Parker concepts of a job requesting?
No.
It's not.
No. I know it's not. I was just wondering because you want to ask me a question. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a person that's a troll that does that often. They're like, "Let me up," but they're never in the requests.
Oh, okay.
User, how old are you?
25.
You're very
Do you-
muffled.
Do you have headphones in?
If you have headphones in, maybe take them off. If you don't, maybe put them on. Yeah, just
Nobody
stop
can
talking.
hear you, bro.
Yeah, all I hear is blah, 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 blah.
Drop it. There's no.
Try to fix whatever your audio is and come on back up. Because we can't hear you, man. Yeah, you know, the funniest argument I've heard is that trans women should not use women's restroom, especially if they're pre-op, because the stream sound could be too distressing to them.
I remember that. it might alert and make women distressed.
We dead ass.
Yeah,
That's pretty-
that
that's
was a legit argument.
That's even worse than the weird one.
Yeah, it's weird. It's wrong because it's weird. Yeah.
It's weird.
Audio test user.
It might still be cooked.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You're in like.
I don't know what's going on. Are you in your car or like what the fuck? My guess, my house, I guess is cool. Like, do you have headphones on? I don't understand. That is weird. Okay, well, sorry, man.
You,
Nobody
like-
can.
Talking to your phone, not from the
Like,
next room.
can you have it like right here?
Is it working?
No.
I can be like it's like faint. It's like your voice in my head. Yeah, sorry, man. Nobody can hear you, man. Sorry. Maybe restart the app or something. I don't know.
No.
Bro, scuba diving, yeah. Danny, you got any other arguments?
Because we've cooked every single one you've brought up.
Not really.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Hey Danny, do you I'm just curious, what's your ultimate basis for rationality and intelligibility?
Yo, Grandmaster with the meteor shower. Let's go. I like it.
Do you appeal
meteor,
to the-
Grandmaster? Thank you.
Because you
I
do
think
know
that
that
was Danny's ride.
you
I'm
must
gonna need
appeal
that.
to
I'm gonna need that in layman terms, bro.
Well, you know, you must appeal to the atheistic worldview.
Yeah, I'm an
to
atheist.
make any
Naturalistic,
truthful at all, whatever.
atheistic reality. It's been shared to
Mhm.
all. All right, that was a kick though, by the way. So I guess Grandmaster wants him gone. Okay, let's try user again.
Yo, is it working?
There we go. There we go. Okay.
All right, we're back. Let's go.
right,
Finally.
how old were
Sorry,
you
guys.
again?
Took a while. 25.
All right, man. What's your argument?
My argument is that it's a mental illness, personally.
It's a mental illness to use the bathroom that you choose?
No, I think transgender is gender dysphoria,
Oh, okay.
which I think is a mental illness. Yeah.
So you think being trans is identical to gender dysphoria?
I think it's very similar. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think gender dysphoria is?
It's very similar, where you feel like you're not the correct gender, or where it feels
Wrong.
like you're in the body.
Wrong.
So what gender dysphoria? Yeah. So what gender dysphoria is? Well, we'll start from it. So like under the DSM-5, there's an A and B criteria. The A criteria is that you have the incongruence. The B criteria is that the incongruence causes clinically significant distress. Once you've met both of those criteria, then you have gender dysphoria. There are people who are trans who don't have gender dysphoria. So for example, some people after transition, some people don't have to transition. That's like the whole point of why they transition, is so they don't have that gender dysphoria anymore. Right. So is your argument that gender dysphoria is a mental illness, or that being trans is a mental illness?
I would say that both are mental illness.
Okay, well, what's the argument that being trans is a mental illness?
I mean, you just said the DSM-5, right, which is a characterized mental illness, psychological.
No,
It's basically a dictionary.
No, it
basically
says
a dictionary.
No, maybe you didn't hear me. Like the DSM-5 classifies gender dysphoria, and it gives it A and B criteria. One of the criteria for having gender dysphoria is the fact that you're trans, for example, right? Being trans itself is not the thing. It's not the
Yeah, but
it's not the mental
so you're
illness.
saying that. Okay, I actually have a question. So, if it in the DSM, right, that categorizes it, right, as either an addiction or a mental illness, correct?
Categorizes.
So which one is
an
it?
addiction?
Categorizes whatever they
Gender
talk about, right?
dysphoria?
Like gambling addiction, for instance, gambling addiction, right? That recently got categorized in the DSM-5, right? That was never.
But if one of the
categorized.
conditions to gambling addiction is the fact that you're gambling, right? It doesn't follow from that gambling itself is a mental illness.
No, but it's a compulsion, right? So it's like there's differences between compulsions, addiction, and mental illness, right?
Yeah, so like the constitutive parts themselves are not themselves the mental illness. The mental illness is like the diagnosis that they're giving, that you need some necessary parts in order to get. That doesn't follow from that, because then you would have to be committed to like a weird view that being a veteran is a mental illness because somebody gets PTSD by virtue of the fact that they went to war, right? That's that would make sense.
But PTSD though is a categorized mental illness, right? You know what I mean? Versus
but like the things that cause you to get PTSD are not themselves the mental disorder, right? So you're supposed to be giving an argument that having the incongruence is a mental illness.
No, I'm saying that gender dysphoria is a categorized mental illness, right? And what's the difference?
We're asking whether being trans is a mental illness,
right? Which I said I believe that personally that it is a mental illness. Yes, because I think it goes hand in hand. Yeah, I mean, I just said it. Like, I mean, first of all, 1% of the population is categorized as transgender, right? Mm-hmm. So right off the rip, we know that that's not a very common occurrence.
So
we
is
already
having a
know
160
that,
IQ,
right?
is having a 160 IQ a mental illness?
What I'm saying though is that you look at, put it this way, right? If you are going to say that that's not a mental illness, but you're going to say gender dysphoria is, right?
I just want can you just give me the argument that being trans is a mental illness? Like, seems like you're skirting around that. Can you just give me the argument?
What I'm saying though is that if you're going to categorize gender dysphoria as mental illness, which I don't know if you are or aren't, but if you're going to categorize that as mental illness, then you have to categorize transgender.
All right.
As,
what do you think a mental illness is? Let's define our terms here. What is a mental illness?
I mean, it depends who you ask, obviously. Obviously,
I'm
it
asking
depends
you.
who you ask. Me personally, though, I think it's something that's out of the ordinary so much that like I said, I would think something like transgender is a mental illness.
I didn't ask for an example. I asked what mental illness is.
No, but what I'm saying though is that I think that it has to be something that's very unpopular, very obscure, right?
Huh?
Very unpopular and very obscure.
Yeah, so like in this case, right? Under 1% of the population, right? So
yeah, under 1% of the so under 1% of the population are geniuses, right? Is it a mental illness to be a genius?
So
answer the question.
Is it a mental illness to be a genius?
Is it a mental illness?
No, it's not. No,
okay,
it's not.
But it's less than 1% of the population, though, right?
Is it though?
Yeah, it's a very. Do you think what do you think the percentage of people who are geniuses are? It's like an extremely small
I
percentage.
mean, what defines a genius though? Like,
Yeah,
what's your
like
definition of a genius, right?
let's just say we go based off IQ. Let's say we go based off of somebody who has a 160 IQ or more. Let's just say
Yep.
that that's what a genius is, right? It may not be, maybe 130, 140. Let's say it's 160. 1% of the population has an IQ of 160. Therefore, they have a mental illness.
That's a little bit different to me, though, if you
Oh.
ask me, because I think it's different. Why? Because they're not questioning who they are. They're not questioning what their makeup is. They're just smart.
So
being
any mental
smart makes you
illness.
mental
So any
illness?
mental
No,
illness.
you're comparing. You're
Wait. I just want to
comparing
be. I
something of
just
a
want to make sure
skill.
that we have
You're
the view
comparing.
here.
No.
Like
You're
any
comparing
mental
a skill.
illness, a mental illness is. So, it seems like you have a conjunctive views, right? You have a
No,
criteria.
you're-
Wait.
you're-
Can I get a word out? You're saying that it seems to be that your position is that what what makes a mental illness is one, that it has to be abnormal, and two, you have to question your identity or yourself, right?
I
That's
didn't
what
say
makes a
to
mental.
question your
You just
identity.
said
It
that.
has to be. It has to be so
You
unpopular.
did.
Okay. Oh, all right, okay.
First
Okay.
of all,
Listen. I'm following whatever definition you give me. Okay. So it has to be
Yeah.
abnormal and has to be unpopular in society.
Right, which it is, right?
Okay. So
What do you mean
that's
unpopular?
when you just say it's just depending on the popularity,
Well, you're
like
like
51%.
you're
A
comparing
majority of
you're
people
comparing
support
it
it.
to a genius. You're comparing it to a genius who does not question who they
Okay.
are.
I just want to be clear.
They
Okay.
have an edge. They have a mental edge of what, an IQ?
Uh-huh.
How does that have anything to do with your gender makeup and who you are?
Okay.
Right?
We're
You're not
like
questioning
whether
who
you have
are,
a
right?
mental illness has nothing to do with gender, correct?
No,
do
no,
we
but
agree?
you're asking what you're asking. You're trying to compare that to a mental illness.
Yeah,
So you're saying that
I'm
someone has an IQ.
I asked you
is
to define.
under
Okay,
1%,
I
right?
asked you to define what a mental illness was. Did I not?
Right, and I told
what
you,
was your
I said
answer?
something that's unpopular, right? Very
Okay.
unpopular, right? Under
Uh-huh.
1%, right?
Okay.
And the difference, though, between
I'm
someone
gonna write
like
this down so
smart-
you don't run from it. Hold on, wait. Let's just get the definition. A mental illness
right?
is
questioning reality.
something.
I mean, I don't know how that's not a mental illness.
Can
I
you
mean,
shut up for 2
All
seconds?
right. So a mental
you
illness.
guys are like, it's not rocket science, to be honest.
That's
You can
fine.
write-
You're like all over the place, but we're gonna get you down to one. Okay. So a mental illness is something, just generally something, that is unpopular, right?
And is very rare.
And rare. Is that the
Under what?
the
It's not
definition that we're going with?
I
No.
guess my
No.
Oh, okay. Let me delete that. Sorry. What is a mental illness again?
I want to hear your opinion.
Can
about
you
what
just
it
tell
meant.
me what a mental? You came in here. I asked. The topic
No, but
is
you're-
whether
you're
user.
arguing-
Please, I
you're
don't want to have to
arguing
mute you.
something, right?
I don't want to have to mute you.
Go ahead, I don't care.
So
Don't
you
worry.
came in. I wanted an argument for why they should not use the bathroom that they choose. You didn't seem to want to go with that argument. Instead, you wanted to say that trans people have a mental illness. So now we're going based off of your claim of trans people have a mental illness. So right now, what we're doing, we're starting off from the top. What is a mental illness? Go.
he's looking it up currently.
Yeah, I'm
Very
gonna look it
much
up right
that.
now. Give me the exact definition, right?
Yes,
Ready?
please.
Is it a-
Arguing things that you aren't even 100% sure of is crazy.
What, giving a definition's crazy?
Like under your because under well, first of all, under
This
your
is your
definition, like the
Yeah, but you
Libertarian
should
Party
know.
is a mental
Where's
illness
your
because it's
definition, right? You haven't given a single definition.
Well, I'm just going based off of
Popular?
yours. Let's just go based off of yours.
Yeah,
It's
because
rare.
you know
Wait,
why?
wait, wait,
Because-
user.
because-
Wait. I don't know why you're over talking me. Right? You said it's rare and it's unpopular. Libertarian Party. It's a mental illness under your view. I
It's not
guess.
rare, and it's not rare. Or
It's
unpopular,
rare. It's
though,
1% of every election. It's a mental
You think
illness.
it's
I guess
libertarian?
my anxiety
Is under
isn't.
1%.
I was gonna say like
Okay.
neurological nihilism or something.
I guess my anxiety is not actually a mental illness, folks, because it's a very popular thing. A lot of people have anxiety. I guess it's not a mental illness, guys.
Also
Yeah, I mean,
depression,
listen.
I guess.
Anyone can
Alright,
self-cripple themselves.
Yeah, that's-
like I
that's
said,
cool.
I don't
So just
agree. I think
define what
all
a mental
that, I
illness
think
is.
all that's honestly a cripple.
You
for
think
the
I'm
most
gonna
part,
drop
to be honest
this?
with you.
What is a
I really
mental
do.
illness?
I truly do.
What is a mental illness?
I think a mental illness, like I said, is an obstacle, correct, right? But it's
A
also
mental
something that
obstacle?
affects your mood, behavior. Wow, it's a lot of things, right?
A lot of
Okay.
things.
asking
Just
what the
tell me
Obstacle
what the things are.
And a lot of things.
There's a okay.
You already
Listen.
know. You
There's a
already
person.
know.
There's a person
You-
A, and then there's a person B. Person A has a mental illness. Person B does not have a mental illness. What properties does person A have that gives them the mental illness?
So look at the specifics, right? Look up the definition.
Okay, all right, okay. Let me look at the specifics. That's one property. So look at the specifics is one property. What's the next property?
And look how broad of a definition they give you. Right?
Look how broad of a definition is the second property. I'm sorry, what was the properties? I never heard of those. Are those predicates?
Listen,
I
know you can talk over. You can whatever you want to do. That's fine.
I just
but
want the definition.
If you look up
of
the
mental
definition,
illness.
right, and you're asking for it, right? Quick Google search will give you the answer, which is wild. Wait, guess what? A quick Google search actually answers the question. Imagine, wild. But if you look it up, what?
Can't hear you when you're off the app, by the way.
Let's see if it's what you said earlier, because before you understand that beforehand you said that.
Yeah, you know what though? You're Mr. Smart Guy, right? You're Mr. Smart Guy, but you probably are literally on Google. Dude.
I don't know
You
why
can
you're
never
still
fucking
talking.
copy or give a definition, you idiot. All right?
I don't know why you're still
smart.
talking.
No,
you know,
play smart.
wow.
What did you mean?
All
right. When you use, I'm sorry. When you use, are you gonna run? He's gonna run. So you said when you came up here, you had a sense of what you meant when you said mental illness.
Right?
I don't know why this guy is like yapping his mouth while I'm talking. So you came up here, you said they have a mental illness. Presumably, you had a meaning behind those words. What was the meaning that you used when you came up here and said they have a mental illness? What do you mean by mental illness?
Okay, so I said gender dysphoria, right? In the DSM-5, right, categorizes mental illness, right? I said it's very similar to being transgender, right? And
I'm going to ask again, what did you mean? What do you mean when you say mental illness? What did you mean when you came up when you said mental illness? Those two words. Let's start. What does mental mean?
What does mental mean? I mean, you're asking the weirdest questions ever, but
you can't answer any of the fucking questions. So what does mental mean?
Okay, so do you not?
I don't want to hear any questions. I want to know what mental illness.
Yeah, nothing's a mental.
Under your view, I just want to know what a mental illness is.
There's no such thing as mental illness.
What is a mental illness?
Oh, there's no such thing as mental illness.
Oh, okay. So if there's no such thing as a mental illness, I guess trans people can't have it.
No, that's what the host thinks.
No, I'm asking what you. I'm asking you what you mean. Listen, if I came up to you and I said whether you are a transphobe, being a transphobe is a mental illness, and you asked me what a mental illness is, and I ran like a little bitch every time you asked me that, then presumably you would not be justified in believing that being a conservative is a mental illness. That wouldn't convince you. So I need you to define for me what a mental illness is, and then we're going to talk about whether trans people are mentally ill. Now, give the definition. That's all I want. We've been asking you this for 10 minutes. You can ask any question that you want after you give me the definition of mental illness.
Perfect. No, I want to ask you one question.
You can give me any question that you want after you give me the definition of mental illness. I am not going to drop it. I'm not going to let you run away from it. I do not let anybody run away from my questions. You are going to answer what it is to have a mental illness. Define it. Go.
I already gave it to you. I already gave you the Google answer, which is like your best answer, right?
Okay, so the definition of a mental illness. So the definition of the mental illness is the Google. Like I Googled it. I don't understand.
Well, what's your source? So what's your
like? I don't know. I don't know what mental illness means when you.
Yeah, we don't know what it means. We don't know what it means. You have to tell us what it means, please. Tell us.
Yeah, see, this is what liberals do. They act like they know everything.
I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal.
I don't know anything. I don't know what a mental illness is.
Yeah, you're right. We don't know anything. Educate us what a mental illness is, please.
Yeah,
no, because you can't.
You're so dissy, dumb brainy.
No, you place. You can't back up.
No, because you're the reason.
Not backing anything
listen,
up right now,
the
bro.
reason why
No,
I'm
but neither are
asking
you.
you the
Neither are you.
definite. The reason why I'm asking you.
It's so calm.
The reason why I'm asking you what the definition of a mental illness is because it's very clear that you're using it in a proprietary sense that psychologists don't use, philosophers don't use. You're not using this in any term that most people would say that. If I came up to you and I said, "Hey, listen, comedians have a mental, or like being a comedian is a mental illness," you don't know what the fuck I'm saying because like your sense of mental illness is way okay. So cool. So tell me what you mean when you say mental illness. That's all I want to know.
So okay, so what you're saying is trans is
that's a question. I need an answer to my question.
I'm asking.
What is the definition of a mental illness?
You're saying that should trans people not? Right? You're asking a question.
You're not getting around this. You're not getting around.
You think like you're either going to run away from the debate or you're going to answer the question
what
of
am
what
I
a mental
running away
illness.
from? I'm answering.
Okay, you're not. Okay, just tell me what a mental illness is.
What's your big question? What's your big question?
Okay, this is the question on the table. Okay, I need you to give me verbally the definition of a mental illness.
Right.
Go.
Okay. I'll give you the Google definition
Please,
of mental illness. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Ready?
Go for it.
And by the way, when you're off the app, we can't hear you. So just come back and say it.
Okay. A wide range of emotions, or sorry, a wide range of conditions that affect mood.
A wide range of conditions that affect
a wide
mood,
range of conditions that affect mood, behavior, and thinking.
Mood, behavior, and thinking. And when you say conditions, right? What does that mean?
I just gave you the definition, right? You asked for a definition. I gave it to you, Aria. Google, right?
Oh, okay. Well,
Wait,
that's
so you don't know what a
interesting.
condition means, and you're making the claim that it's a mental illness.
So you asked for a definition, right?
Yeah. Well, that's fine. So,
Dude,
do we
Joey
agree?
is an actual idiot.
Wait, do we
Definitely,
agree?
yeah.
Do we agree, user?
Actually, a dumb person.
Wait,
really.
wait.
Yeah,
do we
definitely.
agree, user? Let me just
stupid,
ask you
really.
this. Let me just ask you this.
He can't.
I don't know why this.
Inside a single source, absolute loser.
What is it? It says health
Cite a
conditions.
source,
When
Bob.
I pulled it up, it says health conditions, but you left out the health part. You just
No,
said
you
conditions,
guys-
right? Because me
you
being in
guys
a
are smart with
classroom
no-
is me being in a classroom is a condition that affects my thinking. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
and you
understand.
understand, user. Like, in order to use the word conditions, like, for me to ask you a question about the definition that you're fucking citing, right? And you
So
can't
Google's
you can't
wrong.
explain to me what that
Wait, so
means.
Google's wrong,
How the
right?
fuck are you saying? How the fuck are you
Okay,
saying
so
that it's a
Jolly
mental
said
illness?
Google-
You fucking moron.
Doesn't
What are the
definition.
you understand that you came
Google-
into this conversation, right? Saying that
Google's
a
not
mental
true.
illness
Sorry,
is
guys.
something very unpopular and under 1%, right? You understand that you came in here saying that. So you were saying that it was a mental illness based off of that understanding, right?
So you okay? You know what's funny though? It's like
Now
you
you're
guys
changing the
don't-
definition because it's like you realize that you got fucked on it.
Okay, yes or no? It's a mental illness. Transgender mental illness. Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no?
Well, I think under that definition,
Yes or no?
the
No, I wanna
definition.
know,
Wait,
yes
the
or-
definition that you just
And I'm
gave me.
gonna send you a source.
Wait. I'm sorry. The
I
definition
can't
that you
wait.
just
I
gave me.
can't-
Wait, the definition
Yes
that
or
you
no,
just
Jolly?
wait.
Yes
The
or no?
definition that you just
Yes or-
gave me. The definition that
Mental
you just
illness,
gave
yes
me.
or no, Jolly?
Obviously, mine's gonna be no.
Mental
It's
illness.
not gonna be a mental health condition.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Mental illness.
No.
Let's hear it. Huh?
No. 'Cause It's not a mental
perfect.
health condition.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Oh, okay. You don't
You
want to.
haven't justified it, bro.
Wait, you don't want to give me your
Let me
argument?
let me ask you
You're
this,
just gonna call-
user. Let me
I'm gonna
ask.
send you a
Wait,
source,
hold on,
Peter.
user. Let me ask you this. Okay, is me being in a
you don't
classroom?
like
Wait, I don't
sources,
know why
you
this guy's like over talking me. Stop yapping. So, is me being in a classroom, learning math, is that a condition that affects my thinking? That's all I'm asking. I just need a yes or no on that one. You're off the app. We won't be able to hear you, buddy. I'm gonna kick you if you don't come back
Well,
in 5
yeah.
seconds.
I want to give you a quick source. Because
Okay,
obviously
yeah. So just
capable of
answer that.
understanding
That's a yes or
source.
no. Me
No,
being
you
in a
ask questions,
classroom.
but you provide actually
User,
no
I don't know
facts,
why
right?
you're
You
like.
guys just get-
I'm
no,
not
you
gonna
guys
let you run
deflect.
from the
You
question.
deflect. Yeah,
I'm
you
not gonna
deflect.
let
You
you run from the question.
Yeah,
Okay.
no facts at
So
all.
let's
Just
do
deflect.
it. So is me being
no, you
in a
have no facts.
classroom, learning math, is that a condition that affects my thinking?
Let's ask for facts and not prove a single fact. That's a
So are you running from the
It's a
question?
great debate.
Are you running from the question?
Let's have 4 people.
It sounds like he's
just
running from the
have
question,
no one
guys.
provide.
Like,
Right,
listen,
have
you're.
no one
This
provide-
is not new. No person, by the way,
No,
who
you
has
guys
ever
are-
came up on here, who has ever done any formal or informal debate, has been able to justify the view that being trans is a mental illness. So I understand this is hard for you and you're struggling. That's why you're crashing out, because you've realized that it's not a mental illness, and now you're
muting
trying
me.
to.
You're muting me.
Now you're trying to.
you're
Now you're
muting
trying to
me.
say fit. Yeah, because you're over talking. Don't over talk. You won't get muted. Okay.
No, because
so
gender
yeah,
dysphoria-
you're still over talking.
gender
Like, that's
dysphoria
why you're
mental
getting
illness-
muted right now. Okay, so yeah, so
gender-
if I'm not
gender
asking about
dysphoria
gender
mental illness-
dysphoria, I'm asking about being trans. Don't try to change
Gender
the
dysphoria
subject.
men-
Don't try to run. Right. So when you said, this is a task that no person can do, and
Gender
you're
dysphoria
realizing that right
mental
now. You're realizing right now. Thank you for the like, by the way. User.
Gender
I
dysphoria
like that.
mental-
He's over here trying to
Transgender
unmute himself and is
mental-
liking my live.
Gender dysphoria mental.
I love
Literally the
it.
same thing.
Yeah.
Cracks me up. Same thing.
I love it.
User, do you know the difference between a necessary and sufficient condition?
You know the difference between a liberal
doesn't
and
know
a
that.
losing
Wait, can you answer the question? Yes or no?
Wait, how many swing states did Trump win? Every swing state.
Who won the 2020 election?
What's the answer?
Hey, every swing state, you liberal.
Hey, what's the
Every
difference?
swing
between
state and the
necessary
popular.
and
And
What's
the
what's the difference? Can you tell me?
And every election.
What's the difference?
Keep
mister?
crying. Keep crying.
Hey, hey, it's okay. What's the difference between
Jolly,
necessary
you weren't so
and sufficient condition?
you weren't so jolly in November. Oh my god, Jolly was sick as a dog.
All we hear is
Dude is like I've got him like so fucking rattled, dude.
I love it.
Jesus Christ. Hey, user, do you want to answer my question?
He can't answer questions, Charlie. He's scared.
He's allergic.
I guess he can't. He's incapable.
You can't prove a fact.
I want to know what is necessary and sufficient conditions for
absolute
women.
idiot. You're an absolute idiot.
Yeah.
This is so easy. 25.
Okay, do you think an
Absolutely.
absolute idiot would be able to answer the question? What do
You're
you think
an
the difference between
absolute
necessary
idiot.
and
You
sufficient
prove a
conditions?
single fact.
Do you think
Source,
that
source.
an idiot could distinguish between a necessary and a sufficient condition? It's like kind of in the name, so I don't know why you're like running away from it.
I mean, I'm getting muted.
Yeah,
Every second I'm
but
getting
listen,
muted.
I'll give you the rules for muting, so that way, if you don't violate the rules, you won't get muted.
Bunch of
Okay.
libs, bunch
So
of
rule
libs.
number 1 for muting is
Bunch of
over talking.
libs,
So that's
bunch
what you're
of
doing right
libs.
now. So that's why you're getting
more-
muted by the
4
moderator.
more
Okay.
years.
So
4
that's
more-
rule number 1. Rule number 2, little kid, is
more years.
failing to answer a question. Right. So Jolly
4
asked
more
you a
years.
specific question, and you're failing to answer. You're running away from
4
it right
more
now.
years.
The reason why you're running away is because you realize that you're wrong.
4 more years.
But that's not going to drop the questions being asked of you just by virtue of the fact that you are scared of the questions. We're still going to ask you the question.
Not scared of anything,
Yeah.
actually.
Well, okay, then
Not
answer the
scared of
question if
anything.
you're not scared.
Oh, that's the question.
Jolly, go ahead and
What's
answer.
your big
Jolly,
question?
go
What's
ahead and
your big-
ask the question.
You've asked the same
Yeah, so
question 1,000.
I'm just really curious, like what the distinction between a necessary and sufficient condition is. And I'm also be interested in what are your necessary and sufficient conditions for moral consideration. Do you know what moral consideration is? But by the way,
Every
do you know what it
source
means
in
for being
popular
a moral status?
Good talk. Yeah. You even
so
asking
scared.
you weirdo, dude.
Wait, you
definitely
want me
got
to know what
touched
you're
through a
You don't know what I'm asking you? Wait, aren't you smarter
Wait, how
than me?
many
You're supposed
lockers?
to know
How many
like,
lockers?
what these things are, right? Like you're supposed to know what a
Under
necessary and
2.5
sufficient
lockers.
condition is. You're supposed to know
Under
what moral
2.5 lockers.
consideration is because
I'm taking-
apparently like we're all idiots. up here,
I'm
so,
taking the over.
I'm just like
It's gotta
I'm
be
wondering.
3 lockers. It's
I'm
gotta
waiting for the start.
at least 3 lockers, right?
25 Cash App Venmo to
Even
kick
4,
away.
maybe even 4.
Tom
honestly.
Baker, how old are you?
Well, he definitely got
25.
personal lockers.
You're 25. Do you think trans
Ollie
people
has
should be able to
never
use
fucking-
the bathroom that they want?
Well, first I want you to define what a trans person is.
Yeah, so trans person, that's just going to be somebody who is who has a gender identity that's incongruent with their biological sex. So if they were like given assigned female at birth, that's somebody who's going to have a gender identity that's typically associated with males. That gender identity is going to be that of a man. What's your take on what you think a trans person is?
Well, a trans person would be somebody that has had surgery.
Mental illness.
Okay, so like my mom, when she got back surgery, she's a trans person now.
Dudes literally compare
No, don't be
surgery to a
dumb.
mental illness. That's fucking stupid.
I don't know why this guy's like over talking. Say it again. Sorry.
That
You
your
said somebody who
statement
has
is
had.
stupid.
You said somebody who has had surgery. My mom has had surgery. Therefore
Right.
she's a trans person.
In other words, gender reassignment surgery.
Oh, gender
Don't be
reassignment.
foolish.
Okay. You didn't say that.
Yeah,
You just said if they
we're
had
talking
surgery.
about trans people,
Okay,
so,
so
we're not
when it
talking
comes to-
about dentistry.
Well, you shouldn't have said it then. Okay, so when it comes to that, where are you getting this definition from? Like, it's not the DSM-5, definitely. It's not the way most people refer to trans people. You're muted. Go ahead and unmute.
That's a very classist way to look at things too. Not everyone can afford the surgeries.
So, why shouldn't anybody be able to use any bathroom always?
Well, can you
That's
answer
a
the question of
question.
why they should not use the women's restroom? That was the question I gave you. I asked you.
What a brilliant philosophical question. Why should anybody be allowed to use any bathroom?
Why should we do anything, guys?
Right.
Why do we even get out of bed?
No, it's a real question.
Okay, well,
Why
like, answer
should-
my question first.
Why
do
should
you think they should
you're
not use the
over-talking me.
bathroom? Yeah, like, you're just trying to change. Like, you're asking my view. I'm asking you yours, right? Like, right now, we're investigating your view, right? The view is that presumably you don't think that they should go into the bathroom. I don't even know if you believe that they should, because like you just asked what a trans person was. But anyway, so do you think that they should use the bathroom that they choose? Yes or no? This guy.
She doesn't think anybody should really use any bathroom. That one I would respect. I'd be like, you know what? I get it.
Yo, Grandmaster with the Summer Sun. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Go ahead and unmute. You're still muted, my guy. Send him another request. I don't know what he's doing.
I'm not touching it, so I don't know why I'm getting muted.
Yeah, okay, so let me give you the rules for muting, so that way you know you don't get muted. Just don't overtalk, and then obviously just answer questions, right? If you answer a question, you won't get muted. Okay, so the question was, why do you think they should not use the bathroom that they choose? For example, a trans woman going in a woman's restroom, trans man going in a men's restroom.
I don't think that you're understanding there's a difference between male and female.
I
and
do.
Because there is a difference between male and female, that we do as a society have bathrooms that are assigned to male and female. And just because somebody says they're a woman doesn't make them a woman.
Yeah, so we're not asking about like anybody's identity. We're asking why they shouldn't use that particular bathroom. So you're saying a trans woman should not use the woman's restroom because the woman's restroom is meant for females. The trans woman is not female. Therefore, the trans woman should not use the woman's restroom, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the argument that like bathrooms should be based off of like sex? And why would that even motivate a trans woman to like not use that restroom?
I don't know what the motivation is.
Like, so for
I'm
example,
not trying
let
to
me give you
explain
like
the motivation.
Well, like there's a motivation for a lot. Like, so for example, there was whites only restrooms and like colored restrooms, right? But presumably you wouldn't say that a black person should not use a white person's restroom, right? Because there's a clear difference between having white skin and black skin, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think a black person is wrong for going into a whites only restroom in the Jim Crow South?
I think you're way off in left field.
That wasn't an
We're
answer to
talking
my
about
question.
the difference. It's something I've never thought about, nor would I think about it.
Well, I'm asking you to think about it now because how is this not analogous, right? We're picking a property. You're saying bathrooms are meant for this property, right? This person does not have that property, therefore they should not use that restroom. That's true.
Because a black person is the same as a white person.
A black person,
They're
what?
both. A black person is the same as a white person.
Well, what do you think I mean when I say black?
They're male or they're female.
But they're different.
You're
with
asking about
respect
the
to their
Jim Crow South.
Yeah, they're different with respect to
Right.
their skin color. Are they? Do we agree that there's differences in skin color?
No, we don't agree. There's
So
differences
everybody
in
has the
skin
same
color.
So everybody has the same
Yes,
skin color.
everybody has the same skin color. What a question from you.
What?
Okay, so since we agree that
privilege now.
Hey,
I
listen.
don't even know what to. I mean, even I'm stumped. I'm like, dude, I'm.
Okay, so just to
Yeah,
be clear,
Jolly,
like,
if you
I assume
ask
he
a
was being
stupid
sarcastic.
question, you get a stupid answer.
Okay, so you said they were the same, so that's why I asked that question. Okay, so I need you to track the conversation.
Yeah, because we're on male and female.
Yeah, but now we're
bathrooms for
on
male and
white and
female.
black, right? So if
That-
somebody
that-
says
that's a whole
so if-
it's a whole nother topic.
yeah,
that
and
doesn't-
it's
is not
is it not the
congruent.
same logic?
It is not the same logic.
Wait,
It's
okay,
bad
okay.
logic.
So if we formalize it symbolically, we would say
Nope,
if
it's
yep,
not.
we're gonna form. I don't like if we formalize it symbolically. You're saying if a bathroom is made for people who have this property X, right, and a person who does not have that property X should not use that bathroom. Is there anything wrong with that argument, like with the symbols?
With the symbols that
Yeah,
reflect
X.
genitalia.
Yeah, the property X, whatever the property is.
Genitalia.
No, it's X. So I can pick out any property. It doesn't matter. You don't know what the property is. It's just the property X. This bathroom is meant for people with property X. The person going into property X bathroom does not have property X. Therefore, that person should not use property X bathroom. Is that a valid argument?
That's argument.
Because this is
I'm sorry. You
That's
said
not the real
you
statement.
cut off a little bit. You said that was a valid argument.
I said that was your argument. That's your argument.
So
I don't see.
So that's
the
a false
differences
statement.
between gender as being property X or non-property
So
X.
so is being male
You're
a
trying
property?
to rarefy something.
Is being male a property?
Yes.
Okay. Is being tall, is your height a property?
Everything's a property.
Okay. So why would it matter which property we're talking about?
Because we're talking about the fundamental difference between male and female.
Yeah. When you say there's a
Do you
difference, you
agree
mean
that
they're
there
not
are two
identical?
sexes?
Yeah. Do you agree that there are
Do you
different
agree
races?
there's
Do
two
you
sexes
you
that
agree?
are different?
Yeah. Do you agree that there are different skin colors? That they're different?
Of course.
Okay, so why is it
Melatonin.
okay? So the argument is by virtue of the fact that males and females are different, they are not identical to each other, right? And it's the case that there is a female bathroom, then it follows that males should not use the female bathroom. That is also true for race, right? If there is a case, it's true.
No.
Wait, I'm giving you the
No,
argument.
it's
You're gonna
not
have
true.
you're gonna have to give me the symmetry breaker once I finish, okay? You're saying, right, because there is a difference between whether you have white skin or black skin. There were bathrooms that were meant for people with white skin. Therefore, it's wrong for a person with black skin to enter a white skin's bathroom. Why are those not the same argument?
Because there are two genders. There are infinite amount of skin colors.
Holy
You're trying to make a you have a problem?
Why does it matter how many predicates there are? Why does that matter? What's the argument for that one? I'm sorry. Why does it matter how many distinctions of predicates there are?
Because there are only two genders.
Okay, so if I said there were only two, you're either X or Y, right? And this bathroom is for X. This bathroom is Y. Therefore, a Y should not enter an X bathroom. Is there anything wrong with that problem? With that argument?
Yes.
Oh, but that's the argument that you're using.
Hey, so I'm wondering, you would agree with me that
You're
you'd agree
you're
that
getting-
like you can either be 5'8" and over, or below 5 feet, right?
There you go.
Yeah. Do you agree there are only two genders?
Interesting question, but that doesn't seem to
Answer the
be an
question,
answer.
Tom.
So, let me ask the question again. And so you can either be 5'8"
Let me
and
ask
over,
the question
or
again.
below
Then.
5'8".
Are there
yeah.
only
I wonder who asked the question first. I would love to answer your question once we're done with this.
Let's go,
So,
brilliant.
can you either be 5'8" and over, or underneath 5 feet? Sorry, 5'8". My bad.
Go ahead and unmute.
Can you be 5'8" and over, or underneath 5 feet? Right. You would agree that you can
5'8".
either be one of those two. Correct.
Unmute guy.
It's the microphone at the bottom, guy.
Next to the chat.
Hello?
Marin, how old are you?
41.
What's your argument?
You saying that the trans brain is like female, replicate female, then why you don't produce estrogen? Why you produce a testosterone, yeah? Second of all, no, let me finish.
That's not the argument. We're
but-
talking about whether they should be able to use the bathroom that they choose. Do you have an argument for that? That's what I'm asking. Oh, phlegm. You're muted. Go ahead and unmute.
Let's
They're
let's
not
see-
females. They're not females. I'm going to start work, so I just will make my point. I'm sorry. You saying that your brain replicates female's brain, yeah? But you don't produce estrogen. That means
Men and women
nature.
both.
No.
This is not relevant.
Every-
That's not,
They all, but
we're not entertaining
predominantly
it. Like, this is not
woman-
relevant to the conversation.
No, why?
Like, I don't know why you're like trying to talk about like the color of the sky. We're not worried about that. We're talking about who should use a particular restroom, right? So what's the argument that trans people shouldn't use the bathroom that they choose?
We should segregate it on people who know how to find the mute button.
Yeah, there's a difference between height. Now, can we answer my question?
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, he's
What
back.
was the question I asked you? That was not the answer I was looking for, and that was not that relevant to the question I was asking you.
I think it was relevant, and that was
No.
the purpose of your question, to find out if
Wait.
there's a difference in height.
No, that's not what I meant. So my question is, can you either be 5'8" or over, or underneath 5 feet? I'm not asking if there's a difference. I'm asking if it's exclusive.
I don't understand the question.
Okay,
There's
listen,
a difference
Tom.
in height.
Listen, Tom, you can either be a person who is 5'8" or taller, right? That's one property. Or shorter than 5'8". Do you agree that that's a true statement?
Yes.
Okay, those are two properties, right?
Sure.
Okay, so now we have two properties. You can either be 5'8" or taller, or shorter than 5'8". Therefore,
There's a difference in height.
Yeah, so now we have bathrooms, one that is for people who are 5'8" or taller, or people who are shorter than 5'8". Would it be wrong, in your view, for somebody who is 5'8" or taller to enter the 5'8" or shorter bathroom? Yes or no? Morally wrong.
In that farcical question, I believe that it would be not morally wrong, but physically possible.
Okay, so it's not morally wrong. Okay, so what's the difference between that one that we're giving you, which is there's these two properties, and the male and female one?
Well, male and female is basically, since you're an atheist, you know,
You don't want to do this.
something that was created by God.
You don't want to do this.
You're like these are like the wrong people to do this.
You don't want to do this, man. You sure you want to go down this road?
Female is,
I would love to go down this route, Tom. I don't know about you.
There's two different.
I would love to as well. Because
Okay.
you ain't. You
Go
ain't
ahead.
ready
Just
to-
let him finish. I want to hear it. Go ahead.
Do you agree that there are two different genders?
Gender. When you say gender, do you just mean sex?
Yes.
Let's grant that. Yeah, sure.
So if we have bathrooms that apply to each different sex,
Wait, what was the atheist point that you were trying to make? Are you backing off that one, or?
You should do it.
No, I've
Go
seen
full send
another
it with
one
the justification
where
for God. Let's go. Let's do it.
that you're an atheist and then you were trying to slam Christianity.
Oh, wait, are you Christian?
I've seen you do other debates on that.
Oh yeah,
Are you
I'll
Christian?
always do that. Yeah.
Are you Christian too?
It's not pertinent.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
so you
just,
don't want to. You don't want to
wait,
do it. Okay.
Can I just ask? Do you think God is all powerful?
No.
He's not all powerful, so he's only kind of powerful, right?
I don't think I comprehend what he is.
So there's some things that he just physically can't do, right?
Yeah, there's things that he can't control. Obviously, not obviously, but that's my opinion.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't say that you're a Christian, right? That wouldn't fall under Christian theology. I would say you serve a different God than Christians do. But like, if you're not a Christian, it wouldn't apply to you.
Do you have an epistemic warrant for the claim? Do you have any argument, Tim?
No, I really would rather talk about the trans people using the bathrooms.
That's fine. You said atheist, so
So,
I got excited. Okay, go ahead.
We all got excited.
Can I say something really quick? So, Tom, you've said it a lot of times that bathrooms are based on sex. They're not. They're based on gender, men and women. And do you know why that they're like that, and how long that's been?
Men and women is sex.
No, that's gender. That's gender, sweetie.
No,
female.
I believe sex
So-
and gender are interchangeable. I don't see a difference between them.
Cool. That doesn't change the fact that they're different. So, do you know why they're
No,
separated?
no.
Do you know why they're separated?
I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
So you don't. Okay, cool. You don't know why they're separated.
No, that's not what I
Because to keep
said.
women cloistered on out of male spaces. They wanted to keep women segregated because they didn't believe women to be worthy of being in the presence of a man. And this has only been about the last 150, 170 years Prior to that, everyone just shit together in shit circles, and they held hands and had conversations. So this is a relatively new concept in society, to have separate segregated spaces.
Same reason why there's segregated sports, right, based off sex. Men, like, all it took was one woman beating a man, and they segregated the sports. But yeah, I'm just still trying to figure out, like, what's the wrong making property here. Like, I don't understand. Like, a trans woman goes in there in the women's restroom, takes a shit, washes her hands, and leaves. I don't understand who she wronged. I mean, maybe it smells, but like.
Are some trans people that are deviants?
What do you mean by
There's
deviant?
many cis people.
More than.
What about deviants? Can you
Right.
Like, you just mean
I mean,
bad
men-
people who are looking to pray, or what? Is that what you mean?
I mean, 93%
I mean,
of
because if they're
Do you
if they're
agree
if they're deviants, then why would you allow them in the men's restroom too?
Why'd you allow them in any restroom?
when we went to place
That's
our own
fiction.
society.
'Cause I think it's like 45% of trans women are attracted to men, right? So like they're not attracted to women.
Standard homosexual, then, right?
What?
No, that would be
Like, I
straight.
don't know, like anyway. So like, if they
A
go into the
trans
men's
woman-
restroom, a trans woman
A
could
trans
pray.
woman interested in a man would be a simple homosexual, right?
Oh, that would be straight, but
Not
like
under our
that's
semantics.
semantics, yeah. Like, okay, so a trans woman, you wouldn't allow a trans woman to go into a men's restroom, right? Because especially if she's attracted to men.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, so she is allowed to go in the men's restroom.
When you say she,
Yeah.
you're talking about a biological woman.
Somebody who's assigned male at birth.
So a man.
Well, that's your semantics. I would call them a woman.
No, it's not semantic.
Yeah, it's your semantic. Like,
it's
I don't
science.
listen. I don't care about
It's
the
simple
verbal.
science.
I don't care about the verbal dispute. Okay, I just want you to answer the question of content, right? Which is, if she's attracted to men and men only, is it wrong for her to go into the men's restroom, given that you think that they're like deviants and stuff?
No,
Okay, why not?
I just listened to your question and I answered it. I don't have a.
You don't have justification for your answer. You just like arbitrarily.
You're
spit out
saying that
words.
if a woman
Uh-huh.
goes into a man's bathroom, is it wrong?
Mm-hmm.
It's against the customs and the civility of the society that we're in.
But it's not wrong though.
Metaphysically wrong? No.
Metaphysically wrong?
This motherfucker said metaphysically wrong.
I mean, the man who
That
voted
makes a lot of
for-
sense to me. Could you
He heard
expand on what you
metaphysically
mean?
once from Darth Dawkins, and he's like, okay.
I mean, Tom, the man you voted for did things that were against society, and you still voted for him.
Yeah, he did the things that you accused, like, trans women of
It
doing.
also depends on like the place that you like. If you're in San Francisco, you think anybody's worried about trans women using women's restroom compared to Alabama? Fuck town, Alabama, by the way.
Love it.
Yeah, I don't. I think San Francisco obviously is far more liberal.
Yeah, so it's not wrong. So in your view, it wouldn't be wrong for a trans woman to use the women's restroom there.
Your question is, and I think my answer just gave you the. You just restated what I said, and you're asking me again.
So was that a yes or was that a no? Or
It'll be a yes.
so it'd still be wrong. So it doesn't. So okay, so it's wrong independent of the societal norms. So I'm still trying to figure out what makes it wrong. Like I don't know what the wrong making property is here.
Educate us.
Societal norms.
Yeah, but in San Francisco, it is a societal norm that trans men use men's restroom, trans women use women's restroom. So why is it wrong?
I wouldn't say it's wrong.
Do you
As in
think that the
against the
trans
law.
woman? Yeah, I didn't ask a legal argument. You think a trans woman should not use the women's restroom in San Francisco, correct?
A trans woman should not use
The women's restroom.
a men's
San Francisco.
bathroom
The
in
women's
San
restroom
Francisco.
In San Francisco, yes. Is that your position?
No, that's not my position.
Okay,
I'm
so-
going to the original question, which is why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose?
Uh-huh.
Because some people, some genders,
Uh-huh.
look at that and say, I should not. Well,
You should not what?
when it comes down to it,
Bro.
I pretty much don't care.
Okay.
This is painful.
But you asked the
Beg.
question,
25 to kick, I beg.
why should
we care? That's wonderful. But yeah, no, I'm just wondering, like, what was the wrong making property again? Do you know what that is, by the way?
the wrong making property? Go
Is that
ahead
a
and say
societal
what
norm?
the wrong making property is here.
Did you just tell me to say what the wrong making property is?
Yes.
Your wrong making property?
Yes.
Yeah, didn't you say it was something like, I don't know, societal norms? It was societal norms, right?
This is so bad.
You know what I'm gonna ask you next, right? This is
No,
not
I
gonna
don't.
go well for you.
No, I don't know what you're gonna ask me next. No.
If it was a societal norm to grape children, would it be okay to grape children?
Be careful.
No.
Oh, so it's
That
okay.
was-
So for some reason,
Wait,
magical
wait.
reason, it's not going to be the wrong making property in this case. But then for
Why
some
the
reason, it's the
fuck?
wrong making property in the case of trans people. Could you explain the discrepancy?
What is a trans person? If it can be anything, then anybody can go
Oh my
anywhere
God.
all the time.
We've already answered that question. Stay on topic, please.
So the reason why it's not okay for a trans woman to enter the women's restroom is because anybody could be anything at all points in time if people are trans.
Yes. The current
Well said.
trans
Yeah.
definition is
Grandmaster, please.
you can be anything at any time all the time.
So, okay, well, I mean, that doesn't make any
This,
sense.
we're,
I
this is,
think
I'm
you
sorry,
really
this is,
need to have-
this is too
are we not
painful.
talking about non-binary
I'm sorry,
too?
Grandmaster, thank you for the 25 to kick. This is too painful. I can't do it. Jim and Keith, how old are y'all?
I'm good, man. How are you, bro?
How old are you?
I'm 30 years.
Okay, and what about you, Jim? How old are you?
I'm old. I'm 40.
All right,
Dang.
y'all give me y'all's best argument.
Younger than
Best,
me.
best argument for why they shouldn't use the bathroom that they choose.
Go right ahead, Keith. Okay, I will go. Because it puts women at, men knowing men. It puts women at danger.
Oh, it does.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds like an empirical claim. So looks like
No,
there's a
well,
hypothesis.
no.
Well, I don't know why like you're over talking, but okay. So it sounds like an empirical claim that if trans women use women's restroom, then what we would expect is an increase in privacy or safety violations. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have data that suggests that?
Yeah.
Can I get that study? Or...
Do you have studies that
I do.
state
Yeah,
that-
I just want to know if you had justification
Yep.
for your claim.
Okay, back up your claim, and then I'll give you
Well,
mine.
you made the claim.
It's up to you, bud.
Why would I have to support you? Like my
Burden
claim?
of proof is on you.
Yeah.
You made the claim, therefore the burden
I
of
just
proof
want to
is on
study.
you.
The burden of proof is on you.
Oh, yes, please, Jim.
I love making claims and not being able to substantiate them.
So we're waiting on you, Jem. While we wait on Jem to get that source, what about you, Keith? What's your argument?
Okay, I think it's not.
Thank you, Maddie, for the galaxy. What was it?
I think it's not necessary.
It's not
because,
necessary. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's also violating some of the cultural norms and society as well. Because crimes are always waiting to get a chance.
Wait, so you're saying it's wrong because it violates societal norms?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we can just ask the same question that Jolly asked.
Yeah.
Did you hear that question?
These things have not been existing for decades.
Yes, I have.
We just went into normalizing abnormal things right now in this.
Keith, trans people have always
Trans people have
existed.
they've been around for thousands of years.
Since the beginning of time.
So Keith, so do you think that the wrong maker could be a societal norm? So like what people believe is wrong is the wrong maker?
Okay, let me just give you an argument or like a case study.
No, I'm just like a real quick. So like let's say hypothetically, and this is a random one. That's my first time giving this one out. Is like if it was a societal norm to like unalive children or grip children, would it be okay or permissible to do those things?
It wouldn't.
So it doesn't sound like you really hold to this principle that states that things are wrong because of a societal norm, unless you're just like saying it's only specifically in this case, like in the trans woman case. Is that true?
No, let me just give you an example where I'm coming from. I will come back to your question. We were in South Africa and a boy was pretending to be a trans woman. And one day they happened to go clubbing, then they slept in the house. And these girls, they wake up when they were raped. So when they investigated, they find that this trans woman, that boy, is the one who raped them.
Please don't say.
Sorry, what's the inference? Okay, so they raped someone, therefore I don't understand what the inference. Therefore, it follows that trans women can't use women's restroom because one person in South Africa. I don't understand.
No, because criminals are always waiting to take advantage of any.
Yeah, what's the argument that trans people are criminals?
They are not criminals, not all of them, but
so why you
for that they should not be around.
Do you know that Donald Trump gripped someone? You know Donald Trump was.
Yes, I know.
Was okay. You know that Donald Trump is from New York.
Yes.
So would I be able to make the inference that anybody from New York is going to be dangerous or is a rapist because I give you one anecdote of like somebody from New York doing it?
That's silly. No, that's not the case. But if you are to prevent crime from happening and gender violence, things should remain as the way they are.
No, you just gave me one anecdote, Keith. That's not going to inform me of anything. Like, I just gave you an anecdote. Like, what's the symmetry breaker exactly?
Well, I'm going to leave it right, my friend.
Jim, shut up.
Keith? Unless you have, like, empirical evidence that suggests that. Oh, okay.
I guess it's your term, Jim.
Yeah, you can't just, like, provide anecdotes. Do you have a source, Jim?
So, the anecdotes. If I give you sort of anecdotal evidence of something that will happen, could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Will happen, could happen? Well, I can give you anecdotal evidence of anything. I don't know what you mean by anecdotal of something that could happen. What do you mean?
There it is.
Right.
What do you mean by something that could happen?
Okay. So, I could walk down the street and a guy wearing a red shirt could punch me in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's
That's
your
not evidence. You
Thank you, Maddie.
What's your anecdotal sort of response to that?
What do you mean? What does an anecdotal response look like? You didn't even provide anecdotal evidence. You just provided me.
Yeah.
You just provided me like
Well,
some
it's sort of a Jeopardy thing, right?
What do you think evidence is?
Sorry.
What do you think evidence is?
Evidence is something based upon, a 4 based upon a 2 + 2.
Here, let me like give you a free lesson. So basically,
Okay.
evidence is going to be observations that are consistent with a proposition, right? Some might say like the proposition must decrease the probability of like competing hypotheses, right, and raise the probability of it being true. That's what evidence is. So what observation?
Thank you, Grandmaster.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
What observation did you give me in that hypothetical? What was observed exactly?
Sorry, you were talking and then you really didn't land the plane on that one.
I've asked you a
Yo,
question. Can you
wait,
recapitulate
wait.
what I asked?
Y'all, we gotta give Jolly. He's in here like doing some really
One
heavy
coin is
lifting.
crazy.
Come on, guys. Bro
It's
is
all good.
doing really heavy lifting. He deserves it.
Hey Jim, could you recapitulate what I asked you?
Recapitulate.
Is that what I said?
Are you good, Jim?
I asked you what was the observation, because if you're gonna say that was like anecdotal evidence, well then like what observations did you give me that are consistent with a proposition?
Well, anecdotal evidence, as far as what we're talking about here, is that
Really, thanks guys. I really appreciate
a guy
it.
dressed
That was
up
so
as
appreciative. Thanks, guys.
So a guy dressed up as what?
a chick going into
What
a
is a
woman's
chick?
bathroom, there's a higher degree of shit happening.
Well, that's the claim that you're supposed to be proving.
understand that. Yeah, you understand that. What observations were given from that? You just made a
Well,
claim.
there's data.
And you understand that you were just running from your original thing. You just gave me a situation. You understand, Carbon, while you were gone, he was just like, "Hey, I'm gonna give you hypothetical anecdotal evidence, or like anecdotal hypothetical evidence. Would you accept that?" Or then he was just like, "Oh, well, if imagine a red guy walking down the street and like socking me in the face." And I was just like, okay, is that supposed to be evidence? Yeah. I was like, "What is evidence?" He's like, and then I had to fucking educate this man about what evidence was. And then now I'm asking him what the evidence is, and now he's just repeating the thing that he initially did. So
He's trying to sound like RFK Jr. Like, I don't understand. What's he doing?
No.
Hey, Jim, let's not be ableist. RFK has an actual condition that makes his voice sound like that. That's really
Yeah,
gross to me.
he has a neurological issue.
Oh, what about you, Gio? How old are you, Gio?
I'm 28.
What's your argument?
Why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose? I think you should, whatever says on your birth certificate, that's the bathroom you should go to. I feel like.
Okay, so if a trans woman, like if a trans woman on her birth certificate does say female, then she can use the woman's restroom, right?
I mean, you can change those. Whatever was on your birth certificate when you were born.
Oh, okay, so
Now
that's
you're
based on
changing
when you were
it.
born. So if the doctor
Yeah.
had made a mistake and actually put like a trans woman as female when they were actually intending to say male, but if the birth certificate does say female, then it's fine for them to use the woman's restroom.
Wait, how can the doctor make a mistake at birth?
Transcription error, maybe like they switched them around. Doesn't matter. It was an error.
I mean, that's probably like a.
Okay, so let's just say that there was an error and they put them down as
Okay.
female. So therefore, it follows from that the trans woman should use the woman's restroom, correct?
You lost me. I'm
Okay.
I'm confused.
Okay. A trans woman is typically assigned
Yes.
male at birth, correct?
Yes, that's a male that turned himself into a woman.
Okay.
Yes.
So in that case, okay, we're gonna drop this guy. Hold on.
You
Sorry,
okay,
he's doing the
bro?
most, and Nana's just probably
Thank
doing a
you,
lot of work
Maddie.
muting. Okay,
I really would.
So
Thanks
this
for
is somebody
noticing.
who's typically assigned male at birth, but due to some error, maybe a computer error or whatever, they're assigned female at birth. So, and that's just their whole life, right? They're assigned female at birth. They just happen to be a trans person who had this error. Okay. So therefore, they should only use the women's restroom, right?
That seems like a very anecdotal, but I mean,
It's a hypothetical. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
Yeah, I'm gonna say okay. Well, that in whatever situation that would be, that's a very just distinct anecdotal. But a majority of people, when you're born, the doctor looks at your genitalia, and either you're a male or you're a woman.
Okay, so
I mean, either a male or female.
wait, so is
And
the genitals what matters, or is the birth certificate is what matters?
No, it's. I mean, yeah. The genitals, yeah, that definitely matters.
So they
Thank
both
you,
matter, or
Grandmaster.
is it just the birth certificate?
No, it's a myriad of things, but whatever genitals you have, yeah, that's what matters.
Changing.
Okay, so it's not the birth certificate; it's the genitals.
It's the genitals are what they use to determine what you are at birth.
Okay, so a
So,
trans woman who
if
has
I
had
have
bottom,
something,
so a trans woman who has had bottom surgery would be fine going in a woman's restroom under your view because they no longer have those genitals that they had at birth.
no.
Okay, then so it doesn't matter about genitals.
So it matters about
Yeah.
genitals and it doesn't matter about. I don't understand the view. Okay.
He's a dilates, it's fine.
Whatever genitals you have at birth, whatever that you biologically are, okay? Because
What
there's a
if
whole lot
your
of specific.
inner
All right. Okay. So
Yeah,
let
what
me
if
try to
they're-
let me try to steel man. Okay. So the typical case, if you're you're saying if you were born with a penis and it's unambiguous, then you should not use the women's restroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
what's
if
the
you have
argument
a
for that?
penis, yes, you shouldn't be in the women's bathroom at all.
Thank
Wait,
you,
if you have
Rudy.
one or if you were born with one?
If you're born, whatever that you biologically are born
Okay,
with, not what
all
you
right.
created or went into
Now
a lab to get put on you or
Now,
removed.
why is what you're born with morally relevant with respect to which bathroom you go into?
Because at the end of the day, I'm a man, right? If I can't say today, oh, you know what? I'm a girl. Let me go walk in the women's bathroom. That's not how shit works. That's not how.
That
that's
didn't
not how it
answer
works
my
at all.
question. My question is why is the circumstances of which somebody was born, in this case, their genital situation, why is that morally relevant to which bathroom they go into?
Because men are supposed to use the bathroom with men, and women are supposed to use the bathroom with women.
Well, that's
with women.
just
how it goes.
that's just to restate the claim. I'm not asking you to
Yeah, but that's
restate
just
the
how
claim.
that's just how it goes.
All
I didn't make the
Jack
rules.
Egg
That's just
strike
how
on
it
this. Okay, so all right, so the claim that you made is that they should not use the bathrooms. The reason for such a claim is because they were born with a particular genital situation. My question to
Yes.
you is, why is that genital situation morally so? For example, here's a counterexample. Why not base it based off of some other property that they were born with? Whether they had whether they were crying or not. If you were crying when you were a baby, then you should use this bathroom. If you were not crying when you were a baby, then you should use this other bathroom. Why specifically the genital situation? Why is that relevant?
Because the genitals is what determines what you are at birth. So if you're a male, I have a male. You have a. I'm sure that you're a male, right? Are you a male?
I mean, you want to see or I don't understand.
No. I'm asking you. No,
Yes.
I'm good. But I'm asking you, are you a male?
I'm confident that I'm a male. Yes.
Okay, that's what. Okay, well, I'm assuming that's what you're born as. We don't get to say that. Oh, we feel like walking in a girl's bathroom just because we felt like it today, or we were crying at birth, or whatever it is. That
Well,
you're saying.
I
It's
get
not
to
how it
I get to
works.
say that. I just don't want to do that. I don't feel comfortable.
Okay,
in the
but
women's restroom.
okay, and a lot of women don't feel comfortable with a man. there,
Wrong.
regardless of if that man is.
I wouldn't
is
give a shit.
You know what I
Well,
mean? It doesn't. We can't.
if by man, if by man you mean male, it depends on the male, right? So there's many different types of males that women are significantly more comfortable with being in the women's restroom. So, for example, young boys, maybe it's their son, gay men, trans women, right? So those are generally the groups of
Gay men
people.
can't walk into the woman's bathroom.
I don't know if you've ever been to a bar, bro, and you have the gay man and there's a group of women. They all go into one restroom. If the gay man doesn't even identify as a woman.
The
They
gay
just all
man
go in
walks
there.
into the male restroom. I don't know.
If he's by himself, but if he's with a group of girls, they all go in the girls' restroom.
I've
Yeah.
never seen that, but
Just
okay.
because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it exists. I don't think there are any current standing laws that says even
There
a
aren't.
cis man
No, because
that
the
can't go
women's
into a
restroom
women's bathroom.
the women's restroom is a safe place for women and women alone.
No,
But
it's
not from
not.
gay
It's not
men?
a fucking. It's not a fucking safe space, bro. It's somewhere to shit and piss. It's not that deep. I promise. Women are not going to the fucking bathroom for safety. They go
Yeah,
because
they
they have to
definitely
piss.
are. What are you talking about? Yeah, women definitely use that. Have you ever been to a bar? Women are in there
Yes.
drunk
Is that
all the time,
is that
making
what
sure
the
each
women
other
are
good,
telling you?
giving each
Is
other
that what
pep
the women are
talks. What are you
telling
talking
you? They're
about?
going to the bathroom to be safe from you?
What? Yeah.
They're
What
going to the
about a
bathroom to be
bathroom
safe from
makes you
just men in
safe?
general.
Wait,
That's why it's a
the
women's
man.
safe space.
Wait. Even a cis man can just up and walk into a female's or a
No, he
woman's
can't. No,
restroom.
he can't.
Yes,
He
you
they
Yes, he
call
can.
it a
There's
can.
no
creep.
law. There is no law against it.
Not a single one.
Unless the establishment owner
Way is
goes in
sustained.
directly and removes that specific man, but there's no law against it.
Okay, then. So you're saying if I walk into the woman's bathroom tomorrow at work, right? I'm gonna get
But
met with,
you've
yeah,
already
there
established
come
that
in
you
there.
can't just like in the conditional, in the antecedent of the conditional, if I walked in there, you're literally saying that you can do it. You're literally saying that's possible for you to walk in there.
But anything is possible. Anything is
Okay,
possible.
so like, yeah,
What's
so
gonna happen if you
if
walk
you
in
can
there?
go there,
If you, hey, host,
Not
if
a
you
damn
walk in there,
thing.
what's gonna happen to you?
well, it
Oh,
depends on
pounce
who I'm
on
going
it.
in there
You
with.
injured.
But like that's a different question. Okay,
No, I'm just asking you. What's gonna happen to you if you walk into the woman's bathroom?
They gonna pounce on it.
Okay, they're gonna pounce on you. Okay, so why would you do it?
Not in that way.
I mean, that's
not
why.
in that way,
What you mean?
Let's go, Carbon. Remember when I said, "Can I hold it?" earlier? Let's go.
Gia, do you think the wrong-making property is
Somebody
that
say
people-
Carbon walks in swinging.
Swang.
This is swinging.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
All right, go
Remember,
ahead,
18
Jolly.
inches
Sorry.
in, 18 inches out.
It's all good, man. Do you think the wrong-making property is that it makes people uncomfortable? That's the wrong maker.
Say that again.
Is the wrong maker that people feel uncomfortable? Because that's the thing that you cited earlier.
Oh well, yeah. I feel like people feel uncomfortable. Yeah, so people definitely feel uncomfortable with people of the opposite gender. If I was to walk into if I go to the gym tomorrow
Mhm.
and there's a bunch of women that's in the bathroom, right? And I walk in there and I walk in there and attempt to use the restroom, one of the stalls. I guarantee the reaction I'm going to get met with is "You're a creep. Get out of here. You're a
Yeah,
weirdo."
that's what makes it wrong, right?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, it's a new information. So that is what makes it wrong, right, Gio?
Yeah, because women aren't comfortable with that.
Oh boy, here we go. Okay, so
Are you a woman?
let's say hypothetically, right? We have we're in the South, right? We're in Texas or Alabama.
Fucktown, Alabama.
And, yeah, and we'll say that somebody's black walks into a restroom.
Not even the same thing, brother.
That is
Not even the same thing.
whites
Wait,
only.
wait,
Do you think
wait,
that the
Jay,
wrong
no,
making
no,
property?
that's not even the
if they
same
do
thing.
feel uncomfortable, then that's going to be the wrong making property.
That's not even the same thing. You're trying to conflate race and gender. That's not even.
Okay. Trying
What's
to
the
conflate
difference?
race and gender. So
But I
what's the
see
symmetry?
what you're trying to do, though. But
What's
no,
the
it's not
symmetry
important.
breaker?
Yeah, what's the symmetry breaker? Do you know what a symmetry
He
breaker?
doesn't know what a symmetry breaker is.
He does not.
Do you know what a
Gio,
symmetry
do you know
breaker
what a
is, Gio?
symmetry breaker is?
Go ahead, enlighten me.
Okay, so basically,
No.
if you have a principal, let's say, like if you have a principal, in the particular circumstance of sex, right, where it's male and female bathrooms, right, but then we pick some other property, which is black and white restrooms, right? Presumably, you're not going to have the same reaction to the black person who goes into the whites only restroom as the male who goes into the female restroom, right? So there's a difference in values that you're judging on one over the other. So why the difference?
Where's the whites only bathrooms? Where is that at?
Yeah,
Are
so
we in the
you
50s?
are you in the US?
Yeah.
So you know that the 50s they had those, right? So we're asking you
Yeah, but
in
we're
the
in
in that
2025.
yeah. So we're asking you in the Jim Crow South, would it have been okay, or would you have held that same principle?
I
Because you
don't
can
know
judge
because I didn't exist then.
you
so
can
I
judge.
don't, I can't.
Wait, so you
I-
can't judge people's actions in the past if they've done them in the past? Like, was Hitler
No, I'm
wrong?
saying I didn't exist. So
Was
I,
Hitler, was
you know,
Hitler wrong? Did you
hold on.
exist? Did you?
I
Did
need
was
this right now. I need
okay?
this right now.
Cool.
Do you
Wait,
think? Do you think Mustache Man did something wrong? Were you alive back then?
No.
Oh, so you're not you can't analyze whether or not he did something wrong because you weren't alive back then.
I can analyze it, but he just asked me what would I think if I was in that time back then.
Yeah,
I
what
said,
would
I
you
don't know,
think?
'cause I didn't exist.
Well, what do you think now about the people who were African American and they went to whites only restrooms? Did they do something wrong?
No. But
Why
I
not?
mean, once again,
Did they not make people uncomfortable when they walked in there?
I mean, they probably did.
Okay, so that clearly can't be the wrong making property. That walking into a bathroom in which the people in the bathroom who are already there would be uncomfortable. You walking in there, that can't be what makes it wrong. So
Oh yeah, no, it's because it's men and women. We're trying to conflate race and gender.
Yeah,
We,
so
we can't do that.
why one trait? Why why not? Why wouldn't I just say, well, it's black and white. It's not men and women. So it doesn't apply to the men and women case. It only applies to the black and white case. Why wouldn't I say that?
Because there are no more black and white
Well,
wrestlers.
just
I don't
because
know.
it hasn't happened before?
Oh my fuck.
No, I'm just saying
let's
that's
say,
terrible. Like,
Gio, let me give you a better one, okay? Let's say that, let's say I say something like, men sleeping with men is fine. It's morally neutral, but women sleeping with women is immoral. Go ahead and ask me why one is wrong and the other one isn't. Please, I dare you.
I mean, go ahead. No, why is one wrong?
Yeah. What if I said that in the case with the men, it's okay because they're men, but in the woman case, it's not okay because they're both women.
Okay.
Do you think that's not a satisfying argument? Are you convinced?
No.
Oh,
What's
why
the
not?
point?
Wait, can you explain why not?
I mean, you're confusing me, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You're saying if women
okay. If I say same-sex relations are immoral in the case of women but not men, and then you ask me why, and then I say, well, because they're two different cases. In one case we're talking about women, the other talking about men. Do you think that's a satisfying argument?
I would say no. I mean,
Why?
Why
Why not? You're so close. Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Why not? Why? What do you mean? Like, look, you would need to go more in depth. If you were gonna ask me that question, or I asked you that question, you would need to go more in depth. I don't think it's.
I'll go more in depth with me. Yeah, let's see if there's anything below the surface. Go ahead.
Okay, so then why is it okay for men to sleep with men but not women to sleep with women?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because it's gonna be that the women are women and like the men are men in those cases.
Okay.
What do you think that's satisfying?
What's the problem with that argument, Gio? If you think there is one.
I don't think there is a problem.
Yeah, dude, he's wow.
I don't think there is a problem.
Do you know what a circular argument is?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
It's arguments going in circles.
Yeah, there you go. Right? Did I make a circular argument?
I mean, yeah, you did.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
So,
with
do you think circular arguments? Do you think circular arguments are good at convincing people of things?
No.
Are very convincing arguments? No. Right. So then, when we asked you like what's the difference between, the bathrooms case for black people and white people versus trans people, and then you said, well, they're two completely different cases, right? Like one that we're talking about gender in one case and race in the other one. That's exactly the same situation that I'm asking you.
It's not conflating race and gender is not because
you're just saying that they're different.
You're conflating men and women. How am I
conflating men and women?
You're conflating men and women.
Explain. How am I conflating?
Oh yeah, because you're trying to say, well, like, why is it the case that it's going to be wrong for a woman to do it, and why it's okay for men to do it? And I'm going to say, well, you're conflating two different issues, two different particulars, right? We're talking about men and women, right? Those are different, right?
God Logic, thank you so much for the motherfucking raid. Thank you, Brandon.
No, you, Brandon.
Look, I was coming. Listen. I have a simple solution for the trans people. The trans people should just simply this was eliminated. Just get your own bathroom.
Yeah,
Let's
they
give
do.
them their own.
The trans women do
What's
have
the
their own
problem with
bathroom. It's called the women's bathroom.
I mean, okay. I mean, if you believe that, I mean, look, everybody doesn't have to cater to a facade. That's my thing, you know? If I say that I'm Batman, if I say I identify as Batman, right? And you got to call me that, and everybody in life has to call me that.
Are you an orphan?
That's not what makes somebody a woman. The fact that they call themselves, it's going to be like a phenomenal. You can either say it's going to be like a cluster concept or like some kind of phenomenological experience.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to know if he's an orphan because I feel like that's a necessary condition.
No, not at all. I'm not an orphan at all.
Can you answer this question for me? Why do you think it's mainly men who are against trans women using women's restroom? Why do you think women aren't fighting against it?
Women are definitely fighting against it. Why are you?
Actually, it's a majority of women support trans women using the women's restroom. It's a majority of men who don't support it. Why do you think there's a discrepancy?
Do you guys have a study that's actually
yes, I
backing
do.
that?
Pew Research studied this, and there's also another study from Springer. They're also the exact same thing. Women are more likely to support trans women using women's restroom than men. It's a men's issue, not a women's issue.
Also, cis woman here, I don't have a problem with it, and I prefer that the trans women are in the bathroom with me.
Yeah.
Because then I know that they're going to be safe and not around creepy dudes who are going to assault them because they have this weird closeted anger rage because they're attracted.
Slash attraction.
Hold on,
yeah.
so you're in agreement. You're in agreement that women need a safe space in the bathroom from men.
Yep. So and that
Okay,
includes
so then
trans
literally-
women. This includes trans women because they are 14 to 20% more likely to be essayed than cis women by men.
Right. I want to preface the reason that I said like bathrooms aren't quote unquote a safe space is because again nothing is stopping cis men from walking in there, right? What Mother is talking about is that trans women would have a group with them to be like of safety. The bathroom isn't the safe space, it's the women in it.
Yep. We as the people that are in there. Because
Yeah.
I would fight
The
tooth and
women in it
nail.
aren't going to allow a man to walk in there. Agreed?
What?
The women in the bathroom aren't going to allow a man to walk in there.
Not
If you do-
necessarily.
If you
If
do,
they're
they're
just
going to
in
make
there-
a
hold
scene
on.
about it.
Hold
or
on,
probably tell
hold
or
on,
report it.
hold on. If a man is coming in and minding their own business, I'm probably not gonna say jack shit. But if they're acting sus, they're being weird, they're, might say something.
Right.
Might not. I might just leave to protect myself. But this is also why,
You're
I
giving your own
gladly-
anecdotal, though. Most women are going to freak out.
No,
No.
listen,
Walk
if
into
a
the
man
women's
walks in, if a cisgendered man walks into the women's restroom and he goes directly for a stall and doesn't linger around the fucking women, no one will give a shit.
Nope.
Oh,
We'll
maybe,
assume
maybe,
the reason why they're in there.
Yeah.
Maybe the men's restroom is,
Yeah.
busy.
Or it's
full,
nasty.
It's been clean. It's nasty.
If
But
that's the
they
case, then why are they
realize-
separated? Why does this?
To keep women segregated from men. This started in the 1800s. It was to segregate women because men saw women as second-class citizens. This is a recently, within the last 150 to 200 years, concept. Prior to the 1800s, everyone liked shit together.
Do you think they should be segregated, Gio?
Do I think they should be segregated? Absolutely. I already told you. I don't believe that, like I said, men should be invading women's spaces. Period. Especially a private
Bathroom is
space.
not specifically a woman's space.
It's a private space for women.
No, it's not. Dude, you're a man.
I like how
You
like
made this
taking
very
a
clear.
shit. I like how taking a shit is an invasion.
Like, Gio,
I guess
you
so,
are
dude.
a man.
Invading
Very
my
violent.
fucking
to a
nostrils.
woman. Stop mansplaining to women what we should be
Yeah.
feeling or that what we feel and think. Because I'm telling you, as a woman, I know it's not a safe space. I know it's not a woman's exclusive space. It's just a space where I excrete waste from my body and wash my hands and leave.
Right, and occasionally
The
change
fuck?
my child's diaper. So
Exactly. I don't do that in public bathrooms personally. I do that in my car.
I mean, sometimes
I
you
feel
kind of.
bathroom There's certain cases where you have to, but
Yeah,
just-
I had to
think
do it
it's
one
so
time.
gross.
I don't like it.
Bathrooms are
I had my
gross,
mother
though.
with me there though to like block the view of my child.
Right.
Because my Walmart, right? It's like by the sink. The changing table is by the sink. It's not in like the handicap stall.
So Gio, if every single woman in the bathroom was comfortable with the trans woman being in there, then you'd be fine with that, right?
Every single woman in the bathroom ain't gonna be comfortable.
I'm gonna
with
ask
that.
the question again. If every single woman in the bathroom were comfortable with the trans woman being in there, then you'd be fine
No.
with it, correct?
Nah, I wouldn't be fine with it at
So
all.
it's not the comfortability argument. You're just like contradicting yourself.
It is, but
Look,
It is
at
what
this
you
rate,
put
the
in.
way that you've been speaking, you're trying to say that it's to protect women. I don't think it is, Gio. I think you just want trans women in your spaces, which is why.
What do
me
you
as
want
a
to do to
cis
trans women, Gio?
Yeah, that's why me as a cis woman
that's
want
weird. That's
the trans women in my space because I know that they'll be protected from people like you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know Sire, by the way. I've debated them on.
you got what you had to say off your chest because I keep.
Oh. Don't want to play that game, Gio, but actually,
Don't piss off mothers.
You don't want to piss me off.
I mean, if you don't keep muting me, you might as well drop me.
Hey,
Anyways,
Gio.
hi, Sire. How old are you?
Oh, Sire.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Jolly? 40.
Okay, and what's your argument?
Is that what you needed? No, I just wanted to contribute to the conversation. I'll probably eventually answer the prompt during that session.
Yeah,
So
do
no,
you have an
so
answer for it?
my understanding was, yeah. So just to kind of piggyback with the conversation that was at hand, I kind of think that the Industrial Revolution, kind of women were starting to go back into the workforce. I believe Massachusetts was the first state to enact segregated gender bathrooms in 1887. So I think they did that based off of the fact that they were just contributing to like women's place.
No,
So yeah, that's exactly what it was for.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't. For the
Women were
women, it was for the
asking
men.
for a safe space in
They weren't.
the workforce
They weren't though.
at certain companies that didn't have women's bathrooms.
That's not true.
And it was an underlying issue about safety, right?
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was for.
No, sire.
The
I've
women
looked into this
actually asked for this.
extensively. This was created by men to keep women segregated from men.
No, definitely not.
To keep them in a place.
No, definitely
It
not.
was because they saw women as second-class citizens.
So that's what I'm saying, though, right? As a man, is it a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario with certain women that are always going to feel a certain threat to like not getting what they want?
So it had nothing to do with the safety of women. It was because men viewed women as second-class citizens. They did not want them
No,
in their
because you're
space.
suggesting that there were women in the 18th century that wanted to be homemakers, and then they decided that they wanted to be in the workforce. So the thing is you're suggesting that women weren't proud being stay-at-home mothers. A
What does that
homemaker,
have to do with the
a
conversation?
homemaker
that we're
makes a happy home. Traditional women, they like that role. You're suggesting in
What are you
2020.
on about? Hold on. Quit pivoting and stay on topic. We're not talking
Well, no,
about
because you're
child
trying to
lives.
say that men looked at women as second class.
No. We're not going to pivot. We are talking about trans people in restrooms. Don't pivot away from this. I was simply correcting your misinformation on why the
And
segregation
I'm
of
correcting
bathrooms
your
happened.
misinformation.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
I have
What's
exactly
your
a good idea
source?
what I'm talking about. You can go to the Guardian right now and look it up.
Cite the source.
The Guardian.
The Guardian produces a fuck ton of shit. I'm gonna need
Can
like
you give
I
me
mean,
the
well,
name.
you can just look at the topic. I don't know.
I'm
Segregated
not
You
just
don't
gonna
know.
go to the Guardian and
segregated
find
gender
it.
bathrooms and why it was established. I don't know. Like what? I mean, there were 40 other states that enacted it thereafter. So this is a state issue. Then it became a public issue, like a public safety issue, so on and so forth. And now 2025, now it's become a trans issue. So you see the development stages of this throughout history, and then you see how this is what are we gonna do next?
So I'm sorry, like what was the argument? Is the argument that like because somebody designed bathrooms for a particular way, therefore it ought to be that way, or what's the argument?
I'm saying that eventually society looks upon certain things, right, as we progress into future, like
Wait, is
future
the argument
scenarios.
that it's wrong
Things,
for
things
wait?
that
Do you hold the view that it's wrong for a trans woman to use a woman's restroom, trans man for a men's restroom? Is that your view?
for me personally, yeah.
Okay, can you give the argument for that view?
Yeah, because I'm a Christian.
Wait, why would your religious beliefs have anything to do with the bathrooms that you use? I don't understand.
The Bible doesn't mention anything about who should use bathrooms because in biblical
Well, just
times,
like your atheist worldview plays a part in transgender
Sorry, can you
pushing
give
it
me an
that they can
argument?
choose
Like
whatever bathroom they
you
suggest.
said, because I'm a Christian, therefore.
Yes, because your birthright, your
Wait,
birth.
hold on. Wait,
Your birth,
sorry.
because I follow laws, right?
Can I just make sure that I understand the argument? If I'm trying to figure out what the gap is here. Like, there's a logical gap here. You're a Christian, therefore trans women should not use a women's restroom, right? Can you fill in the gap there? I don't understand. Like, this seems like a lot of reasoning steps have been
The
missed
gap
there.
is
whatever your birth certificate states, that's the bathroom you use
Wait,
because
so
state
it's
law
not because you're Christian?
has gender segregated bathrooms.
So it's not because you're Christian?
What's that?
So it's not because you're Christian.
That's exactly why.
Oh, so why did you bring up birth certificates? Is
Because
birth
I'm
certificates related to your
I'm a
Christianity?
law-abiding citizen.
There's no laws against people using bathrooms that don't.
So I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm a Christian.
Uh-huh.
And I follow the laws of my state.
There are no
Okay,
laws
so if
against
what state is that?
bathrooms.
So I'm at this point probably every state.
Okay,
in the
so
nation
can you give me a single state
has
where it's
gender
illegal?
segregated bathrooms.
Yeah, like
It's not a law.
it's legal. Like it's illegal in public restrooms, like at a bar and stuff, to use a restroom that is not of like related to your sex. Because it's my understanding that all 50 states do not have a law like that. There's only a couple states where they banned it in like government facilities. So it looks like they are following the law.
By doing what?
Okay, a trans
Going
woman
outside of their birthright?
A trans woman is when they use the woman's restroom in a public endeavor in all 50 states, they are not violating any law. Is that a true or false statement?
So tell me this.
That was a question. Is that a true or is that a false
in the
statement?
19th century.
Is that a true or is that a false statement?
Say that again.
Okay. Let's say a
What
trans
is?
woman in California, right? It is. Do you think it's illegal for a trans woman to use a woman's restroom in California?
Not in California.
Okay, so is it wrong for a trans woman to
'Cause
use
it's
the
a- it's
woman's
a blue
restroom
state.
in California?
The blue state.
Okay, is it wrong for a trans woman to use the woman's
It's a blue
restroom?
state.
I
You're not
understand. Is it
addressing-
wrong for a trans woman to use the woman's restroom in California?
In what context? In what context?
Okay, just to be
As-
clear,
as the-
you said
as
that
it
what
pertains
makes
to
it
the
wrong.
state or to me individually?
You said that what makes it wrong is by virtue of the fact that as a Christian you have to follow the laws, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
but you know
In
how
the
you
state
guys
of
do this with your
California, there
hypotheticals.
is
In the
no
state of
law
California, yes.
that bars
in
a
the state of
trans woman.
California, yes.
By the way, it's almost every
Yes.
state, but I'm just using California. I can use any state.
I just
Nebraska.
answered you.
Okay, so
I
they're
just-
not
I just
doing.
answered
Okay,
you, but
so
you know why
in
you
those
use
states,
California.
So, sire, in those states, it is not wrong morally for a trans woman to use the woman's restroom, correct?
Depending on the state.
Yeah, in those states in which it's not a law,
just said the states
it's
where
the
it's
law.
legal.
So, for example,
Please
Nebraska,
start the conversation.
Nebraska does not have a law that bars trans women from using the woman's restroom. So, a trans woman in the state of Nebraska is not doing anything morally wrong or against Christian ethics by using a woman's restroom, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it's only this is an argument for legality, right? So it's only wrong based off of the state that you're in. So your morals are based off of like societal standards, right?
I'm trying to get you guys to understand that, like, the process in which, like, we've gotten from
I
point
don't.
A
They're
to
not
point
relevant.
Z.
Not relevant. I just want to know what makes it wrong.
That's very
I
relevant.
just want to know what makes it wrong. So
because
a
if
trans-
that's not the situation, so if
So a
that's not the
trans woman-
situation, then hold up. If that's not the situation, then for me and for every other person, like Geo and whomever else, we are going to state our position and say that it is very wrong. You
Okay,
guys are going to
why?
state your position and say that it's not.
Yeah,
wrong.
I don't care about any like. I just
You
want to
get
know
what I'm
why it's
saying?
wrong. I just want to know why
And
it's
this is going to be a circular
wrong. I
argument.
just want to know why it's wrong. Please give the argument why it's wrong.
I told you I'm a Christian, and
Okay.
morally it's not right.
Okay.
Okay,
When
well,
you say that you're Christian, like that doesn't inform me anything about like if I said I'm Christian and therefore picking up my pen is wrong, that doesn't tell me anything. Right? So can you give me an inference from you're Christian to therefore trans women should not use the women's restrooms?
I just told you morally.
Yeah.
What's the
give me
biblical
argument.
base?
Jesus
What
Christ.
scriptural basis? What's the scriptural
Does
basis?
it say it anywhere in the Bible that trans women should not use women's restrooms?
Yeah, what verse is that, buddy?
I can give you a bunch.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because
Of
that'd
one.
be really.
I really want to hear this. Surprised they had
I'd
bathrooms
love
back
to
then, but
see
go ahead.
it.
That pertains to
That's how to do with
bathrooms,
trans people.
really?
Yeah, that pertains
Yeah.
to bathrooms, yes.
What about
if you
trans
can do
people,
it,
period?
Bruh.
bro, if you can do it, I will give you
You realize
$1,000.
you fucked up, right?
Dude, you know
You
the
fucked up
amount.
big time because friend, been studying the Bible for damn near
Wait, Annie,
5 years.
Annie, I'm sorry. If you can find it, I will give you $1,000.
I
Okay,
promise
listen.
you, promise you,
Photoshop
there's
version.
nothing.
That was shouting.
There's nothing in the Bible that addresses trans people. I even argue that there's nothing in the Bible that addresses anything queer related. These ideas are post-biblical bullshit based in bigotry. And y'all eat it up. You don't even realize that you're being heretics.
Nom nom nom.
You got played, my guy. You got played.
So, Sire, do you agree? Are you finding the verse right now? No, I don't find the verse.
Yeah, I am, but I definitely want my 1,000. But people do owe me quite a bit of money because they make bets with me.
Okay, all right. Go find us a verse that says something about trans people in the Bible. We'll wait.
I knew this.
Specifically about which bathroom they should
I
use.
found one. Ludicrous 3:16. And lo, whosoever entereth the privy, let him goeth into the stall of his kind. The men unto the chamber of porcelain, appointed unto them, and the woman likewise. For the Lord is not the author of confusion, nor the awkward glances by the sinks.
Looks like
Carbon,
It's gonna
did
be
you
a
just
hard find.
hold up? Carbon, did you just make that up on the spot?
No, yeah.
Bro, you deserve $1,000 for that because that was crazy.
You used AI, didn't you? There's no way you came up with that.
There's
Wait, Ludicrous is 3:16. That's
So I'm gonna
go ahead.
So I'm gonna give you one, and it does kind of pertain to like the gender spectrum that we're.
Yeah, he's gonna use the clothes.
You don't want to
one,
go
right?
down this road.
He's gonna use the clothes.
So yeah, definitely Deuteronomy 22:5.
Yep.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what you think
It
does.
definitely does.
Sire,
All right, we're gonna read it out.
Where are bathrooms mentioned?
Yeah, it doesn't say it anywhere.
we're
Deuteronomy
about-
22 what?
22:5.
Preach that gospel, brother.
22:5.
22:5.
And they actually call it an abomination, and that's just
Okay.
clothing. So can you imagine trans?
You're just making that. You're just jumping there. But that has nothing.
Let Carbon read the verse.
Yeah, so it says a woman must not wear men's clothing, nor a man wear women's clothing, for the Lord your God detests anyone who does this. And Nanners knows exactly what that means.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he's talking
I wonder
about.
where bathrooms are. So you're saying bathrooms are mentioned in there, Sire? Where were bathrooms mentioned?
There's a correlation between garments and
Take a
the
shit.
bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh, correlation
So-
between. Oh,
Sire.
interesting. A correlation between bathrooms and.
Real quick.
Yeah, but you said it was.
Well, garments.
Wait, Jolly, wait.
The women definitely
Let Annie crack this.
You're fine.
They use like the pads, the
All right, go ahead, Nanners.
Thank you. So, really quick, Sire, as someone who studied the Bible for quite some time, almost 3 decades, I have quite a bit of knowledge when it comes to this topic. So, I want to preface a few things. We have to understand the culture that we're talking about would have been Jewish, very late BCE and CE era. Okay, so we get an idea of this Jewish culture. 1, they didn't have bathrooms back then. 2, everyone wore dresses. Okay, and 3, that verse, we have to look into the cultural context and actually read more about what that verse is talking about. It was talking about going into
Battery
battle,
70%.
okay? And 4, the Jewish community that you speak on that holds to these views and uses this book identifies 9 different genders and affirms trans people. Okay, Sire? You'd have no idea what you're talking about. You are so out of your depth.
And also Deuteronomy 22:5 is talking about war garments. They're saying like women shouldn't have to go to war, men should. That's actually what that inference is. Again, has nothing to do
I have
with
another one.
bathrooms. Well, you concede on that one then, right?
I have another one.
You concede?
Oh, let's
No, I need you to concede on that, friend. That verse has nothing to do with trans people nor bathrooms, because we're talking about not going into battle.
I decline. I decline, and I do not concede. But I do
Okay,
have.
well, we're not moving on then. We're going to talk about this further.
I have a new verse.
No, the only way we're going to move on is if you concede that you were wrong about
See,
that verse.
you can't force something like that's your guys' problem. Like with the bath.
Gio, you got anything else, friend?
Yeah, why can't trans people have their own bathroom?
Because it
places
makes them a target.
Yeah, it places a target on their back to be assaulted further.
Wait, but okay, but I could. I mean, what the hell? So you want equality, right, for trans people, and
I
then
want
be equal by
equity.
giving
I
your
don't
own
want
bathroom.
equality. I want equity.
Okay, so you guys want to exist in a gray area.
No, actually, I want revenge.
Yeah, I can tell.
What do you mean by you
yeah.
people, Gio?
What do you mean, you people?
I'm assuming you're I'm assuming you're trans, or
Nope.
are you guys not
Nope.
trans?
You know, had you listened to anything I'd said to you earlier, I said probably 12 times that I'm a cis woman.
Yeah, I'm
mean,
also a cis woman.
There'd be nothing wrong had I been trans, but I'm not trans. I'm not that cool.
Me and Annie both have 2 children.
Okay, so
that we
you guys want
carry.
equality for them, right?
No,
Why
we want
not?
equity.
I want equity. I want everyone to get what they need to be able to be successful in life.
Yeah, wouldn't that start with the bathroom?
I understand from someone who has a lot of things or may not have things, whatever position you might be coming from. You see someone getting equity and you think that's unfair. But you have to understand that equity is you have 2 people standing at a fence. One person's 6 foot, the other's 4 foot. Equity is giving the 4 foot tall person a box to stand on to be at the same level. I want to make sure everyone is at the same level.
There's a big difference between equality and equity.
Yeah, so
equity is what you need. Equality is everybody gets the same.
Yeah, like here's an example. Here's an example of equity from like Sire's position, right? He thinks like presumably under 1 Timothy 2:12 that women shouldn't have authority. So he would think that even if like he thinks that men should have like some sort of authority over women, even if they're not in the same position as that woman, whether it be intellectually, whether it be structurally, power and stuff like that. Isn't that right, Sire?
He really doesn't like that twice now a woman has schooled him on things.
So I have another verse.
Are you going to concede?
No, we're not going until you concede, brother.
See, that's the point, like of a.
That's the point.
Anyways.
No, the whole point of a fucking debate is when you're proved wrong, you fucking concede. You were proved wrong. Concede.
See, but you want revenge.
Yes,
You
I
don't
do.
Hell have.
Hell, but listen, if hell's
Hell
real, they're
have no
gonna
fury like
their hands full with me.
a woman scorned.
Exactly.
I would love to ask you.
Why are you fucking with
Sorry, by the way.
Yeah.
I wonder what they'll be.
The power of a scorned woman is arguably more powerful than God, in my opinion.
Wait,
Oh,
You can
that?
just like look at somebody's life gone wrong. You're like, yeah, this is the power of a scorned woman.
And
All right. Anyway, Grandmaster, thank you for the kick for both. Appreciate you, Grandmaster.
Somebody said I have a
Damn.
trunk space ready for Sire. That's crazy.
W Grandmaster for the kick, the double kick actually. 10
Damn,
gifted subs.
Grandmaster.
He was getting tired.
I was gonna run atheist tag on him.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, how's anything wrong actually? Under Christianity.
Not Sire giving himself a W in the chat.
Hey, Sire.
I love it.
You can pay. Wait, Sire. You can pay $25 and we'll let you back up. You were paid to kick
Yeah, I
somebody
was
paid
just
me
getting
25 to
started.
kick you, buddy.
because you were that
Oh, really? Oh, damn. Yeah.
insufferable.
Also, these men that come up here and cry, I want to protect the women. But, like, I'm sorry, statistically speaking, 93% of violent crimes against women are done
from cis men.
By, yeah, exactly. From specifically white cis men.
Yep.
Christian, too.
Got a couple shout outs I missed. Let me see. Sleep Starved Nerd, thank you for the $2. Sundown Town still exists in 2025, even if not legal. Also, thank you, Dustin, for the $2. Caller, do you have separate restrooms at home? I appreciate you guys for that. Also, VHS, thank you so much for that. That sun, whatever that was. What was that again? I forgot what it was.
It was like a sunset. It was really
yeah,
cool.
sunset. Thank you for that. Appreciate
Yeah.
you.
I also have a call out. Thank you, Nico, for the $2. I appreciate you, doll. Grandmaster is popping. I agree.
Grandmaster's lip gloss is popping. His lip gloss is
Oh,
cool.
I'll pop something on Grandma.
That's crazy work. All right, let's see if we got a debate. Raven, you are live. How old are you?
I'm not loading up for me.
There we go. How old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument?
Why shouldn't trans people like? Wait, are you arguing that trans people should be able to use a bathroom?
Yeah, no reason. I haven't been given any good reasons to restrict them.
Oh, I thought you were saying that they shouldn't. My bad.
Oh no, you good.
Yeah, I think trans people should be able to use whatever bathroom they want. If they transition to a guy, they should be using the guy bathroom. That's just how I think.
W Raven.
W Raven.
W. Somebody said W, little mama.
For years, you are my senpai.
Oh,
Damn.
it's so cute.
I'm not your waifu. Damn, that's crazy.
Oh, he's pissed.
Waifu and senpai is crazy. Wild fucking word.
Yeah, just because I haven't been as extra spicy as I normally am, I have one for you, Carbon. Hey, Carbon, can my lips pop off on something of yours?
Crazy work.
I'm sorry. I'm not, but I am.
Shit, I'm not sorry. I mean that shit.
Carmen, I think I'd finally be happy if you were my dad.
Well, they do call me Thick Daddy.
Stop.
We all know why.
Shut up. It's beautiful.
If you think trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose, go and hop on the guest request. Actually, should probably change that wording. Somebody did come up and they found a loophole. Like they were like,
What?
well, you know, there's handicapped bathrooms, and if they're not handicapped, they shouldn't choose that.
Fuck off.
I was like, okay, good point, but still, you know what I mean.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, I would argue that like the handicap stall isn't exclusive for handicapped people though. Also, not all disabilities are visible.
Is it time for co-talk? Hey, Grandmaster, check your DMs.
Wait, what?
What? What?
Grandmaster, I'm trying to show you some pretty toes. You don't even gotta pay me. I just want to show them off. They're so pretty.
They are. You showed me the other day, and those are some nice toes. Not gonna lie.
Right? I bought the toe rings and I really added that flair to them. Thank you for the one.
Yeah, thank you so much also for the $1 on Cash App. Thank you guys so much for the Cash Apps and Venmos. Helps out a lot. Thank you so much. Love y'all. Mwah, mwah. Appreciate you.
Oh, don't steal my moi moi. Don't do that.
Mwah, mwah. Yeah.
That's mine. That's mine.
Wait, I wasn't prepared. Do it again.
Wait, I gotta put some chapstick on. Hold up.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That's fine.
That should just overpower like a Christian joins. Yeah, they shouldn't use they shouldn't use the women's restroom. It's wrong. Oh really? Yeah. So how can anything be wrong if you're a Christian? I don't know. Just you run the logical problem of evil against them on a trans bathroom debate.
That's fucking great.
Nico made a
Do
really
it no
good
matter
point.
what argument they try to use.
Do the moi again because it's
OF
Pride
is
Month.
wrong. Blue and white app is wrong. Oh, how's anything wrong under Christianity?
In fact, how you know anything's wrong? Do you have epistemic access to God's reason? Because that would just entail global skepticism.
Skeptical. theism.
I'm really mad at you, Carbon, because you changed your background earlier with the redneck cousin fucker.
Yeah, nobody
Yeah,
was
I have such good like react memes for that.
Game, hello, how old are you? Oh shit. Wait, don't get it. Alright, how old are you? Hello? Game, hello.
Like that.
There you are. How old are you?
Huh?
Totally fine, bro.
Why are you 7 miles away from your phone?
I didn't mean to come in.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
bye bye.
we've been getting a lot of people.
Yeah, some folks up in here. 450 people almost. I gotta reset my goal. What should my goal be? Should I go big or go home? I just got little small like rose gifts or.
Carbon, you know it's always big.
Oh,
Come
I've
on.
never seen this one. Let's try that one. All right, let's get some debates in here. If you think trans people should not use the restroom that they choose, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. John, how old are you?
Why have bathrooms at all?
I'm sorry, how old are you?
Bathrooms at all.
How old are you, John?
Old enough.
Are you over 18?
Numbers.
Yeah.
All right, so why should trans people not use the women's restroom, or trans women not use the women's restroom, trans men using the men's restroom? Do you have an argument?
Why should we have
That's a
gender
question.
bathrooms
Do
at
you have an
all?
argument?
Yeah, my argument is why we shouldn't have bathrooms at all then.
Okay, so
Oh.
trans people should not use women's restrooms because we shouldn't have bathrooms. That's your argument?
No, you get what I'm saying, or are you just playing
No,
stupid?
I just
or
want
do you
the
not
argument for
understand
why.
what I'm saying?
So you don't have an argument for why trans people shouldn't use women's restrooms?
No, what I'm saying is, should we just not have our gender bathrooms at all then? Because if anybody can go in any restroom they want, then what's the point, right?
So, okay, so the question is, so the argument is trans people should not use women's restrooms because why do we have gendered restrooms?
You
I don't
not get
understand
it,
like
or
the
you just
argument.
repeating what I'm saying? Just
No, you're
think
not
of
giving
something
an
to say.
argument. You just keep like asking a question. Can you give like
I'm
the
saying
argument?
why? Yeah, my argument is
Yeah.
we shouldn't have bathrooms at all. Then we just
Okay,
should have
so
bathrooms.
what's the
Let's
argument
just
that
say
we shouldn't
bathrooms.
have bathrooms?
Don't worry about the 7-year-old girl.
Yeah, so
or
what's the
or
argument that we
5-year-old
shouldn't have
boy,
bathrooms?
Because we live in a place that you couldn't conceive of a person or a pervert dressing up as another person to go in there to hurt another
Oh,
individual.
okay, I see.
You
I think
couldn't
okay,
understand
so
that?
you're finally giving an argument. So it seems like what you're saying is that trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose because trans people are predators. Is that the argument
No.
that you want to? Oh,
No.
so that's not the argument. Okay, so can you give the
No.
argument again?
No,
So why
I
should
said
trans
you-
people not use
I'm
the
asking
restroom that
you
they
a
choose?
question and you don't
No,
ever
you're
answer
like
that
you're
question.
supposed to
You
give
just
me an
repeat what I
argument.
say,
Yeah, give
and
me the
then
argument why trans people should not be able to
don't
use the bathroom
continue
that
the
they
argument.
choose.
You understand what
Listen,
I'm
if
saying?
you don't
but
have,
you
listen, no, like I
refuse
thought I
to-
did, and then when you said no,
refuse
that's
to
not what you
play-
said. So, all right, this is what we're
Dude,
gonna
you
do.
refuse
This is what we're gonna do,
to
John.
follow the argument
All
in
right,
good
so-
faith
okay,
because
this is
you
what we're gonna
act
do.
so
This is what we're gonna
stupid.
do.
How
This is what
are
we're
you
gonna do.
so
This
smart,
is what
but
we're
you
gonna
act
do.
so dumb?
Yeah, this is what we're gonna do, John.
You
Trans
wanna
people
act
should
so
not
smart,
use the
but when it comes
bathroom. I don't know
down
why
to
you're
the-
over talking
to
me.
the
I
meat-
don't know why you're over talking me. Trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose because fill in the blank. Go ahead.
You can
Trans-
unmute yourself.
Yeah, trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose because fill in the blank.
Because we live in a society, right,
Mhm.
with rules and regulations,
Mhm.
and people can abuse them regulations, right?
Mhm.
Have you ever seen somebody abuse a rule or regulation?
Okay, so trans people should not use the restroom that they choose because we have a society with rules and regulations. Okay, so how do we get from the fact that society has rules and regulations to trans people? I don't understand. That seems like a non sequitur. How do we get from that fact to therefore trans people should not use the restroom? Can you like bridge the gap there? It seems to be like a very obvious logical gap there. Go ahead and unmute. So easy, bro. I should not do this. This is abuse at some point.
It feels like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel bad. I'm like, damn.
Wait for him to figure out what the mute button does and how to unmute himself.
Or we accept the thing I'm sending you, guy. Like, it literally pops up on your screen. Jesus.
There we go. Okay, so how do we get from society has rules and regulations to therefore trans people should not use the women's restroom or the bathroom?
Well, first, can I just ask you this?
No. You can answer host's question.
I just need like the argument first, and then you can ask me whatever questions you want. Because I don't even know what your argument is yet. So now you can unmute, just give me the argument. You can ask me whatever you want after. You're unmuted now.
I know.
Okay, what you got?
Every time I say something, you repeat it and then don't answer it.
Well,
Can
I'm
you,
asking
are you
you the questions.
allowed to ask?
No, I just told you after you give me
Every
the
time I say
argument, you
something,
can
he talks.
Yeah, I just told you after you give me the argument, then I can you can ask me whatever question you want. Okay.
My argument is no, because there's female and male. You can't just switch and say whatever. What? Okay. Can we do this? You have to get a license plate to say what you are, and then you can go in that bathroom.
That sounds awfully
really?
Million two stars on the shoulder.
We can't start there. That sounds reasonable to me.
Nah,
I have to go in and say what sex and what I am.
John. Hello, that sounds oddly familiar to putting stars on shoulder. And pink triangles.
The forced laugh is crazy.
A bleep. That's.
So
That's
we're not
all,
going to go
folks.
there because we found out the hard way what happens when we label people like that. It doesn't go too well for society.
They do not.
How many millions of people were unalived after we did that? I mean, we didn't do that, but after that was done.
How ridiculous do you have to be to compare someone going into a bathroom or putting their license of their male or
Labeling
female
someone
to
like
the
that,
Holocaust?
That's
a
that's literally
ridiculous
what they
fucking argument.
did in the Holocaust. They put pink triangles
But you're
on
the one-
trans women.
Yeah, John, you're the one who's wanting to fucking label us like they did. Like,
literally what
Are you, wait,
Nazis did.
yeah. Are you not aware that trans people were also targeted in the Holocaust, and they were like one of the first
Oh my
targets?
god.
Careful,
Oh
also.
my god.
Holocaust.
Do you disagree with that?
Are you a Holocaust?
No, I disagree that today it has anything to do with the Holocaust. When you bring up the Holocaust and trans people and people trying to put their gender on a license plate to being burnt into an oven alive, you
Grandmaster, if you please. Virillion, anybody. I can't.
Hey, John, wait, I'm just curious. Do you think that the wrong maker is that because society doesn't approve of it? Do you think that that's what makes it wrong?
I didn't hear that. Can you say it again?
So do you think what makes it wrong is that society disapproves of it? The thing that makes it wrong?
Not at all. No,
Okay, well, what makes it
I
wrong?
think what makes it wrong
It's
is
an exit
that
only.
you can't. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Somebody else spoke, not me.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
What I think it makes it wrong is that you don't acknowledge that there are people in society that will take advantage of this rule or whatever you're trying to say and assault young people that can't speak up for themselves or defend themselves.
Wait, so
and I
John-
guess you don't understand that because I don't know why. Actually,
Right.
I don't
Isn't
know
that the
why.
problem
You
of
can't
men?
understand that at all. Where I'm coming from.
Isn't that the problem of men? Doesn't that make men the
Oh,
problem?
it's men. It's men.
Yeah, it's
That's
it's men.
misandry.
It usually is
Are
always.
you
Yes, I'm a misandrist. I'm a raging misandrist.
Yeah, I'm a fucking sure.
And then on
What's
top
your
of that,
point?
like it seems to be that
They
if
laugh
you were
when I
to,
say
I don't know why
men,
you're over
because
talking
no
me.
one
I
hates
don't know
men.
why
Yeah, but
you're
like,
over
who's
talking
actually
me.
committing these crimes though?
So
It's men.
when it comes, it seems to be that when you like, when you discriminate and say that only people of a particular sex are allowed inside this bathroom, and people can exploit that as well. So I don't understand, like, it cuts both ways.
It's worked for a long time.
Yeah, trans
Can
women
you
have
agree?
used the women's restroom, like probably before you were born. How would you say you were? Like 40?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
can you agree
long
it's
before
been
you were
working
born.
pretty well?
Decades before.
Yeah.
John, these people have
Then-
always
then
existed
what's
in
the deal? It's
society.
been work-
You're getting used. You are being used. You are falling for propaganda. You have been taught to believe that trans people are the bad guys and they're coming for your kids. They're not coming for your fucking
Don't
kids.
give a fuck about your
I
kids.
never said
They don't
that.
care
I
about
said-
your kids.
Well,
they don't give a shit about
there's
you. They
there's
don't
no
care.
gauge.
Shut up. No one asked you. It's not your turn. John, you've been played. You've
There's
been
no
played. You have been
gauging.
taught.
Be
Shut the
quiet,
fuck
bro.
up. No one's talking to you.
Shut the
We'll get,
fuck up.
we'll
Literally
get
no
to
one.
you. We'll get to you in a second. We're not talking
Shut
about gay
the-
people, so I don't know why he's brought up gay
Alright.
people. Anyway, John, so it doesn't look like you have an actual argument for why trans people shouldn't use the women's restroom.
So there
did you
isn't
want to
any
try another
kids
one?
getting abused.
Did you want to try another argument
Yeah,
for why
we should
trans
use the
women
women's
should
restroom.
not use the women's restroom?
Just
This guy's like not intellectually there. All right, American, how old are you?
yeah.
It's not scapegoating.
He's gonna tokenize his pappy. I already know. it.
30.
All right, what's your argument for why trans people shouldn't use the bathroom if they choose?
They should go to the bathroom that they're assigned.
Yeah, what's
That sucks.
That's just identical to the question I asked. What was the
Of
argument?
what the doctor observes them as.
Yeah, so what's
You
the
see?
argument? Do you know what I'm
Because
asking for when I ask
you
you
don't
for
get
an
to
argument
choose your
for why?
sex.
Okay, American.
The doctor
Okay.
observes it.
So
only
trans
Shut
people
the
should
fuck up
not.
for 2 seconds.
Bro, like this guy's
Hey,
like,
shut the fuck up.
bro, shut up, degenerate.
No.
So, American, my question to you was not for you to repeat your claim. I'm asking you to justify the claim, right? So, what is the argument? So, let's say we have a trans man, right?
Mhm.
And
Like below me.
Yeah, so let's say like we have a trans man.
Oh,
let's say
wait,
they.
you think I'm a
let's say
trans
wait,
man?
wait, hold on, wait. So let's say they look. So
You
American.
fucking idiot.
Hold on, wait. So let's say we have a trans man, American, and they look kind of like you. Which bathroom should they go into? Hello, you're
You need to
muted.
go to the woman's bathroom.
Okay, so somebody who looks like you should use the women's restroom. All right, and what's the argument for why they should do that?
What's their assigned?
So this is
Or-
somebody. Yeah, so this is somebody.
That's what I'm asking, and then I can
Yeah.
answer your question.
For the trans man.
Yeah, what were they assigned at birth?
Let's say they don't know.
Bro, are you fucking stupid, bro? This is the problem with you.
Let's say they don't know.
You're fucking kind, bro. You know
Yeah,
what
they
the
were-
fuck you are.
What do you mean by your kind?
You know
they
what
were
you are.
born, They were born in a
Stop muting
country.
me. You
I don't know
know
why
what-
you're over talking me,
Stop
little
muting
guy.
You know what you are.
Little guy. I need
When
you
you
to
come-
stop talking. Okay.
When you come
you're
out of
gonna you're going to be
you
you're
come out of
going
a-
to be I
when you
know
come out of a-
I know you're crashing out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
fine. You're this is what everybody does. You can't control
Typical
it. Everybody has to go through
Light
this.
skinned nigga.
Right. All right. Yeah.
Oh.
And light skin, I'll take you. Okay.
Jesus
Anyway, I don't want to
fucking
get there.
Christ.
I will roast you. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, I seen it
fucking
coming from a
Christ.
mile away. I sent
Yeah.
Annie his bio, and it was a red flag.
Oh, yeah,
Super.
that's-
Like, don't tokenize your grandpappy. Your grandpappy, if he was still here, would slap the shit out of you for your disgraceful, degenerate behavior.
Yeah.
All right.
He
You're gonna
also
behave,
said-
little boy. You're gonna behave.
Behave?
Yeah.
I'm
Are
not
you
one
going
of
to
your
behave?
little
Are you
kinks.
are you gonna behave? Yes
You're
or no?
right. You're
That's all I'm asking.
not
Fudge
worthy.
Now.
You
Are you
can
gonna
fudge.
behave? Yes or no?
You don't.
Down low, bro.
Come on,
Pipe
like,
down low,
listen,
bro.
like,
Assigned at
listen.
Jet-
This is not a therapy session.
Mm.
Okay, this is a debate.
Right.
If you want to cry and like about your
All right, let me
feelings, go
spit some
elsewhere.
facts to you.
Okay, so in the
By the way-
hypothetical I gave you was a trans man, and let's say this trans man was born in a country where their records were destroyed. They don't know what they were assigned by the doctor, right? Now that's not relevant. I'm just asking you,
Bruh.
based off of the fact that they kind of look like you, which bathroom should they go into?
They need to go to the bathroom based on the gender they are observed as when they are born. You can't
they-
switch your
they
Did you not
just
gender.
told
listen
you
to
that
the
they didn't
fucking
know that.
hypothetical?
Their records were destroyed in the country that they came from.
Your
Nigga, I don't care about no records, fake ass records, bro. They know what the fuck they are. Their mama told them. Your mama told you what the fuck you are.
Okay, so based off of their genitals, is that what you're asking?
Is this an adult human
Hello?
female
Yeah,
or an
it's a
adult human male?
Yeah, it's
What
a
are we
trans man.
talking about here?
So
You don't
is
even
it-
know what
I'm
the
sorry,
fuck
is
we're
it based
talking
off
about.
of? Is it based off the genitals? Yes or no?
No.
So it's not based on the gender. What is it based off again?
Because you can have intersex instances, but it's
What is it based
only
off
a male with overproductive genitalia or a female with overproductive genitalia. You don't get to be a person who can impregnate and get pregnant, stupid.
Okay, so I
Why don't
didn't
you
ask
fucking
anything
learn
about.
something, bro?
I didn't ask anything about intersex, right? So I need
And
you
in
to
the
track
case
the
of- Why did you
conversation.
even bring up
I don't know why this
In the
guy's like.
case of
So American.
Let me
American?
finish.
Well, no, I'm
shut your bitch
responding
ass
to
up.
what
Let
you
me
said.
finish.
I'm responding to what
Fucking
you
more
said.
facts.
Okay. I'm responding to what you said. Okay. Nobody's talking about intersex people. I'm just saying, like, why would their epistemic? Let's say they don't have epistemic access to what they were born as, right? Now, if they don't have epistemic, is it your position that if they don't have epistemic access to what they were born as, then they're justified in going to either bathroom?
No, they know what they are.
Oh, so it's
And
what
so
they
it's up to
are, not
them
what
to
they're born
police
as.
themselves.
Oh,
Police
okay, I
themselves.
see.
Okay?
So
And
you're
be
saying-
honest about it.
Okay, so
And
now
then
we're
there-
moving from it's what they were born as to what they are.
If we see some weird
currently.
So
What are you
okay,
talking
so
about? That's what I mean.
property set
That's
would
what I
they
mean.
what property set would they need to have
They know
in
what
order to determine what they are?
they know what they're born at.
Yeah, so it's based off genitals or chromosomes. What is it?
I was born as a baby. That
Is it
doesn't mean
is
I'm
it based
still
off
a
of
baby.
is it based off of genitals,
Is
chromosomes,
an
or what?
adult human female
I
who
don't care. It
denotes
has nothing to
ova.
do with what I'm asking. My question to you
And
is,
that-
what property would they need to have in order to go into the woman's bathroom?
Mind you,
It
this is
should
supposed
not
to be
be a
the
difficult
non-emotional gender. This is the superior gender, y'all.
And then we'll ask you about the wrong maker.
Mm-hmm.
If you're ready.
So what property
What
do they need
properties
to
do they need to have?
Yeah, come on.
They need to have female on their ID.
Okay. So, all right. Okay.
You're a fucking
So,
idiot, bro.
all right. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Nutcases.
All
Come
right.
on,
Cool.
bro.
Okay. Okay. Let's go with that. Okay.
don't-
So let's say.
Okay.
So all
Butch
right.
Wi-
Let's just go with it.
There's-
I'm going with it. Stop talking.
And there's
Okay.
alpha.
So let's say we
So
have.
emotional.
So let's say we have a
They go
trans
to the-
woman.
Like
I don't.
vibes.
Why
let's
is he
say
so
we-
emotional?
Hold on, guys. So let's say we have a woman, right? Or let's say we have a trans woman, who in their state they got their license changed to female. They are now allowed to go into the women's restroom, correct?
Ooh, good one.
Uh-oh. You fucked up, Amir, again.
You fucked up big time.
No, like I keep saying, as
Fucking
long as
idiot,
that
Y'all can handle this one.
Why are you so
long as
Yeah,
that-
so American.
Stop muting
So
me.
I'm. I'm wondering. I wonder what the wrong
Stop
maker
muting
is.
me.
So,
Shut the fuck up
Trying
and
to
quit throwing a
talk.
fucking mantrum. Grab
Yeah,
a
I'm
fucking
just-
bubble.
yeah,
Wait 1 second.
I'm
John.
just really
Grab
curious.
a bubble and wait your fucking turn, okay? Let Jolly speak, and then you can respond. Quit throwing your little boy tantrum.
yeah. So
It just
yeah,
needs to be
American-
there.
Yeah. So yeah.
First sex
American.
on the
I'm wondering like what the wrong maker is gonna be. Do you think it's gonna be wrong for a trans woman to go into a woman's restroom? Hello.
Now he's silent.
Do you think it's wrong? Hello, American.
You guys keep
Is it wrong?
muting me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, we're so sorry. Is
Could
it
you
wrong?
re-ask?
Yeah, my question
You
is.
can
is it
listen
gonna
while
be more-
you're on mute.
Yeah, my question is going to be like, is it morally wrong for a trans woman to go into the women's restroom? You can unmute yourself, by the way. The unmute button is right next to the message button.
Oh, he knows where it's at.
So
He's been fighting.
sorry.
That I-
So if he was a male at birth, yeah, it's wrong.
Oh, okay, what's the wrong maker?
You just said it's a trans woman, right? So it really is a man, and so You don't need to be in women's spaces. That degrades real women. If you stand up for real women, you won't put fake women in their spaces.
Okay,
Wait,
so
I'm
it
sorry.
degrades
Wait,
real
really
women.
quick,
What do you
Jolly.
mean?
Really quick.
Go ahead.
Jolly, are you a cis woman?
No.
You're a real woman.
Jolly, my
Okay.
bad. I'm American. My bad, Jolly.
Any real women?
I'm
No.
American.
American.
Okay.
Are you a cis woman? Yes or no?
Are you a cis woman American?
I'll leave it up to you guys.
I mean, I don't know. I'm asking you. I mean, you could be a trans woman. You
Stop
could be a
muting
trans
me.
man. I mean, I don't know like your identification. So, are you a cis woman?
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Okay, so you use the women's restroom, correct?
Yes. But
That's wonderful.
I want them to add urinals to the women's restroom.
Great. That'd be beautiful.
That's crazy, but also American.
How was
so you
that
said
crazy?
It degrades
I'm a
women.
woman with
It
a
degrades
penis.
women to have women in the restroom.
I want
Trans women in the restroom. What does it mean degrades them?
degrades real women.
Yeah. Do you understand? What was the question I had asked you?
Biological women.
What was the
You know,
question?
like your
All
mother.
people are
Hey, what was
all
the question?
people
I
are
asked
Your mother that
biological.
you're shaming.
Little boy. Hey, little boy.
Not
what
all
was
of
the
you guys
question
are
I asked?
shaming your
Autism, brain
parents.
dead.
Hey, American. What was the question I asked you? I asked you what the fuck a degrading woman means. Biological woman. What the fuck does that mean? Can you explain?
I like spicy
You're
jelly.
imposing a biological woman to have males in their spaces, you sick fuck.
Everyone is
So,
biological.
trans women degrade women.
You can sit here and
because
play a political.
to have them in the restroom because you have a biological male in
play
the
political-
restroom. Is that correct? Is that
have
your
all
argument?
day.
You just freaking repeated the claim, you fucking dipshit. That is what a
Oh, you pissing Jolly off. This is not good.
Let me
Like
just
yourself,
say
Jolly.
one. So you know
American.
who
You understand?
talking.
You just repeated the fucking claim. Do you know what that means? Do you know what it means to repeat the claim?
Let me let you in on one thing.
Oh yeah, let's hear this. This is gonna be brilliant. Go ahead.
Yeah. Revolutionary.
Hey, American. I think that it's good to unalive as many people as you possibly can. Do you agree with that?
I agree with
Do you want to ask me the argument for
ABs
that?
because it just means that you guys are gonna
Hold
yourself off.
on. Wait. Do you agree with what I just said?
I think
Do you
that,
agree
you know,
that
the
we ought to
gays should
unalive
keep
as many
going. They won't.
Do you agree that we ought to unalive
reproduce.
as many people as we possibly can?
Gays will just knock themselves out
Hey, American.
by
Do
being
you
gay.
agree or disagree? We ought to eliminate as many people as we possibly can. Yes or no?
Have as many babies as you can.
I'm good, thank you.
Well, I was just
As
gonna
many
ask,
women.
I was gonna repeat
Talking
the
to
claim.
the
Just say
men,
that like,
if
well, you're
there's
gonna ask
any
me
left.
why is that the case, and I'm gonna be like, well, it's because we ought to unalive as many people as
Any
we
men
possibly
left?
can. You think it's a good argument, American?
He's an
Oh,
idiot.
this is
He's
not
not
gonna
gonna
work.
answer.
Yeah, he's
Virillion, thank you for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you.
Billion.
Mark, how old are you? You're muted, Mark.
I'm 46.
Okay. What's your argument?
Actually, my argument is that they should be allowed to.
W, you're an ally. I love that for you.
W.
Actually, I am one.
Cool.
Well, we're looking for opposition, but I appreciate you for coming up. Okay, buddy.
Thanks for
You're
not
welcome.
being a bigot.
Take it easy.
You're welcome.
I'm cried.
You.
Mr. Robot, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. What's your argument?
How is this productive in the contribution to?
I couldn't hear you.
How is this productive in the contribution of humanity? Because
Me holding this debate?
If you try to get two trans people to procreate, for example,
Wait, a trans man and a trans woman can procreate.
We're like already like. Can you just give me the argument for why they shouldn't use the bathroom that they choose? Sounds like you asked a question there.
Y'all are so fucking stupid.
So you don't have an
Answer a
argument.
simple question.
So you don't have the argument. You don't have an argument for why they shouldn't use the restroom. Is that what you're saying right now?
They need to use the restroom that they were assigned at birth.
Yeah, that's the argument I'm asking you to produce. Can you justify that argument?
It's an odd claim, by the way.
Yeah.
Wait, we were assigned bathrooms at birth?
So what's the argument?
We are not assigned bathrooms at birth.
Jesus Christ, dude. Can you just give the argument?
It's simple. You guys try to complicate it.
That's great. It's simple. Okay, trans women should not use the women's restroom because it's simple. Great. That's great. I'm convinced now, my guy. I'm glad
Yeah,
you
you
were
got me.
able to justify your
W.
argument. I'm now a turf, actually.
You really crushed us with that one, buddy. Never
Like,
heard.
Did you think before you came up here? This is embarrassing. What'd you do? Like, are you?
Mr. Robot, do you know how to produce an argument? It's a set of propositions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, first few are called the premises, and then the last one's called the conclusion. And like, your conclusion is trans women should not use the women's restroom.
What are
So
your
like, when you give an
premises?
argument, you give premises to support that argument.
Give a fuck about the bathroom bullshit. It's just the whole agenda of the LGBT community.
What is it? Okay, we can. Well, okay, so since you're conceding, since you're ceding ground on the whole bathroom, you don't really care. You don't have an argument. Okay, what is your problem with LGBTQ people in general?
Just the fact that you can't identify as something just because you feel a certain way. And I, for example, want to be a woman, so I'm going to go compete in women's sports.
Wanna be a
and
woman?
I'm going to dominate in those
If you want to be a
sports.
woman, go do that.
Can you identify as sad if you're sad?
I mean,
I'm giving a hypothetical because it's
go
happening.
live
in
your
our
truth. I
society.
mean,
Hey,
You
Mr.
are for your pride.
So you can't identify something because of a feeling, Mr. Robot?
No,
You can
you
identify
can't.
something because of a feeling? If
Just
I
because I
identify
feel
as...
like I'm the opposite. And how many genders are there? Can you
That's a
guys?
question. True questions aren't like that.
This guy's like
So,
a
There's only
Facebook
two
fan.
genders. There's only two
I was
genders.
asking a simple question. So did you say that you can't identify as something if you feel like it? Like, or if you based on a feeling? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so if I feel sad, I can't identify as sad.
That's a different subject. That's a that's an emotion.
goalpost.
That's not reality. Like just
Being
because
sad
you,
isn't reality.
because you identify as being sad doesn't mean this is a fucking crazy.
Oh, he's giving up. He's giving up.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Y'all are not contributing to humanity.
You can't. You're pivoting, dude. You can't.
What is it?
You have, no,
Like,
you have nothing.
Would you say making other people happy is a Mr. Robot? Would you say that making another person happy is a way to contribute to humanity?
Yes, but
I'm making about 500 people happy right now by giving them entertainment. So it looks like I'm contributing to humanity right now.
Well, I'm on the wrong side of TikTok because y'all are.
Then get off of it. Hello.
Oh, this is how TikTok works, buddy. It's an algorithm. It's going to show you what you interact with. So obviously, you've been spending a lot of time interacting with this type of content. Otherwise, TikTok would not be showing you this live, okay? You interact, it's going to show it. The longer you're in here, when you comment, you come into a live, you interact with a post, you comment, you like, you share, anything. TikTok
You even
thinks
watch
that's
it.
you saying that
And this
you
con-
like this content, show me more.
Do you like to pay, Gorn?
Well, yeah, Gorn should be paid well.
W Bayou.
Okay, well, you could kick me. I'm done.
Yeah,
trying to
next
get
time when you're gonna join a panel, make sure you have your arguments beforehand, and it probably might even
Shut
help
your
you to
bitch ass up.
it might even help you a little bit to like
Shut your-
use chat. It might even help you like a little bit just to use ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT is actually smarter than you, probably. So you might just throw the argument into like ChatGPT and be like, "Hey, what's the flaws in this argument?" And then it'll feed you back 3 or 4 questions and then come back up here, and then you might be able to like maybe have a little bit better time because that was embarrassing. Like that was embarrassing. I don't know how you like.
Cringe. I'm like a cringe.
You'll be tossing and turning tonight.
I was gonna be rocking back
Also,
and forth in the
shit,
fetal
thank
position
you.
in the corner of his room.
Also,
You're gonna
folks,
be-
I think it's really biphobic of y'all to not give me the agenda during Pride Month that we were assigned bathrooms at birth. Why was I not given this memo of the agenda? This is bullshit and biphobic.
True.
I didn't get a bathroom, and I'm really upset because I really have to go potty. Okay, it's been a really long.
I don't know about y'all, but I
Curious
was
what
assigned a fucking
ChatGPT
diaper
would-
at birth.
Yeah, if you ask ChatGPT, it might be like there are many different views that many different people say about many different things. Like it'll be like extremely try to be unbiased and shit.
Hello.
Ole, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay, what's your argument?
My argument is follow me into the rabbit hole. The reality is only a black hole, like your soul, like your eyes, like your ears, like your nose, like your mouth, like your ass, like your breath. The reality is only a black hole,
Cheese,
like your
greens,
soul.
potatoes, tomatoes, ham,
Like-
lamb,
like-
cow, chicken, turkey.
You missed rabbit.
Love it.
Yeah, rabbits are cool though. So. They assign bathrooms at birth, but not healthcare. It's crazy.
For real by you.
I hate it here.
All right, let's get some debates in here. I got like 2 left in me before I call it a night.
You can leave something in me. No, I'm playing.
Oh.
I feel very problem with evil-y right now. Let's go.
Oh. Here we go.
All right, am I using the Mackie argument? Yeah, no, maybe so.
Maybe.
That's good. Have you looked into Schellenberg's problem of evil?
Shella who?
Schellenberg? Schellenberg's famous for his divine hiddenness argument. I did research on that.
What's
back
the
in,
argument? Maybe
back
I've heard of it.
Wait, which argument?
The Schellenberg problem of evil.
Oh fuck! I don't remember.
I don't know.
I've only ever looked into his divine hiddenness. I did research on that in uni when I was getting my bachelor's.
Nice.
And to the person who's saying he doesn't allow this, he does. What it means to allow is just to have the power to stop it, know how to stop it, and then make an active decision to choose not to stop it. That's what it means to allow.
Let's see. I remember how the argument goes.
Could I have stopped it? Could he have stopped it? Yeah. Well, here's one easy way, right? If you know that people are going to pew each other, you could just make the laws of physics such that, like, bullets or freedom pellets, like,
seeds.
bounce off.
Freedom seeds.
Freedom seeds, like, bounce off. Replace that for any, like, act of violence.
Yep.
It's logically possible. He's omnipotent.
It's just like you could do smaller stuff. You could just when they try to buy the weapon, just don't let the card transaction go through. Just
yeah,
very easily.
Like, it doesn't even have to be like something crazy, like make the freedom seeds like bounce off of a body. Just like make the card decline, bro.
Like you just empty their bank account. Boom, problem solved.
Yeah.
Maglock won't really like all this. There's so many different things. Man, he has to drive to the school, right? No gas.
Mm-hmm. And presumably, if his prayer, then yeah, I mean, presumably, if you pray and he answers your prayer, well, then he intervenes all the time.
Right.
If he does miracles, so okay.
Yep. Yeah, he's willing to help Miss Betsy find her keys that she couldn't find.
Yeah,
I think he can. I think he can step in on a smaller cost or two.
No.
At least one
There's
of
some
them.
reason.
Is that asking too much? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
There's a good reason.
There's a good reason somewhere in there.
Ah, John Bill, he's back.
Wow, you guys sounds smart.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Just decided to play The Sims one day and got addicted. Whew. Carbon doing overtime tonight. Well, I'm only at 5 hours, so it's not too bad.
Better than the other night when you went so late and I passed the fuck out on your line.
Have we all just fallen asleep on Carbon's live?
Yeah, I think I'm the
at one
only
point or
person that
another?
hasn't fallen asleep on my live.
Well, that would be a little weird if you did. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd enjoy it.
Okay, that's a little too far, Annie, even for me. watching a motherfucker sleep is crazy.
Depends, okay?
If
You
it's
tell me you've never watched someone sleep and just admired them?
You're like me with Carbon's dad.
Oh! Hell yeah, Jolly getting in on this. I love it.
W.
Humans want free will, but also want God to take our choices away. LOL, God. No, I don't want people to have the free will to grape people. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Do you want the freedom to grape someone?
Ooh.
The fuck? Do you want to be free to do that? Do you want to be free to grape a person? Yes or no?
I'm also not free right now to phase my hand through somebody's chest and rip their heart out. It's not a violation of my free will, though, right? Wonder why.
Just try not to blame God for the decisions that we make.
That made me
Listen,
think of
you can blame more than one person.
Yeah.
If somebody's doing something bad, you can blame them. But guess what? We also blame the cops who are like the ACAB outside of Robb Elementary School who were just standing there. What was it, 77 minutes when they had the power to
77
go
minutes,
in?
yes.
We also criticize them, even though they're not the ones that did it. But we know that if they went in earlier, there would probably be some kids that would have made it through.
I had somebody make this for me. It says pigs aren't people.
Those cops were trash. Yeah, so if the cops were trash, by virtue of the fact that they took an action, failed to take an action when they had the power to, then we're just saying God is trash. It's just... Also, what's the argument that free will is a good reason to not step in?
I think yesterday there's that guy that was on. He was saying something like trivially whatever God does is going to be moral. But then my question, of course, is well then, if it's possible that God could have made the world in a way where less evil is actualized, why didn't he do it? He prefers more evil. Yeah.
Ricky, how old are you?
Hello? 22.
Yeah. Do you have an answer to the question?
Because I think we wouldn't be able to have free will if things like this then weren't a byproduct.
Okay, so the reason why God allows these things is so people would have free will to do these things.
No, we have free will, and this is an outcome of that.
Well, is it wrong for God to violate the free will to protect the children?
I would say so. It's wrong to violate free will.
Okay, so we should not intervene at cases of school pew-pewing and grape because we're violating the free will of those people. We should just allow the grapist to grape.
This free will wouldn't exist.
So, just to be, can I get an answer?
No, listen to the question that Carbon's asking.
Let's say you saw a man graping someone, you would not violate his free will if you were able to.
Well, yeah, I would do everything I can.
Would that be the good thing to do?
Yeah.
But just earlier you said that's not the good thing to do.
Yeah, but as a position of a god.
Well,
It's
that's
not
gonna be a
good
special
for God
pleading.
to stop a grape?
Here, look, this, like, to have a God allow free will, some of
Was
these
it
things are
good
gonna
for
happen.
God to try to stop slavery in Exodus?
I don't know exactly what you're quoting. I'm not fully versed on everything. Just give me a second.
Okay, well, okay. So
Here,
is it?
just debunk whatever
Okay.
you say after, all right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So why does God do certain things? I can't always answer it. No one's gonna be able to properly answer you because God has things that we don't have answers to. Like, why does he not? Why are like tornadoes a thing? I don't know.
Well, you
Why,
just answered it.
a lot of things we can't know, right? But there is free will, and someone used their free will for a bad thing. Doesn't mean God allowed them to because he didn't directly interfere. He
Wait.
is having what?
I just want
But he didn't allow them to, but he didn't stop them. So what do you mean he didn't allow them to?
Just because there wasn't a
So
What do you-
okay,
what-
so
how do you allow?
let's understand. Okay, you walk into a room.
Okay.
You see Superman. He just came back from the sun. He's fully powered up, right? And he
Alright.
has his arms crossed. And there's the Joker who is graping someone right there, right in front of him. And he's just watching it happen, right?
Right.
And you know he could stop him, right? Is he allowing this to happen?
Yeah, in that scenario, yeah.
That in that sense of allow, that's what I mean, right?
Okay.
God's kind of doing what Superman is doing right there, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Sure.
that's what allow
God-
means. Now, presumably you
Alright.
think that it would be a good thing for Superman to intervene and stop the Joker from doing that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's my opinion.
And what does good mean in your worldview?
I mean, that's kind of a deep question. I
Is
mean,
it
the right
describing
thing,
God's
I don't know.
actions, or is it independent of God, or
Good meaning the opposite of bad. I don't.
so God only does that which is good, correct? God will only do that which is good, right? That's what you hold.
Yeah, he will do right.
Yeah,
Not because he's
he would do
allowing
that
it.
which is the yeah. So
Buddy, you already
Superman is
conceded he's allowing it.
yeah. So Superman is allowing it. God is allowing it. And what the good thing to do in
Okay,
that
I'm not arguing
situation?
with you that he's allowing it.
I got you.
can't
But we're
debate
moving past
why.
from we're moving past from that. So Superman allows it, is allowing it in that circumstance. God is allowing it in that circumstance. However, it would be a good thing for Superman to intervene and protect the person who's being raped or tortured or whatever. And by virtue of that fact, presumably because God only does good things, it would also be a good thing for God to do it, right?
Right.
Okay, so what explains why God chooses not to do the good action?
Explain why.
So do we concede that God is choosing not to do the good thing to do?
Well, yeah, I could say he's choosing not to intervene. Yeah, I don't know if it's good or bad because
But
I don't
intervene,
know.
but you've already agreed that intervening is a good thing. Do you want to
Yeah, and
retract that statement?
on the worldview as we perceive it, I can agree that stopping rape is bad. Is good.
Look, either it's
Wait,
good
is
to
our
stop a
moral
grape or it's not good to
perceptions-
stop a grape.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is so fucking weird.
I know, but
Like,
we don't.
our moral
know
perceptions
what
when we look
God's
at
reasoning is always.
I don't.
But we don't need to know his reasoning to know that he's choosing not to do the good action, right? Is like
Yeah, you
is our
already
moral
said
perceptions?
stopping the grape would be the good action.
I could
You
challenge
said-
that right now.
Ricky, you said intervening would be the good action. God does not do the good action, therefore.
Well, I mean, why are we gonna say reasoning is not of like relevance?
What?
Huh?
No, he just said it doesn't like really matter the reasoning. He's not
Yeah,
doing it.
like we like if I know what the good action to do is. Wait, let me try it this way. Could you be wrong in your assessment that Superman stopping the grape would be a good thing? Could you be wrong about that?
I mean, if there's some details I don't know, yeah.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Let's say the reason like you don't know the reason why he's choosing not to intervene, right? But you know nonetheless it would be a like yeah. So you think all things considered, let's just say it's the typical case of grape, right? There's no
Right.
other extra considerations that stopping this grape would blow up the world
Yeah,
or something
let's-
like that.
let's
Let's just
help
say it's
your
the
view
typical.
out.
Yeah, let's just take it the typical case of grape, right?
Yeah.
You know that it would be a good thing to intervene there, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, God also presumably knows that it would be the good thing to intervene.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. But he chooses not to do the good.
No, he chooses to let people have free will.
Yeah. Well, like you don't
By
care
not
about
doing
this
good.
individual's free will. Like you think Superman, it's a good thing for Superman to violate this person's free will to protect the person being raped, right?
Sure, Superman, yeah, because I'm hearing to your scenario, but and this with the question you're asking is why does God allow this? We can't know all the reasons. It's literally an open-ended question. You can't answer this properly. Anyone can't.
If it's a good thing to intervene, then
Mm-hmm.
it can't be the reason. Then allowing it cannot be the good thing. Whatever reasons
That's
he
not always
has.
true.
Okay, yeah. In the typical case of grape, it is a good thing to intervene. Correct.
Typically, yes, but we don't know what.
So
all
I'm
the
looking
reasons are
at
in the
since
case of
there
this
are typical
scenario.
cases of grape, and they do exist, and we know it is true that it's a good thing to intervene. Then and from that we can establish that we know that God is not doing the good thing.
Okay. What is your answer to this? Why does God allow this? Because
Well, I don't
he
think
simply
God
doesn't.
exists. This is an internal critique.
Yeah, God isn't real. That's kind of.
Okay. So
I mean, but
what's up?
Like it seems to be that
Oh,
you'd have to reject one of his properties, dial him down a little bit, or
What property?
completely eradicate it. Omnipotence. If you dial down his omnipotence, that would be a good explanation for why he allows it. He doesn't have the power to.
Or his omnibenevolence. 'cause-
Or his omnibenevolence, or his omniscience. Maybe he doesn't know that it's happening, right? You can
What,
do
that
all
he
these
knows
different
everything? I would have to deny that?
Yeah, you'd have to take one of these properties and dial him down to where he's no longer all powerful, all perfect, all good, all knowing, and stuff like that.
So your question is why do bad things if there's an all-loving God?
With that
Sorry,
property
I'm
set,
God. Yeah.
What's up?
with all those properties.
All those properties.
Yeah.
Well, it's simply because if we didn't have those bad things, we wouldn't be in a position where we needed to have a God, right? There wouldn't be a God. If we were all cherry full, unicorns, rainbows, there wouldn't be a need for a God.
Who says there would be?
Wait, what's heaven
God
gonna
isn't
be like?
necessary. I don't.
Hold on, wait, Ricky, what's heaven gonna be like?
What's heaven gonna be like?
Yeah, do you believe in heaven?
Cherries and unicorns.
I think there can be, yeah.
Okay, do you think we can do evil in heaven?
No.
Do we have free will in heaven?
Yeah.
So we have free will and we won't be able to do evil.
Yeah, in heaven
So
where
it's
everyone.
possible.
But is
So God
everyone
can only,
going to heaven?
God can't actualize a world where people have free will and can do evil?
Okay,
Or
but
we
those
can.
people are choosing to do good,
no, but
right?
hold on,
That's where
wait.
everyone is choosing to do good. But in a
Everyone
normal
is-
society,
Oh,
people are going to do
second.
good and bad. It just happens.
Wait, everyone's going to choose to do the good in heaven. Wait, why are they only going to choose the good in heaven? Do they not have free will?
Because they have a relationship with God and they follow the
But
commandments.
some people, like Christians, tell me all the time they have a relationship with God.
Yeah, and the problem, what do you mean Christians don't have a relationship with God?
They tell me they have a
All
personal
themselves-
relationship with Jesus.
Yeah,
What are you
they're
talking
lying
about?
to you. They're lying to you. Yeah, it's simple.
They're lying to me?
No true
Why?
scholar.
What's the
They're not an
argument
actual
for that?
Christian if they don't have a
What's the
relationship.
argument for that?
Just making stuff up as he goes. It's crazy.
What am I making up here? If a Christian does not actually have a relationship with, the Father God, how is he a Christian?
Wait, so when we talk about can those people sin?
Yeah, look, you said if you have a relationship with God, you're not able to, choose the wrong action.
No, I
I
didn't
asked
say
you,
that. I'm saying we're
as in heaven,
incapable.
when we have free
Can-
will, we're only able to choose the good. What explains why we're only able to choose the good? And you said because we'll have there'll be a relationship with God. But some people today believe they currently have a relationship with God. So why are they able to perform the wrong? I don't understand.
Well, because
So it's
we're-
got to be something else.
Also,
Why
the
is it that
Bible
God can actualize a non-spatial temporal realm where people are incapable of committing the wrong, but he can't actualize a spatial temporal universe where people are incapable of doing the wrong? I don't understand that.
Well, because
Is he
it's-
not omnipotent?
we can't answer all these questions. Why he does this? Why he does another way? Why? You can't get an answer to that. So why do you ask these rhetorical questions?
Well, I'm pointing out why your view just seems like
Well, we
incoherent
pointed out a
drivel.
contradiction.
Okay, well, because there is faith to it, right? There is faith to some of these things.
All you'll have is literally, we can't explain this, or
Well, you
all
can't faith
you'll
your
have
way
is
out of
oh, we
logic.
can't question God.
my
God works in mysterious ways. God, whatever. He allows rape. He allows
I mean,
torture.
we
he
can
allows
talk about, if you want to talk about scripture, we could do whatever
Yeah, listen.
you want.
If your God is,
But
if your
why-
God,
so
if the properties of your God is incoherent, right? You can't faith your way out of that, right? If somebody came up to you and said, I have a some a different religion, and they have a God, right? And there's one property of this God, and it's not the Christian God. So they say one property of this God is that and you currently believe right now that God exists, right? And it's not the Christian God. From that fact alone, you know that God cannot exist, correct?
Sorry, why can't I know? I didn't hear you completely.
Okay, so let's say somebody comes up to you to a different religion and they have a non-Christian God, right?
Right.
And one property of this God is that every single conscious being believes that God exists, that non-Christian God exists, right?
Right.
And it's the case that you don't believe it. So from that fact, you know that God does not exist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what if they just said, well, you just need to have faith?
Well, yeah, there wouldn't be any evidence with that claim.
No, it would just be self-conscious. Like, there's no faith that can get you out
I
of
never
like a
said there's
literal logical
just
problem.
faith.
Right. So
No,
if
I never
if
said there's just faith.
Well,
But
like
I think what you're talking about involves faith and praying, but you don't want to do that because you don't
no,
believe
it's a
in God yet.
logical problem. What we're deploying is a logical problem of evil, right? There's a
Okay,
logical
right.
problem between the semantics of what we're talking about, like the language that we're using, right? Where the God has these properties, right? And you can presumably like have it with any property, but like where you're maximizing, like if I have a God that's maximally fla, right? And what it means to be maximally fla is to constantly oppose blue or something like that, right? Okay. And then like that this God is all powerful, and this God is perfectly all knowing and things like that. And he will always seek to eliminate the blue, right? Because he's maximally fla. You don't need to know what fla is, you don't need to know what blue is. You just know from those facts blue cannot exist, right?
Yeah, what's up? Keep going.
Yeah, there's no faith needed, right? Like, oh, you just have to have faith as to maybe he has
Right.
reasons for why
No.
you should have blue. No, it's by definition he's opposed to blue.
Okay,
He has no
I
reasons for
understand
blue
what you're saying.
existing.
The difference when it comes to this is that I'm not saying just because you're saying this, you need to automatically have faith. I'm saying there's a lot of things leading up to this, which is why faith is the answer to this specific question, because you can't know things like this.
But you know that.
'Cause that's what I
Wait,
find
I'm sorry.
scripture tonight.
In the
Doesn't-
scenario I just gave you, blue cannot exist, correct?
I mean, I don't remember exactly. You kind of like
This God
Wait,
is
fla?
God is perfectly fla, right? You don't know what
Okay.
fla is, but you know it's
Okay.
explicitly in opposition to blue, right? Or meaning he seeks
Okay.
to eliminate blue wherever he can.
Right.
And given that he's all powerful, he can do anything that's logically possible, and he's all knowing, he's all present. Okay, so from those facts, you know that blue cannot exist.
Are you trying to compare fla and blue to sin?
Fla is good, blue is evil.
Yeah. Right. But you're making it.
What I'm saying is it's a logical problem, so I can replace X and Y, good and evil, with anything. I could just have it as a symbol. God is perfectly X, which always acts as an agent in opposition to Y. He's perfectly rational. He's all good. Therefore, it follows from that, like Y would just not exist.
It's not simply X and Y though, in like Christianity. It's not.
Okay. Hey Ricky, so you wouldn't say that it's gonna be a violation of my free will that like I can't snap my fingers and cause somebody to like explode, right? That's not a violation, huh?
Not a violation of free will.
And what's the principle? Like, why? Why not?
Wait, sorry. You're saying if you snap your fingers and you explode somebody, it's not a violation of free will?
Yeah, it's not a violation, but I'm asking you why.
Well, yeah, it's not. You I mean, you did something, I guess. I don't know how you snapped your fingers.
But
and did
YouTube,
that.
check this out.
No, I'm
It's
asking
called
the fact that I
beatbox.
can't do that is not a violation of my free will, right?
The fact that you can't do that is a violation. Yeah, we're just not capable of doing that.
Right, so if something
11%.
is physically impossible to do, well then it's just going to be the case that it's not a violation of my free will, right? That's the principle? Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, you're not capable of it, so therefore it doesn't make it a violation of free will. It's just something you can't do.
Right, exactly. So if God made it like physically impossible to pew people or physically impossible to grape, or like physically impossible to do. Like any instance of physical violence, well then it's just going to be the case that it's not going to be a violation of my free will.
Yeah, like there's several things we're incapable of doing. So God could have just made rape or torture or school viewings one like a few of those things that like we're just physically incapable of doing.
Well, think about that. What you just said. If you made us incapable of rape, right? Think about it. We wouldn't be able to have offsprings, right? Because that's how we naturally.
Wait,
do
what?
it.
What?
Wait,
What's the
what?
argument for that?
What the fuck?
Forcibly or unforcibly.
He could.
Yeah, people can unforcibly do it.
So he could. So can God make it to where a woman cannot get pregnant unless she consents to the SMEX and the impregnation?
I just don't know how that what that would look like.
Yeah. So like her consent, her mental states have a direct, like just the same way that my mental states have a direct result on whether I can move my hand, her mental states and her consent have a direct result on whether she's fertile or not. Right? It's a weird word to use, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so when it comes to that, like God could have made it to where a woman has to consent, right? He could have done that.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but whenever you're talking about this, we're not considering the factors that you lose with these new implications you're putting on people.
Wait, well,
like,
I'm sorry,
you're
is that a yes or no? Could God have done that?
I mean, he's all powerful, all knowing. I don't know why he does some things and doesn't do anything. You know, that's the answer you're gonna get. It's the simplest one. But say you do something like that. Like say, you make it incapable for me to like put a hammer to someone's head and like make them break dead. Therefore, now I'm probably I don't know how that would look like. How can I hammer a nail? You know, without losing that ability.
Because it's
you know,
not
like
the head.
that same action's the same. How do you enforce
Because it's
that?
not, because you would just
Wait,
it would just not be a head, and so therefore you
something
just wouldn't.
neurologically in your head could be different, but we can't force people to think a certain way because that wouldn't be free will anymore. And that's what
Yes,
God
you can.
allows.
God gives us
Can't
sexual
force people to
desires,
think
right? Does God give us sexual desires?
I mean, naturally, but there's not.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean people aren't.
He makes
you know,
us think a
abstinent
certain
or
way.
like.
That's what a desire is. He makes
No,
people
no, but
think
that doesn't
particular
apply to
ways
everything.
with desires. He gives us hunger, right? He gives us a
We're
desire to drink water,
imperfect. We're
right?
not-
That
we're
influences the way we think.
Okay, but we are imperfect. Okay, so
relevant.
Okay, well, it is relevant because certain things can be one way. That doesn't mean they're always that way, right?
No, look, that's not relevant. But the point he's getting across.
I
What he's saying
understand
is, like,
what you're saying. It just always comes back to why does God do something this way? And I can't tell you the exact answer always. I know the principles and the moral compass that he gives us is usually and factually and like in myself feels right. I don't know how it could feel any different.
Look, right? What he's trying to tell you is like God is directly responsible for your dispositions, like your dire desires and things like that, right? So what he's telling you, right, is that God already intervenes, right, to give us these specific like desires to do things. So like why is it the case that like we desire, like some of us desire to unalive and like some of us desire to like do X, like eat and stuff like that.
Okay.
Like same as he's already intervened on our desires. So why would it be like a violation of our free will to make us desire to eat, but it's somehow not going to be a violation of our free will to make us like, you know, desire to not unalive?
Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. My answer to that would be like just how like we have a neurological function to breathe in and breathe out to stay alive. We also have, you know, neurological functions to do certain things. And if that, like, I don't know if I say, you know, God is like imposing all of these things on us. I think we're imperfect, and a lot of that is a byproduct of that. I mean, I don't, like, again, it comes down, like, I don't know everything.
Wait, so, like, you know, we're imperfect or whatever. Like, who made it so that way? Like, that if we become imperfect, then therefore, like, we will, like, desire to breathe.
You know, that was a bad statement on my bad. But, like, I mean, it's just an example. Like, can you explain everything? Like, no, because we don't believe God. It's kind of an easy out, isn't it?
Well, no, so, like, my question is, like, who made it so that way, if we do become imperfect, then it is going to be the case that we're going to have a desire to breathe? Like, who made that and who put that in place?
I mean, it's just like, The biological factor, I guess, like we're all doing it.
Or you say biological factor. Who put that biological factor in place? Who made it so that way when we become
Well, we're made in the image of
biological
God.
factor will be
Yes,
instantiated.
will be God, right?
Yeah, exactly. So like
Right.
God's already imbued us with like these desires. So why wouldn't it be the case that for some reason it's going to be a violation of our free will to like impose the desire to not unalive, but then for some reason imposing the desire to like eat and like drink water, that for some reason is not a violation of free will.
I mean, yeah, it's like a logical fallacy that we don't have the answer to.
Okay. Do you espouse skeptical theism?
Skeptical theism?
Yeah, so you don't believe you can have epistemic access
Some
to
God
God's reason?
position.
Yeah, I wouldn't go into say like believe things blindly. You can definitely question without like making.
Well, I'm just wondering, do you have an epistemic access to God's reasons?
It just seems like I do believe
What?
Do you have knowledge? Do you have like access
epistemic.
to
Anything to do with your knowledge.
Yeah. Do you know about God's reasons?
I mean, yeah, in some things, we have reasoning. You know.
Well, but no, I'm talking like all of God's reasons. Do you know?
No, I don't think anyone does.
Okay.
Maybe Jesus did.
Do you think God could have a moral reason for deceiving you?
A what reason?
Moral reason
for deceiving me?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it like led to the betterment of someone else.
It's badass.
Yeah, so he
I'm not
could
gonna continue
he could have
arguing
like yeah, so like under that, like he could have just like written the entire Bible, every single word of it is false, but believe you to make it but is deceiving you to believe that it's true for some greater good.
What would be false? Like, what are you talking about? What are you
Just like the propositions. So, for example, Jesus being resurrected, that just never happened. But God has good reasons to deceive you into believing that Jesus was resurrected because it serves some greater
historically
good.
in the eyewitness account says that it
Yeah,
did.
that was information that he planted there to deceive you, and
How?
he has justification for it.
Look, the point is that if we can't know God's reasons for performing a certain action because, you know, it's just going to lead to the greater good anyway, then God could be deceiving you about the truth of the resurrection. He could be deceiving you about the truth of the virgin birth. He could be deceiving you about the truth of the entirety of the Bible in
Evidence
general.
points otherwise.
Huh?
You could be doing anything, but the evidence points otherwise.
The evidence points out. How would you be able to show that?
How would
He
you
could
be
be
able to show that
deceiving
George
you.
Washington existed how many 100 years ago?
Why do you keep answering the questions with the questions?
Because it's logically immoral of you.
What?
It's logically, factually, you know, I don't know, dishonest of you to try to ask questions you know you don't have the answer to, such as that. Like, how can you know this certain thing happened? But those eyewitness accounts they did not.
Buddy, we're
not
following.
exist.
Wait, you've already. Wait,
God,
did this
God
guy
wrote
who's
down.
not-
God wrote down those
Skepticism?
eyewitness accounts to deceive you. What's wrong with that
No.
statement?
No, God didn't write it himself.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Because it's okay. You're talking about like these loops. Do you not
Well,
believe
you're
Jesus was
saying
an
all these
actual
things. We
person?
can't. You're saying that we can't say all these things about what God did or didn't, and but you're now saying about talking about things God didn't do, as
Yeah,
if you know.
because there's evidence.
And what's the evidence that God didn't do that?
God didn't do what?
What's the evidence that God isn't deceiving you right now?
I'm sorry, by the way, Ricky. I'm so sorry.
There's not evidence for that. Yeah, there's no evidence for that.
But he could be, right?
Yep, he could be right behind you right now. Who knows, right?
Wait, God could be right behind me. I mean, isn't he? Isn't he
Alright,
behind me? Is he everywhere?
I gotta twerk. Just like
Think
that
so.
old dude did to Megan Thee Stallion on Love Island. All right. So, Ricky, listen, Amel, how old are you?
22.
Up top, male, whatever that person.
22.
Were you a Christian
What?
too?
Is this still?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Mel. Are you a Christian?
No, I don't believe in God.
Come on, man.
Good. There's no good reason to.
Okay,
I
but
don't. I don't.
everything's false. Like, does his morals not point to a good direction?
I don't.
His
If
morals.
If someone believes in God, I don't. You know, I'm not gonna. That's their belief. I shouldn't like be like, oh, why do you believe in God? That's that's their belief. There's nothing wrong with it. You know.
Yeah, if it's a false belief, you kind of want to, especially if the false beliefs are incorporated into like policy, and people have to be conformed to
Church and
live their
state are
life
separate.
like you're. Oh, you would think,
That's
right?
all-
You would think.
Yeah, that's not the
I mean,
Republicans
it's
want.
in the Constitution, isn't it?
The Republicans don't give a fuck about
I
that.
love that. Literally, the court just had to block a Tennessee law, no, Louisiana law, that was trying to force the Ten Commandments into every single classroom.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, because
But nonetheless, they still keep trying to do it. And if it's a false belief, especially, like, first of all, I mean, he's God. Why does he need his word forced into classrooms? Like, you're just beaming into their heads. But regardless,
Yeah, I
like,
think they have a choice.
yeah, so, but the Republicans don't believe that. They think it should be forced down people's throats. They want theocracy.
Well-
They want, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Mike
Right, right.
Johnson, all these
But
people. They
you have
think
to
that there
understand
should not
from
be,
their-
hold on real quick. They think there should
Okay.
not be a separation of church and state, and they're advocating and focusing on policies that merge them together. So,
There could be an argument for that because if you look from a Christian standpoint, say that they actually, know for a fact, say like in some cases they actually knew that God was the way, right? From their perception, it is the only right thing to do to let you know that that's also the case.
yeah, but wait, no, that wouldn't. In Romans 1:9, it says everybody knows. So what the fuck? What's the point?
Well, because I don't know, people disagree.
No, they can't disagree. If
my
Christianity is true, like you posited, then every single person that exists knows that it's true. What would be the purpose?
Well, I think that's not like always speaking literal. I have to read with context. I don't know, like if you want to like have me read that for like a few minutes and get back to you, maybe we can do something. But I don't know. I don't have the top of my head answer for that. But
Yeah.
if you look at it from their perspective, I think they can make an argument.
Yeah, even then, like I don't understand like why God would need some fallible human to like do his bidding and spread his message for him. It seems like he can do that. I mean, that's how he did it in the Bible, though, right? Like, why would he need a shitty human?
Well, it's really
to do
easy to question these things. These very hard, complex things, and it's not always going to have like a yes, no answer or any answer because we just simply can't know everything.
No, we can add, like, no, there's just no good reason for the politicians to take this action. It's just an unreasonable action.
Right. I think if we're talking about
if they
American law,
thought that the Christian God was actually true, like real,
should
then
be a
their
choice,
actions would be
right?
unreasonable trying to force it into government, given what we know about Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that point. Like, there should be, separation from church and state as it lies right now because people should make the choice to go to Christianity. They shouldn't be forced to it. I completely agree with that. It is a choice to be in a relationship with God to actually receive Him.
How can I... Hey, do you think it's a sin to not believe in God? Am I doing something wrong by not believing in God?
I mean, I think not believing.
Am I going to go to hell for not accepting Jesus? Or are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will go to hell for not accepting Jesus as my Lord and Savior, right?
No, I don't believe literally, no.
Okay, what's going to happen to me?
Well, if you want a separation from God, God allows that and says you don't have to be with
Well,
me.
I'm not saying I want the separation. I'm asking you if I don't believe in God. Hold on, wait. Just being very fucking clear. If I don't believe in God, that's not something like I control. It's just like y'all are not convincing. So I'm not convinced that this God exists. So like I don't believe the God exists. That's not something I'm actively choosing.
Yeah.
So it's not like I want to be separated from God. It's just like God doesn't seem to want to give me any fucking evidence for his existence. So now I'm curious now, like what's going to happen to me?
Are you seriously going to make the claim that you don't control your beliefs?
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. Can you control your
Do you
beliefs?
choose
that
to believe?
what
Wait, do
you
you think the Earth is flat?
No.
Can
you
you
control
choose
that?
to
You
believe?
think the Earth is flat?
Can you choose to believe the Earth is flat right now? I genuinely believe it.
Yeah, I could go in some rabbit hole to make
No,
sure.
genuinely believe
Like
it.
right
Like
now.
right now, choosing it right now. Like you.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, like to know fact, right?
No. Believing something means to affirm a proposition to be true.
Shit. Right,
What we're saying is, can you?
What are y'all doing off
genuinely
app?
affirm the? Can you genuinely affirm the proposition the Earth is flat right now?
No, I can't make
Exactly.
reason for it.
So yeah, because you can't choose your beliefs.
I mean,
Look,
how much research have you done in the Christian faith where you've really come like concrete in it?
I was raised Roman Catholic. I deconverted when I was 17 years old.
Well, I think.
So
Roman
look, no,
Catholics are
but
crazy.
you're avoiding my point though. Look, listen, I'm
I
asking
just,
you.
I'm sorry, I just see them going off
If I
app
don't
and
believe
then
in God-
getting paid.
Yo, Carbon lock-in.
Ricky, if I don't believe in God, and like the reason isn't because I don't want to be with God, it's because I'm not convinced what's going to happen to me.
Huh.
Am I going to be separated from God?
Well, I still think, like, how do I know you're not choosing to not believe in God?
How do I know that you're really a theist? How do I know you're not an atheist trying to trick me? Huh? Ricky, you could be an atheist trolling me. How do I know you're not an atheist?
Well, because I haven't said anything to.
Yeah, and I haven't said anything to make you think that I don't genuinely
Well,
believe in
I
God.
think we can choose to
Like,
be
you-
ignorant, don't you?
Well, I'm not. Hold on. Wait, what?
Just be
I think we can choose to be ignorant.
I mean, I'm probably ignorant about a lot of stuff, but I'm like, but
So you can seek that
hold on,
knowledge.
wait. If my non-belief was a result of my ignorance, that still wouldn't be any fault of my own. So I'm asking you, look, given that my non-belief isn't any fault of my own, and it's just something that occurred to me, me being convinced that your God doesn't exist is just something that occurred to me. It's not something I chose to do. I'm asking you, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be eternally separated from God?
Okay. Look, you can't just occur. Like, it just doesn't just occur. You can't
look,
pretend that you don't know who Jesus is.
What?
You know who Jesus Christ is?
You know
who that is?
I've heard of the figure of Jesus Christ. Yes.
Okay. Have you chose to be ignorant on that fact, or have you
Have
tried
I
to learn about it?
What do you mean choose to be ignorant? What are you talking about?
You don't think you could choose to be ignorant?
No, I'm asking you. What do you mean?
Have you done your research and said this is
Buddy,
obviously
I was a
true?
Christian for 17 years.
Does that mean you studied?
Yes, I studied.
Okay, I've been a Christian for 17 years
Okay,
as well.
hold on.
We're 22, actually.
Just,
Sorry.
hold on. Just because people look, I can study Christianity and not be convinced of it.
Right.
You acknowledge that, right? Look, I've studied your religion. I've studied Christianity. I went to fucking school for philosophy of religion. I'm not convinced that it's true. Okay? I'm not convinced that's true. I can't help that I'm not convinced that it's true. There's probably some other factors in play, sure. But as of right now, I'm not actively choosing not to be convinced of the existence of this God.
Just
So
like you can't choose, Ricky, to like believe that Thor is real. You can't choose
yeah,
that.
Ricky, look, I'm not actively choosing right now to not believe in your God or to not be convinced of your God. I'm just not fucking convinced of your God. So that's not something I'm fucking choosing.
Okay.
Like you can spin it however fucking way you want. So now I'm wondering now, since I'm not choosing this, why the fuck am I going to be separated from God for all eternity?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Because whenever I say you didn't choose this, you're going to hell. What kind of God would ever do that, right?
Look, I'm apparently performing some type of action by not believing in God. I'm wondering if this is a moral action that God's going to condemn me for.
I know, but like we have so much knowledge and like
No, just
resources.
listen to my question. Is my doxastic attitude about the nature of God's existence, namely that doxastic having to do with like my mental attitudes, like beliefs and stuff.
Okay.
So is my doxastic attitude regarding like the non-existence of God, is that like a moral action?
Yeah, I mean, you make choices every day to be away from God.
Oh my God.
You're telling me you
Do you make choices every day to be away from Vishnu?
Vishnu?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's a god in a different religion. Do you make choices to be away from him?
I mean, I don't know what the laws are.
Yeah, they're just like what Vishnu wants you to believe in him. Do you make choices to not believe in him?
I mean, after the knowledge of him, yeah.
You do? Wait, after the knowledge of him? Like, wait. So
Yeah, if I know what he wants me to do and I choose not to, yeah.
Okay, so you first, in order to know what he wants you to do, you have to believe he exists, correct?
Believe he exists. No, I can hear of a figure and hear what he wants to do and just say.
Yeah, so let's just say he wants you to believe that he exists.
He just wants that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I am choosing to not believe in him.
So even if he was real, you'd be right now. You're choosing to not believe it.
I mean, this is just like a fallacy. He is real and he
Bro,
isn't
what's the
real.
fallacy?
What's the fallacy?
Yeah, can you name it?
I mean, I don't know if it's like straw manning, cherry. Yeah, it's straw manning because you're making it too simple.
That's not straw manning.
Yeah, that's
not straw manning.
Why?
Good one.
What
What do you
the
think a
fuck
straw
was
man is,
that?
Ricky?
Okay, straw manning is making something simpler so it's easier to attack.
Not really.
That's literally
A
what
straw,
it is.
No. Straw manning is like misrepresenting what the other person is saying. and
Yeah, so
attacking
it's
them.
easier to
That's
attack.
not making something like like oversimplifying something or whatever.
Look
That's
it
not
up.
really what that is. But Ricky, do you have an argument that establishes that God exists?
I mean, yeah, I think that
Ricky hasn't even. Look, I don't understand. Look,
but you don't want to learn.
Ricky, you haven't fucking actually answered anything I've said. Look, do you think do you think beliefs are moral? Or moral actions? Do you think
Beliefs are moral.
Do you
I
think
know.
do you think
I know.
beliefs have moral like do you think a belief can be do you think doxastic attitudes are the type of thing that we should be morally judged for?
I mean, here, look, I kind of went down a bad rabbit hole. I see what you're saying. So, like, if you believe something, you know it to be this thing, and like, there's evidence, and like, there's all this. You can't really choose whether or not. You just is, right?
But
And
I
not-
can't choose to like look. If someone told me the moon is made of Swiss cheese, I can't choose to be convinced of that, right?
Right. Yeah.
I have to actually. They would actually have to convince me of it.
Yeah, I'll concede to that. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay, cool. So like, I'm not convinced that God exists. So,
I mean,
is
okay.
that like moral? Is that immoral? Am I doing something wrong? Am I
I
committing a
believe
sin?
God does not exist.
Am I committing a sin by believing that God does not exist?
It's a hard question. I don't know anything to answer that.
Yeah, it seems to me I'm not doing something wrong by believing that God exists because beliefs aren't the sort of thing that have like moral
Okay, well,
weight or
now
whatever.
that you know
So
this,
God's
I hope
judging
you-
me for something that I have no fucking control over.
Okay, but like, there's so many Christians out there. Do you think they're doing it for no reason?
I'm not saying they're doing it for no reason. I'm just saying like I'm not convinced. I'm personally not convinced that it's true.
Well,
And that's
I mean,
not
we can
something.
talk about why I believe
God, if God wants a personal relationship with me, which I'm assuming you think He wants,
Mm-hmm.
He could easily just convince me that He exists without violating my free will.
Well, yeah, but like, think about.
But He doesn't do it, so it's clear He doesn't want
Well,
a
no,
personal
because
relationship
that's not
with me.
true.
Wait, what do you mean? Which part's not true?
Okay, well, as the world as we see it today, how can He, not violate free will and show you that He exists? Like, just bam.
Wait,
I
did
got
Jesus,
you. I
is
got a
Jesus
way.
God?
I mean, He doesn't do divine intervention like this.
Oh, he does. Oh, so the Bible's false then, because the Bible says that he does do divine intervention.
I mean, as in today's world.
Oh, so today, so when Christians are going around saying, so when Christians are going around saying that,
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. That
so
was
when
bad.
Christians are
Don't
going
even-
around,
I know where I went wrong. I know where I went wrong, Bug. You don't gotta say it. Oh, my bad. My bad. All right.
so
but
he
I
does
think
intervene.
right. But like, I mean, we can't know, right? Like, we can't know.
I'm just
So
curious.
do
Like, if
you
God
do you
wants a
talk to
personal-
him? Do you like have a communication line with him?
I mean, I don't think there's like a telephone line now.
Well, like, does he talk to you?
I mean, I think we can talk. He can talk to me through thoughts and like what's good from bad.
Can you ask him what numbers I'm thinking of in my head?
No, he doesn't read minds. I mean, he doesn't tell people what other people.
Then
are
how is he
thinking like
talking
that.
to you in your thoughts if he doesn't read minds? So he doesn't know what you're thinking.
No. Oh yeah. I mean, he doesn't he doesn't do things for the purpose of just just.
He
doing
doesn't
things,
do
you know?
things so that way we would believe that he
just
exists.
to do something. There's a purpose behind of what he
Yeah,
does.
so like the purpose would so that way I believe that he exists.
I mean, it would be pretty cool to just be like 4,374 or something like that, you know?
Holy shit! Sorry.
Right? It'd be like it'd be
It's
crazy.
actually the number that I'm
It would have been insane. But like, there's not like I don't know, like I don't know his reasonings for everything. Like, so why could I, ask him for something like that? If it's
Well, you can
we're
ask
told
him
not to,
and
like,
just see if he
we're
does
told
it.
not to
He can
like to
decline.
test them. We're told not to like
When you say test, you
impugn,
just
like-
mean ask him if he can reveal himself to me. How's that
Well,
like?
I
I
could
don't
pray
see how
for
that's
that.
a test. That just
No, I
seems
could
to be
pray for
something
that.
that's expected from your God. That seems to be what he wants for us to
Well,
believe. If he wants
no,
us to
because that is a
believe
test.
that he
It's
exists.
it's a test.
And
to
there's
say,
certain
God, if
ways.
you're real, tell me the numbers that
Hold on, real quick.
Corbin's thinking of. That is a test.
Okay, so if he wants us to believe that he exists, there's some sort of virtue there, or value there, right? And here's a way that I would believe he exists, and he refuses to do it. That he's just refusing to do ways in which that I would believe he exists. Ali, what does that tell you about him?
Like I said, you're asking questions that there's not answers to like that. Well, I mean, like, yeah, like, the easy answer is he's just not
I
real.
don't have two
But we haven't even
models.
got into, like, why I think he could be real.
Yeah, what's the argument there? I know
Do
John
we
wants
have
to
an argument
jump
for
on
God?
All right.
Do you have an argument for God?
Let's go simple, all right? Let's go very simple.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've heard all this a million times, and you're ready to, like, whoosh, whoosh, kaboosh.
I want to hear it.
No, I've never heard any argument for God before. Go ahead.
Okay, Jelly, I'm ready to teach you great things.
Thank you.
So, there's a house, there's a builder, right? I think the same thing with the earth and the creator.
Oh wow.
Okay, so you're saying that it's more likely that the world was created based off of what observations?
I mean, there's a study done somewhere like there's like the chances of this all being random is like, you know, like winning the lottery 20,000 times in a row.
All of what being random?
Like us like talking right now, like the creation itself. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's just so improbable. I don't think that's simply an answer for God, but I think it does point to some evidence.
I don't know if you mean like some like so improbable. Like, I mean, okay, so when you say like us talking right now is going to be like really improbable because of all the things that needed to happen. Well, if I give you know that like if I give you a deck of cards and I shuffle them, right, then the chances of you getting that deck of card, those that specific order is going to be 52 factorial, right? So it might be the case that like you've gotten the most unique like deck of cards. But this is like a one of a kind thing. But you're going to get one. Well, you're just going to get one, right?
Yeah.
In the same way that
not
you're
only
just
is it just rare, that's not the only reason. I just don't see how it could be another way. Like, what's your evidence to support a different way of us being here?
Wait, what's the different? Well, I mean, if I like went to my, like, if my parents didn't, like, you know, raise me in this particular house, then of course I'm not going to be, like, what do you mean? Like, there's plenty of ways we could have gotten here. Like, I could have chosen my shirt differently today, huh?
If God didn't create Earth, and like, what is the other explanation that you believe?
Oh, sure, I'd love to do this because I love talking about this. So, ever heard of a planetary nebula before?
Planetary nebula. I've not heard that term.
So, in the universe, right? The only way we know it's nomologically possible, like physically possible, to for elements of higher mass to form is if they're fused inside of a star, right? So the idea is that you can have either stars that have gone nova and turned into planetary nebula, where you'd have like elements of higher mass near the center of the star sort of explode out and conglomerate closer to the white dwarf or the core, which form the rocky planets, and then you'd have the gas giants form out further away. So that's.
I think. Can you guess my next question?
I could guess a million different because you could go a million different ways.
He's gonna ask, what if God designed it that way?
No, not that. How would those stars have gotten there?
How stars have gotten there? It would just be a conglomeration of protons.
Why, what?
Protons collapsing.
No, but like, how did the protons get there? How far can we go with this? Was there a beginning, or was it always to be?
I was gonna ask that, and then
here we go.
That I asked. He was gonna.
Yeah. So there are many different options. I mean, I think a lot of might be possible. But for right now, we could just talk about my favorite view, which is to say that there existed the universe at T0 at a necessary modal state.
W.
The Grandmoppy view.
Yeah, necessarily existing.
I'm sorry, I didn't really
singularity of the
study
universe.
this. I didn't study like your view. So you want to use the layman's terms?
Yeah, that's fine. So it's like some singularity at time 0, no state beforehand.
Singularity. Okay. How is singularity possible?
What do you mean? Like, how's it like in what modality? And like, are you asking logically possible?
Yeah, like, how did we get there from, like, what came from there to get to there?
Fact.
Wait, are we talking about like coming from the singularity to get to
like,
here,
what was
or
before
where?
that?
What are you
How did we
asking?
gotten there?
gotten
what?
where? What do you mean by
Singularity. How could we have gotten to singularity, to the infinite temperature and density? It's that expanded, right, into all these nebulas and all these planets. How could we have gotten there? What was before?
The singularity existed
there could be no-
necessarily at time t0.
Yeah,
There's nothing
if
before
it's
it.
Okay, so
yeah.
how can there be a time t0 if, like, how can that be a thing in our world as it is now? We keep going back.
Wait, when you say how can there be a thing, I don't really see
Like,
any
how can
problem
there
with
be
supposing that there
beginning?
exists
Like, how
natural
can
order
there
and
be,
you should
like,
say what's the argument that
How is
that's
there a singularity point? Right? Like, how is t0 a singularity point? Why did that happen?
But it's just gonna be necessary.
Okay, it's necessary, right? But why? Like, how could we have gotten to that point?
This is like
There's
Ricky,
no-
just to
there's
be
no
clear,
getting to the
Ricky,
point of-
Ricky,
that's the
this
first
is
time.
like if an atheist were to
It's the
ask you
first
how did.
moment.
It's like if an atheist were to ask you how did God get there?
No, because God's not bound by space or time.
Yeah, so the
this
singularity is not
is-
bound by space or time.
No, it definitely is.
No, it's not.
How could it be part
It
of?
created
how could it be
space.
part of space and time?
It created space.
Yeah, it's in space and time too. If we're talking about a beginning, we're going back. What is the singularity that we're talking about? It's not bound by space and time.
Well, look, you could just say that the singularity didn't necessarily create time or anything like that. I don't even know what that really means.
That's
but
a
like,
disposition.
disposition. Okay, but I just don't really get what the problem is with supposing that there exists a singularity such that there's no time before that at all whatsoever. So you're asking me how did we get there? That's an incoherent question on the view.
How's that incoherent?
Because you're asking
that's what
me.
you believe.
Well, hold on. When you ask me how did it get there, that would be presupposing that there exists a second beforehand or time before then. Because getting to some place just means that
I mean,
there
yeah,
exists
we're
a
at
state
that
of
point.
reality beforehand, but that's not the view.
We're at that point, right?
Yeah.
How is it not in time and space? That's where we led to.
Well, I didn't say it was not in time and space.
It's not like you said. Singularity is not bound.
It
by
would be
time
the first moment of time.
That's what
wouldn't it?
Carbon said.
Yeah, I
mean,
was
you
just,
can
I was
talk
just
about-
trying to compare. It's
Just to
like
clarify.
whatever way your God is not in time and space. That's the answer.
He can give that one.
No,
you
because
can defend that
but
one.
it's not bound by
I'm gonna
time.
say that.
It's simple.
I'm gonna say that it's all it is just space time collapsed into a single point. Maybe some quantum fields.
Right, but simply the view is from nothing created everything. That
Wait,
is
so
simple.
it
that's
depends
not
what
the
you mean by
view.
that. What do you mean by that?
That's not the view. The
Because of
singularity
one-
isn't nothing.
Yeah, we can't say T0 and just say everything else. Bam.
I don't know. Wait, I don't know what that means. What you're trying to say?
You said at T0 we had a point of singularity, and bam, we're here.
Well, we are there at the initial state.
We're at the singularity point.
Yeah,
Okay,
if we're
yeah, I
talking
can
about the
understand that.
entire
We're all
reality,
energy,
natural order.
eventually formed as something else. Okay.
Wait,
But
what?
We're all there, as in a sense, we're all energy that turned into. So what?
When you say "we're," what do you mean by "we"?
You just said we're there.
No, I don't know what you mean by "we're there." I thought you just meant the natural world, but it sounds like what you're talking about is us people or us sentiences.
Okay,
So I want to get
I didn't know what you're
clarification
talking
mean
about.
now. Huh?
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't know what you mean. I don't know. But why can that be a thing? All right, why do you believe that more than God?
Probably just because it's I think it's a better view. Yeah, it's
It's more
parsimonious.
ontologically parsimonious.
Yeah, it's more
We don't-
parsimonious.
It's we can posit this and
Ava, you're
you know,
really
we can
smart for saying parsimonious, but I don't know.
Okay,
What that
it's
means.
just simpler because listen, this model does not posit that this thing has a mind, which is an extra property of that thing, right? It doesn't have a mind. It doesn't think and rationalize and stuff like that. It certainly doesn't care about where you put your penis.
Plus, I don't think that creating time is coherent.
That's right. Is that good?
I don't think creating time is coherent. So I don't think that a theist or a god can create. That doesn't make any sense to me. Can you explain what that means?
How is it coherent to create time?
I said incoherent.
How is it incoherent?
Sure, because when we say creation of time, presumably creation just means that there's an antecedent moment where X doesn't exist, and then there's a consequent moment where X does exist, right? That would require that. And if we're going to say that X created time, well, then what that means is that there's an antecedent time where X doesn't exist, and then a consequent time where X does exist. That just means that there's a time where X doesn't exist.
This is word salad right now. Can we log in?
Okay, when you
It's not
say
word salad.
when you
Ricky,
say
here's the-
I know,
when
but,
you
like,
say
just, like,
the
let's go
word when you
straight
use the
forward.
word create, that means like if I create X, that means X used to not exist, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then so at some point X did not exist, and then
Mhm.
X existed. Right there in between, I created it. Right. So to say that you
Mhm.
created time, that's a sequence of events. Right. So to say that
Okay.
you created time means that time could only exist after. That means X couldn't have X couldn't have existed before.
Okay,
Right.
but
So
how
like
can
you
we
need
have anything?
you need a sequence of events to create a sequence of events. You need time to create time. So it makes no sense to say
Yeah,
that you create
and
time.
it makes the most sense to have that sequence of events be God.
What
That's what makes the most
does
sense.
it? Then I don't know what you mean by he created time. Then
Okay.
it sounds like you're just saying God is temporal.
But what could you explain as that in between?
Is
Other
God
than-
temporal or no?
Is God temporal or no? What does that mean?
Does he like does he exist within time or something?
No.
Okay, well if he doesn't exist within time and he created time, then you're saying that God is the sequence of events. But I don't know when you say like God
No,
is the
he's
sequence
not-
of events. I don't know how to
he's
talk
not
about a sequence of
bound
events
by
without time.
time.
What, how does it make any sense?
He can be in time. He can exist in it for whatever period of time he wants to, but he's not bound by it. That's what I meant by that.
Right. So when you say like he created time, then what does that mean?
I mean, how can I know what perspective of a being that looks outside of time look like?
Well, this is exactly what I'm saying. It's incoherent. So like,
No, it's
okay,
not.
here's-
Why do you
here's-
hold the
here's-
view
here's
that
a-
God created time?
Yeah, here's an analogy, Ricky. If I told you that I have an apple in a point in time where no apples exist, does that make sense?
At a point in time where no time. Wait, say it again.
I have an apple
Mhm.
at a point in time where no apples exist.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, right?
Right. So if I said there is a time where at no point no time exists, does that make sense?
No, because look,
Mm-hmm.
he's all powerful, right? We're holding him to that. He is outside of time. He could still exist, right, and be before a time. That is possible.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
No, it doesn't make
Yeah,
sense. For humans, we can't think about it. We can't possibly fathom.
Okay, so
he's
we're
outside
humans,
of
so
time.
contradictions
No,
make
okay,
sense.
think about it like this.
If you're
If a house
saying
is
if you're
always
saying
done-
that we can't understand it, right? Which means you're saying in the human mind it seems to be incoherent, right?
Okay.
Then why do you hold the view? What reasons
Okay.
could you possibly
That's what I'm
have?
wondering.
If
Why do you
someone
do
told
this
you-
shit?
Wait, like
Why do you-
if
Wait.
you don't know the reasons for why the view is true, then why
Yeah,
do you hold the view?
you don't know anything about what God wants. You don't know anything about His nature. You don't know anything
Thank you,
about.
Ava. Shh, shh, shh. Listen, look. If there's a
Ava's
house
way
that's
more knowledgeable
always
than
been,
you.
if
Hold on,
there's a
Ricky,
house
Ricky,
that's
don't
always
fucking do that
been,
to me.
there's no time before or after. How do you ask for a builder?
Why are you answering these questions? Why do you?
Can you? I mean, is there a builder?
Can you actually answer a question directly without?
Well, if you don't want
Answering
to, you know,
the
you're
question?
deflecting by deflecting. Like telling me I'm deflecting.
I'm not deflecting.
why are
I'm
you-
trying to get you to fucking focus.
Why are you trying to even like?
Lock in, Ava. If there's a
Why,
house
wait,
that's
why are you
always
even
been.
trying to like use arguments?
Yo, Jolly, log
like
in as
you're giving,
Lockhart on YouTube.
yeah, when
And
you're
someone
giving like you're giving me like logical
Jolly,
contradictions.
you're making
telling me
me
to
God.
accept the view.
Jolly, log in. All right. If there's
Well,
a
what's
house,
the wait? So
if there's a house that's always been, how
Yeah,
can
let's
you
do
ask
it.
for a builder? It's always been there, time or not.
well, if it's always been there, then I don't even know how to make sense of that without time. You're just saying something exists for
Beginning of-
an infinite amount of
In the
time.
beginning of time, there's a house right there, right? You're looking at it.
At time zero, okay. At time zero, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Okay. So can there be a builder?
If there's no time beforehand, no.
Right. It's just always there.
Necessarily the case.
Hey, by the
In
way,
the same
y'all,
way, God has always been.
Hold on, wait. Can I just point
So-
out, Ricky? Sorry, y'all. Sorry, Jolly. I just want to fucking say
Ava,
this
you're
really-
so sorry.
Ricky, did you fucking shush me earlier?
Yeah, you're yapping.
Buddy, what the fuck have you been doing this whole fucking time?
I'm not cussing at you. That's one thing.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if you're not cussing at me, you fucking
Wait,
scumbag.
well, I
You're
give
not
a
gonna
F.
fucking hold on, wait. You're not gonna fucking shush me. You fucking hear me? You fucking piece of shit.
Well, let's
No,
talk about
Shut
things
the,
that matter.
no, shut the fuck up and say yes or no. You're not gonna fucking shush me. Do you fucking acknowledge that?
My bad.
Good. Yeah, you're fucking bad, you motherfucker. Anyway, y'all continue your conversation. Ricky, fuck off.
Hold on.
You deserve that, Ricky. You fucking deserve that.
Oh,
Hey,
I don't even know what the fuck. Okay, so
I mean,
if
I
there's
think I'm
if there's a
making a good point.
builder, where you're saying if there's an initial state,
Mhm.
right? Then like there can't be a builder. Obviously that's the case, and you're saying God has always existed. What does that even mean if that doesn't mean God existed for an infinite amount of time in the past? What does it even mean?
I think God has existed for an infinite amount of time, and we're just
Okay, what
experiencing.
the fuck? So he is temporal then, or is he not?
He's not bound by time.
Okay, does he exist within time? Yes or no? So did he create time? Wait, if time is always number one, if time has always existed, then how did God create time exactly?
Time hasn't always existed.
Okay, so it's either time God is existed for an infinite amount of time, in which case, like the further you go back in time, there's always
Okay.
time, in which case time was never created, or God did create time.
No, it's like asking someone in a 2D world what is, I don't know, up and down, like what is a z-axis? or
What's
something.
that? A logical contradiction? Well, it's like a character in like a 2D
No,
cartoon,
it's
asking
exactly
them what
this
like
is
a
exactly
four-dimensional
logical.
quaternion
It's
is.
like asking someone, what does it look like for someone outside of my dimension? How's that logical?
You're just giving me.
Grandmaster,
You're just
thank
giving,
you for the $25.
Okay.
Thank you, Grandmaster. It's my head.
Jesus.
Let's get a W Grandmaster in the chat, y'all. Jesus. Let me shout out these super chats real quick. Shout out to Brilliant. Thank you for the $5 and the $5. Brilliant said, "Ha, you don't know this specific thing, therefore God. Don't mind the last hour of me saying I don't know most parts of God." Andrew, thank you for the $9.99. Andrew says Donald Trump is an adjudicated insurrectionist, and his name was illegally installed on the Walk of Fame. City-owned property. The time 2007. Git, also thank you for the $5 super chat. There was never a time of not space and time. Space and time are default what is in a loose sense. No logical contradiction from this view. And Brilliant, thank you again for that $5 Martin Bailey caller. That's good. Void, Nanners, are y'all here?
Uh-oh.
These motherfuckers.
David,
I'm gonna start bringing them up. They can fall asleep. Okay.
What?
Can't stay up.
Speaking of going to bed, I think I will be going.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Like, I'm wondering.
Bet
Yeah.
you.
I'm wondering, Ava. So you said you got your degree in philosophy of religion?
I mean, it's in philosophy. I did a concentration in religion, but I focused mainly on Schellenberg's divine hiddenness argument.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's
I did
cool.
research
Bachelor's?
on I wrote a paper responding to Abraham Azadigan's objection to Schellenberg's argument. So if you're like interested in hearing about that, we could
If the
chat.
Christian God exists, I would believe the Christian God exists. The Christian, I do not believe the Christian God exists. Therefore, the Christian God does not exist. QED.
Romans 1:12, isn't that what it is?
Wait, but couldn't you be deceived? That in your beliefs, couldn't you be deceived? But yes, but we have dispositional beliefs and we have a current beliefs. Okay.
Uh-huh. Jolly, have you looked into divine hiddenness?
I mean, I know a little bit about it. That's not usually where I spend my time.
Okay, I don't really spend my time with that either. I'm like now, like since I'm out of school, I mostly just read like philosophy of gender.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think gender metaphysics is pretty fucking cool.
Oh, gender metaphysics. I've never heard that.
Yeah.
The ontology of gender.
I did spend some time researching like nominalism and like various different like metaphysical views, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very
W nominalism, sorry.
I agree.
Oh, you agree? Okay, wait. Nominalism about properties, or what kind of nominalism are you talking about?
Universals.
Yeah,
Univer-
probably universals. I mean, I don't think that I'm kind of an anti-realist about a lot of things.
Me too.
I don't think that there exists like abstract objects.
Yeah,
like,
I'm an anti-realist about abstract. I'm an anti-realist about properties. I'm an anti-realist about gender.
Yeah, I would say in the same, vein, like, nominalist about universals. Just to say that there's like, I like trope nominalism.
Somebody named Cream Pie for Christ.
Oh, the
just
trope
joined.
nominalism? Okay, interesting.
Mhm.
Interesting. Yeah.
Trope nominalism and resemblance nominalism kind of sound the same to me. I don't know is there a distinction?
There is Cream Pie for Christ.
I don't think resemblance nominalists posit the existence of abstract particulars.
Sorry, what?
Trope nominalism posits the existence of abstract particulars. Sorry. Yeah, abstract particulars, because like each like property that's instantiated by an object would be its own like trope, right?
That was moderate realism or
Yeah, it's like-
Platonism.
I would prefer moderate realism.
Yeah, me too. Fuck Platonism.
Yeah, I'm good. That's so weird. Okay, interesting. I don't know if it posits an existence. I always just thought of it like you have certain sort of you have like, I guess these tropes would be like instantiated in your mind.
What the trope nominalist is saying is that like the properties that things have, like for example, if you have like a set of red objects, like a fire truck or a stop sign or whatever, that the redness in like each of those things is its own like particular instance of red. So like they hold to like abstract particulars as well as like concrete particulars.
Oh, interesting. Then I would probably say maybe like resemblance nominalism would be.
Yeah, I don't know.
The view that there's a world out there, a metaphysical world, where redness exists, right? And it exists as its own entity.
God.
Redness.
And
I believe that it's actually instantiated in God's mind.
Have you looked into
the laws of
gender
logic are just
resemblance
God's
nominalism?
That makes so much sense, dude.
If you're like interested in resemblance nominalism, Natalie Stolyar is a feminist metaphysician who has like some work on her view of gender resemblance nominalism, where she argues that like gender is constituted by like resemblance. So like someone is a woman if like she bears like enough resemblances to like what we would be considered like the paradigm woman.
Yeah.
So like that's like an example of a metaphysical account of gender that I think is interesting.
That's an interesting one. I'm sympathetic to sort of two maybe accounts of gender. One being like a cluster concept, and like the other maybe like being like indexed to some phenomenological experience, where like you want to have like these characteristics. You could say something like it's going to be like a necessary condition for like what makes you a woman. You could say something like that. Or you could just hold to the fact that it's a cluster concept such that there's no individual
The
necessary.
cluster concept is just Stolyar's view. I mean, like, she argues that like the properties that we attribute to womanhood, like they form like this cluster, and if your membership in a certain gender category, like woman, is going to depend on how many like traits you can fulfill within that cluster, right?
Oh, interesting. Like how many traits? I wonder if you could also just say like certain. It's not necessarily the amounts, but it's just the conglomeration. So like there are specific conglomerations that would be sufficient.
Right. It's actually been a while since I've looked at the view. I just remember that that's something I've read, but I lean towards fictionalism about gender.
No.
So.
I'll look that up. All right.
Y'all hear that?
It's time for Betty Bye.
Ava thinks being a woman is a fiction.
Ooh.
That's what I heard.
That's what I heard too. You're gonna get cast.
Haven't heard a good argument for why genders aren't made up. But...
All right, y'all. One more caller tonight. I'm really tired. I just actually started watching Hunger Games for the first time. Never read the book, never watched the movies.
No fucking way.
So I just finished Catching Fire, the second one, so now I'm gonna watch Mockingjay Part 1. Probably just kind of like play that off in the background or whatever.
Just side note, Jennifer Lawrence is so fine.
Low key.
Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, a lot of people are surprised when I tell them I haven't watched Hunger Games, and now I'm watching. So.
That's beautiful. I'm gonna go. Carbon Sad's gonna tuck me in tonight. And then,
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant.
And then my
when I
dad
said-
hopefully will tuck you.
When I said Hunger Games, yeah.
Stupid.
All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate y'all. I think Void and Manners are asleep, so everybody else, thank you so much. Santana, if you're still here, thank you again. I appreciate that. See you guys on the next one. I will be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. We're still live over there, so if you guys want to come over there, say goodbye, drop a follow. I'll play you guys off with some music over there. But in the meantime, y'all have a good one. Love y'all. Take it easy.
Is it Carbon Says on YouTube?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'll follow you.
Okay. Shoo. Holding your mic like a gun. What's up, B? All right. Well, I haven't heard in a while. I haven't heard the I Smashed Your Mom one in a while. I want to play that. I like that one. Boom, boom. Sleepy guy, good night. Hell yeah. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm probably gonna have to start upping my daily sub goal again because you guys are blowing past it like every single live. It's probably 15. I should probably put it like 20. Thank you so much for the super chats. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the follows, new subscriptions, bits. Thank you guys. I need to. I need to sleep. Thank you guys so much. Love y'all. And don't forget. I Smashed Your Mom. Let's go.
Me and her together, two peas forever. I know the lie you told. Never seen you be so bold. She was my solace, my world, my knowledge. This is the world you chose. You should have never let me get this close. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. You are a martyr. She made me harder. I know you never thought I could, but a guy like me, motherfucker, I would. She was my solace, my world, my knowledge. This is the world you chose. You should have never let me get this close. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. Cause I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had